Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. After throwing all the other ninja bodies into the cash box, Yang-Shi turned into blood mist and left in front of everyone. Only after Yang-Shi left, the team started to quarrel. Why didn't you discuss with us and casually invite someone you don't know the details of? Jessica questioned Taekwon with an unhappy face. Don't know the details? How much do you and I know? We are all gathered together because of the same enemy. Why do we need to know so much? Taekwon immediately retorted in the face of such questioning. You also saw that his enemies are gangs and the Hand, and another person easily solved 4 ninjas. At least we know that he is on our side instead of the Hand. Why can't we recruit him in? Taekwon felt that Jessica was a little puzzled and continued to retort. He is not the same as us. He has killed so many people and has no respect for life in his heart. And with such a weird ability, how can you trust such a person directly? Jessica said angrily with her eyes wide open. Okay, Iron Fist was a bit reckless in this matter, but the situation is not that serious. Whether to seek his help is in our hands. This is not a bad thing. If we really encounter a difficult situation, maybe he can be a strong support. Daredevil couldn't help but feel a headache when listening to their quarrel. Sometimes sensitive hearing is not a good thing. He quickly spoke to comfort them and stopped the quarrel. Yang-Shi had already returned to Jesse's residence. There was no light in the living room. Obviously, he hadn't returned yet. He directly projected his mind and fell on the young wife who was protecting Jesse. He saw Jesse's figure through her eyes and was still busy in the office. And this timid young wife vampire was now transformed into a bat, lying on the window in a low-key manner, not attracting anyone's attention. Seeing this, Yang-Shi directly retracted his mind and sat in the living room. While ordering dinner, he thought about what tonight would happen. The Donald family was indeed not so easy to deal with. Although it was easy to kill, once the other party was determined to hide, he really had no way to deal with it. Especially that sass Donald, who basically never shows up in public, has no fixed residence, and has hidden countless nests in New York, which is even more ratty than a rat. Although it seems to be a great victory tonight, in fact, the Donald family has not been hurt. If one Newman Donald dies, another one will be added soon. So Yang-Shi decided to change his mind and not continue in this inefficient way, otherwise he would not know how much time he would waste on such a gang. If he could know the location of Sass Donald, he could solve this matter quickly. From the beginning to the end, what he lacked was intelligence. As for where to get intelligence, an option emerged in Yang-Shi's mind. Naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D. is the best in intelligence. Privately, there are countless agents wandering around the world and lurking in various organizations. A gang of more than 2,000 people is nothing in their eyes. It seems that it will be easy to find the location of Sass Donald. Yang-Shi was certain in his heart that it seemed that he had to ask for external help now. Then he counted the cards in his hand to see which one was good enough to hook up with S.H.I.E.L.D. He definitely didn't have many cards. The only ones he could show off were Phil Coulson and Keenan. Phil Coulson is still a trump card that cannot be used until the critical moment, so there is only one option. Keenan Ogden, at least he has dealt with S.H.I.E.L.D. before. For example, he was almost trampled to death by S.H.I.E.L.D. Definitely, as a dog of the Elder Council, he had a lot of exchanges with S.H.I.E.L.D. before. Yang-Shi immediately projected his mind on Keenan. How far have you mastered the progress of the Elder Council? His voice appeared directly in Keenan's mind, which scared Keenan. He quickly stopped what he was doing and sat up straight and said, I have been transforming our vampires at full speed. There are already 6 people. They all have considerable power in London, but now the progress has slowed down a little. On the one hand, if too many people are transformed at a time, it is easy for the Elder Council to notice it. On the other hand, I can't perform the first embrace in a short time. I need to recover for a while. Keenan also wants to overthrow the Elder Council as soon as possible, but reality does not allow it, no matter from which aspect. Even though he is a vampire, he cannot give people the first embrace without limit. Too slow. Yang Shi said somewhat dissatisfiedly. If this goes on, it will take Keenan forever to master Blood Clan. You are right. I will definitely find a way to speed up and not let you down. These 3 short words made Keenan break out in a cold sweat and said hurriedly. However, Yang Shi did not mean to blame Keenan. The safest way is to take it slowly, but he can't wait and doesn't want to wait. Since the efficiency of recruiting new people is too slow, just poach people directly. I remember you said before that someone in SCHILD is interested in the reagents that your Blood Clan is researching? Yes, but I haven't found out the exact information about the potion yet. Hearing this, Keenan panicked again. It's not that he didn't want to go to the hall, but the elders would be on guard against him, and he couldn't find out such secrets at all. Oh, if that's the case, then won't you put pressure on the Elder Council on behalf of SCHILD? Then you can find a way to get an elder of the Elder Council to come to New York in person, and I will personally entertain him then. Yang Shi's words immediately made Keenan's eyes light up. Knowing what Yang Shi meant, he quickly said, "No problem, I'll do it right away." Given the temperament of those old antiques in the Elder Council, they won't let me know about the reagents, so an elder should go there in person. Master, this is a really smart move. Keenan immediately flattered him. Otherwise, if he continued like this, he would be squeezed out by someone sooner or later, and the sense of crisis in his heart suddenly reached the highest point. Do this as soon as possible, and by the way, talk to SCHILD about the intelligence of the Donald family. Using the reagents as a bargaining chip, I want the exact location of SAS Donald. Yang Shi continued to give orders. Yes, Keenan quickly promised. By the way, be careful of Donald's revenge recently. Before Yang Shi regained his composure, he remembered that Keenan, as an open target, would inevitably be retaliated by Donald. When Yang Shi regained his concentration, he looked at Phil Coulson's perspective as usual, but found that what Phil Coulson was looking at now was related to him. A surveillance video in the Donald building, clearly captured from all angles. Yang Shi was not surprised. After all, Phil Coulson had seen him wearing Dracula's clothes, and now he appeared again in broad daylight, so he was naturally very concerned. Phil Coulson tried to analyze Yang Shi's psychological state when he turned him into a vampire. Could it be that he didn't want to offend S.H.I.E.L.D.? In fact, from the current intelligence, this person's attitude is very clear. They already know that Keenan Ogden has returned to London and is safe and sound. So it seems that the man is here to rescue Keenan. The reason why SCHILD, represented by Phil Coulson, did not directly ask the elders for people was because they found the abnormality of this vampire. Keenan had been burned to ashes by him with a strong ultraviolet lamp, and he appeared in London intact the next day. This recovery speed is not recorded in the vampire file at all. Not only that, Phil Coulson, who was transformed into a vampire, was not afraid of ultraviolet rays and did not have the weaknesses that most vampires had, which was really weird. The intelligence he collected showed that few vampires could achieve this level, except for some mutant vampires, but there were very special reasons, such as the Agent Blade Warrior in their bureau, but the opponent's abilities were not as good as his, and he could not turn into mist and shape-shift, which was out of the category of vampires to a certain extent. So it is enough to see how special this vampire who likes to wear an Iron Man mask is, and he may be a special mutant. Now the confidentiality level of his files in the bureau has been increased. Before the traces were revealed, they were already frantically collecting intelligence on this vampire, but there was very little useful information. Now it suddenly appeared, and it can be said that even Nick Fury personally asked about it. The new intelligence file in front of him was densely written with various analyses of Yang Shi. Physical fitness, abilities, etc. have already exceeded the scope of ordinary people. Yang Shi silently listened to SCHILD's analysis of him and how to find his true identity and how to strike him effectively. The other party even wanted to find out the source of the vampire's blood, but Yang Shi was self-sufficient, and they were obviously disappointed. The final action plan was to make a tentative contact to determine his threat. This made Yang Shi think about whether to try to get a piece of Donald's intelligence along this line. In the end, Yang Shi gave up the idea. Child was first class in both intelligence and analysis abilities. He himself should not contact Child for the time being, lest he be exposed at any time. In Child's intelligence, the connection between him and Keenan is also clear. At least it is known that Keenan and Yang Shi are related. If you really want to contact Child, it is better for Keenan to contact anyway. He can take over Keenan's body at any time. The next day came in a flash. Jesse was still busy today. Although he didn't have to go to work, he had to go to school, so Yang Shi was left alone at home again. Yang Shi naturally went to cause trouble for the Donald family again. Although it was still a small fight, he wanted to put some pressure on the Donald family to prevent them from taking action against Joseph and his wife again when they were free. In fact, this is really useful. No matter Joseph and his wife and nothing happened these days. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. He had been harassing the Donald family, and every time he found Phil Coulson appeared in time, Yang Shi would quickly end it and leave directly, without giving him a chance to talk. The Donald family had no way to deal with him, so they turned their attention to Keenan. With Yang Shi's previous reminder, Keenan had been prepared, changed his residence several times, and just hid in. So the Donald family could only vent their anger and resentment on the entire Blood clan. One morning, the Donald family directly dispatched a team of mercenaries to wipe out the Blood clan at a gathering point, and the efficiency was higher than that of the Blade warriors. It is said that hundreds of vampires died, including many pure-blooded vampires, which made the elders furious. Keenan, who caused all this, was naturally angered and almost deprived of his status as a viscount, but Keenan did not care. But the war between Blood clan and Donald's family officially broke out. The elders vowed to make Donald pay the price of blood, which stabilized the vampires below. And just at this time, Keenan directly instigated cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D., such as exchanging the reagents hidden by the elders for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence and military support. Originally, Blood clan had no confidence to reject S.H.I.E.L.D. in this matter, but now it simply went with the flow and no longer delayed. At the meeting of the elders yesterday, it was decided that an elder would carry a reagent to New York for delivery. Originally, only one person in S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted the reagent sample. Now that the matter was discovered by Phil Coulson, it was S.H.I.E.L.D. who wanted the reagent sample, and this matter was handed over to Phil Coulson. It just so happened that Keenan didn't get the flight information of the elder, but Yang Shi knew it clearly through Phil Coulson. A private plane will fly directly from London to New York and finally land at the airport controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D., where several people will make a deal. Yang Shi naturally couldn't attack the elder of the Elders' Council at the airport controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D., not because he couldn't beat him, but because he was too high profile. Therefore, Keenan finally played a role. With the information obtained by Yang Shi, he directly took several pure-blooded vampires to attack the elder in London. With premeditated intelligence and manpower, if Keenan could still fail, Yang Shi would really change his subordinates. Fortunately, there was no accident, and Keenan directly controlled the elder at the airport. When did you become a pure-blooded vampire? Impossible. How did you do it? Elder Du Lu asked in shock and astonishment. His neck was already held by a silver knife. He had lived for thousands of years, and he could tell at once that Keenan's skills were not those of a transformed vampire at all, and were even more terrifying than pure-blooded vampires. But he knew clearly that Keenan was just a lowly transformed vampire. You'll know when you meet my master. Keenan couldn't help but sneer, looking at the expression of the once arrogant Elder Du Lu. He was simply too happy. The plane did not land at the airport provided by S.H.I.E.L.D., but landed at an airport near New York due to unexpected factors such as weather. Phil Coulson was a little helpless, and he took a bunch of agents to transfer and rushed to the airport where the plane landed. Yang Shi had already appeared here and stepped onto the private plane. All the windows of the plane were tightly blocked with shading materials, and the ultraviolet rays exposed at high altitude were more intense. As for the crew of the plane, they were all humans serving the Blood clan. All of these people were looking forward to being embraced by vampires and transformed into a mortal Blood clan. Master. At this moment, there were only vampires in the cabin of the plane. With the appearance of Yang Shi, all the vampire's eyes fell on Yang Shi. Keenan looked at the man in front of him wearing Dracula costumes and Iron Man masks and knelt down on one knee devoutly. Without any doubt, the man in front of him must be his master. The pressure from the bloodline has never been so clear, just like when he was a transformed vampire outside the castle and the sun was about to rise. The feeling was so strong that his body trembled unconsciously. Except for Elder Dulu, all the vampires present were vampires brought by Keenan. Knowing what Yang Shi's existence meant, they all knelt on one knee like Keenan and lowered their proud heads. Elder Dulu was also overwhelmed and knelt on both knees, but his expression was obviously unconvinced. He struggled fiercely and his face was red. He had never suffered such humiliation in all these years. Humph, playing tricks. Elder Dulu, who failed to struggle in the end, still knelt on the ground, but his face was still proud. He looked at the master in Keenan's mouth with his eyes. It can only be said that he was neither fish nor fowl, and he didn't even dare to show his true face. Get up. Yang Shi said lightly, and Keenan slowly got up immediately, still with his head down. As expected of a lowly transformed vampire, even a dog has to recognize its master. If I knew you had such an ambition, you might as well come to my castle earlier. If you wag your tail well, I don't mind accepting you. Elder Dulu, who was held by a silver-long knife, could only engage in verbal disputes at this moment, and said with sarcasm on his face. Keenan's face sank when he heard it, and he turned around and slapped Elder Dulu hard. You can't be presumptuous in front of the master. Elder Dulu was treated like this, and his eyes became more gloomy. He looked at Keenan fiercely, wishing to suck Keenan's blood. Okay, do it. Yang Shi was too lazy to watch their fight and couldn't help but say that if it dragged on, Phil Coulson would be here soon. Keenan took the silver-long knife from his men and gently scratched Elder Dulu's neck. Suddenly, a shrill scream sounded in the cabin. A burnt mark like a burnt mark appeared on Elder Dulu's neck, and it continued to spread around. Yang Shi opened his mouth, squeezed out a drop of crystal-clear blood from under the mask, and gently shot it into the burn mark on Elder Dulu's neck. After an unknown amount of time, several black cars came rushing over and finally stopped in front of a plane. Bang! The car door was closed casually. Phil Coulson got out of the car wearing a black suit and sunglasses, and other agents also got out of the car and followed Phil Coulson. Looking at the plane with the cabin door closed, it was not surprising. After all, it was still daytime and the ultraviolet rays were strong. When Phil Coulson walked up the stairs to the cabin door opened naturally. Phil Coulson and his party walked in immediately, and the scene inside the cabin was immediately in sight. This is a private plane, without crowded seats, but like a slightly narrow living room. Elder Duru was sitting on a soft and luxurious sofa at the moment, with a bright red liquid in a tall glass in front of him, which was not wine. Other vampires sat in various places, guarding Elder Duru like guards. You are most welcome, Agent Phil Coulson. Elder Duru smiled and said enthusiastically, but he did not intend to get up to greet him, but sat down casually with his legs crossed. Phil Coulson did not care and immediately walked towards Elder Duru's position, but suddenly felt a line of sight staring at him, very obvious, without any intention of covering up. He immediately followed the line of sight and saw a familiar figure. Keenan Ogden. Why did he come too? Phil Coulson's heart skipped a beat. If he remembered correctly, he had burned Keenan to ashes with a powerful ultraviolet lamp. He didn't expect Keenan to come with him. Definitely was not panicked. After all, this was New York. He looked away as if nothing had happened, but he was secretly thinking about why Keenan showed up with him. Was it his own idea or the idea of the vampire behind him? Please sit down, Agent Phil Coulson. Elder Dulu casually pointed to the sofa opposite him with his palm. After Phil Coulson sat down, Elder Dulu turned his head to look at Keenan, who refused to give up, and laughed softly. I heard that Viscount Ogden had some misunderstandings with your bureau when he came to New York last time. Why don't I make peace today and shake hands and make peace? After all, the overall situation is more important. Blood Clan is still willing to maintain a good cooperative relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. Elder Dulu suggested with his palm. His eyes fell on Phil Coulson's face. It's really just a misunderstanding. I have no problem. It's just that Viscount Ogden. Phil Coulson naturally didn't care. After all, he was not the one who suffered a loss. But could Keenan Ogden, who suffered such a big loss, really shake hands with him? He didn't quite believe it. Keenan's face changed, and he couldn't help but look at Elder Dulu, but he saw Elder Dulu's gentle smile. He couldn't help but stand up quickly and force a smile, which looked very reluctant. Definitely, it's just a misunderstanding. I personally have no opinion. The overall situation of BloodClan and SHILD is more important. It was not Elder Dulu who could make Keenan behave like this, but Yang Shi. Elder Dulu at this moment was being manipulated by Yang Shi. Since his master said so, Keenan had to hold back no matter how reluctant he was. In Phil Coulson's slightly surprised eyes, Keenan walked in front of him and took the initiative to extend his palm. Phil Coulson stood up and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Keenan. A flash of surprise flashed in both of their eyes. At the moment of shaking hands, both of them felt the same blood from each other. They were certainly not long-lost brothers. This feeling. Keenan looked at Phil Coulson with a complicated expression. It turned out that this SHILD agent was also the master servant. Doesn't that mean that this was a chess piece buried by his master in SHILD? He suddenly felt more in awe of Yang Shi, as if he could imagine that his master was secretly playing a big game of chess. Phil Coulson was also in a complicated mood at the moment. This feeling was enough to show that Keenan was also transformed by the vampire, although this was not surprising. Very good, let's get back to the topic. Yang Shi interrupted their seemingly reluctant handshake. Phil Coulson sat down again and secretly observed Elder Dulu in front of him. He was thinking quickly in his heart why the other party's words could make Keenan take the initiative to put aside his grudges and reconcile with him. And Keenan was the offspring of the vampire. Could it be that the elder in front of him was also? Even the elders of one of the highest institutions in the Blood Clan, the Elder Council, might be the subordinates of the vampire. Could it be that the vampire was really Dracula? Phil Coulson couldn't help but have a guess in his mind. If so, everything would make sense. Snap. Suddenly Yang Shi snapped his fingers to call Phil Coulson back to his thoughts. But Yang Shi's snap was not for Phil Coulson to hear. Bring this stuff up to me. Yang Shi said casually, and a vampire stood up and entered other cabins of the plane, and came out with a suitcase in his hand. The vampire walked to them respectfully, carefully placed the suitcase on the table in front of Yang Shi, took the initiative to open the lock, opened the lid of the suitcase, and revealed the contents. A reagent bottle was quietly lying inside, and the bottle was filled with light red liquid, and there was a document under the reagent bottle. Yang Shi also looked at the bottle of reagent. From Elder Dulu, he had learned some secrets of the Blood Clan, including the secrets that Keenan had never been able to find out. For example, the various scientific experiments conducted by the elders were listed as the highest secrets within the clan, and only the core pure-blooded vampires could know them. As a Viscount, Keenan was actually considered a core, but not a pure-blooded vampire. For vampires who took blood as the core of the clan, he was an outsider from beginning to end. And this area that Keenan cannot touch is precisely the biggest secret inside Blood Clan. Under the seemingly decadent appearance of Blood Clan, it is actually more active than anyone else to welcome the technological era, and its annual expenditure on technology accounts for the vast majority of its income. You must know that Blood Clan is not a person who sits back and eats all the money. Such a gathering of non-human races is enough to create terrifying wealth. They spend an unknown amount of USD on technology every year and secretly control a large number of technology companies. Definitely, these technology companies are not just taking in and not spending money. The products they reveal slightly are enough to earn back 1,000 times the wealth. The purpose of Blood Clan controlling these technology companies is to develop drugs that can break through their bloodline ability. After years of accumulation, it is indeed fruitful. The most common product is the conversion reagent, which can transform people into vampires. Although it is not as good as the first embrace of pure-blooded vampires, it has no cost and can be manufactured in large quantities. The vampires transformed by this reagent are stronger than ordinary transformed vampires. In addition, the rarer reagents are blood reagents and resurrection serums. Blood reagents can improve the comprehensive strength of vampires to a certain extent, while resurrection serums can revive dead vampires. These two reagents are rare controlled items even within the Blood clan. As for the bottle of reagent on the table now, it is actually a semi-finished product and has not been fully tested, but it has been known by the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. This reagent is called Sunlight Serum, which can protect vampires from sunlight damage for a certain period of time. In short, it means that they don't have to hide in the dark castle in broad daylight, which will greatly change the way Blood clan fights. But this thing has not yet been truly developed, and this bottle of serum is a sample. This is the sincerity of our Blood clan, not yours. Yang, she said lightly. No matter how precious the serum is, it is not his. It is really good to be able to exchange it for what he needs. Phil Coulson glanced behind him, and another agent immediately stepped forward and took out a file bag from his clothes. Phil Coulson took it, put the file bag on the table, and pushed it gently. This is the Donald family intelligence you want. It contains Donald's various industries and bases. Yang Shi immediately opened the file bag slowly and read the information inside. Not to mention, it is different from the inferior intelligence Kenan bought from the intelligence agency before. Even their foreign bases and personnel configurations are included. Not only that, those industries include both Donald's open industries and various industries in secret. It can be said that as long as this information is handed over to any of Donald's opponents, it will be enough to form a fatal blow to them. In addition, there's a list of Donald's core members and their usual residences. Yang Shi also had to sigh at the horror of S.H.I.E.L.D. They really investigated it clearly. In the intelligence organization like S.H.I.E.L.D., the Donald family had nowhere to hide. However, the only thing missing was the location of Sass Donald. At this moment, Phil Coulson also said considerately, it takes a little time to investigate the location of Sass Donald. At present, we know that he has 56 secret bases. He changes his residence every once in a while, but I believe it won't take long to find his exact location. No matter how deep Sass Donald hides, he can't escape the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the other party is just a gang, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is an official organization that cooperates with many countries. Hearing this, Yang Shi nodded with satisfaction and stuffed the information back into the file bag. Hearing this, he couldn't do it alone to destroy such a huge gang, but with the help of Blood Clan, he could just wait for the result. Definitely, this serum is not only for gang intelligence, but also involves other resource transactions, which Yang Shi did not intend to participate in, and directly let Kenan and Phil Coulson connect. After a long time, Phil Coulson finally left with the agent, and only their people were left in the cabin. I think it's okay to leave these things to you, Dulu. Yang Shi sat opposite Dulu and asked calmly. Please rest assured, Master, there will be absolutely no mistakes. Dulu promised solemnly. After Yang Shi showed his ability, Dulu surrendered directly. After surrendering, the loyalty shown was even purer than Kenan. Because compared with Kenan, he knew more about the secrets of vampires. In Dulu's eyes, Yang Shi was Dracula. Over the long years, Dracula would reappear every once in a while. He possessed powerful power and was the source of all vampires. And Yang Shi was very similar to the legendary Dracula in terms of bloodline and ability. How could he not follow him sincerely? As for the benefits, Dulu has clearly felt it. He has evolved after thousands of years without any change. This is the obsession and pursuit of all pure-blooded vampires, which makes the old man feel reborn. Kenan looked at Dulu like this, his eyes flashed, and he felt a little defensive in his heart. He followed the master first, and he couldn't let Dulu step on his head. Yang Shi nodded, and then turned into mist and dissipated. After Yang Shi left, Kenan couldn't help but sneer. Hee, I still remember what you said before, and the master also remembers it. If you dare to have a different mind, I think you know the consequences. Kenan directly warned Dulu as an old man. Hearing this, Dulu's face changed slightly, and he immediately knew that what Keenan meant was nothing more than his previous treasonous ridicule, which was a ridicule of Keenan, but also scolded the master. Don't bother. Since the master is willing to give me a new life, I will use my own value to make up for my previous mistakes. As for you, you should reflect on it. If you were not such a waste, how could the master choose me again? Dulu showed a disdainful look. In terms of status, he was higher than Keenan in the Blood Clan. He was also an elder of the Blood Clan and held an important position. In terms of experience, he had hundreds of years more experience than Keenan, and he had eaten more salt than Keenan. Except that he joined the army later than Keenan, what else could he not do better than Keenan? He was confident that he could surpass Keenan and gain more trust from the master. As the plane took off, the two of them snorted coldly and stopped bickering. Keenan was thinking about how to play a greater role. Dulu felt the changes in his body. This was how long they had been pursuing strength. Their physical fitness had improved, their shapeshifting had also improved, and they even felt that their mentality was much younger. This trip was really worth it. Those old guys in the clan probably didn't know what they had missed. Thinking of this, Dulu couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. As for becoming a slave, he didn't care much. They were originally Dracula's slaves, and it has never changed. He recognized this point early on. As long as they are in this bloodline, they will always be controlled by others. On the other side, Yangshi was rushing back to the city, but he did not go to Manhattan, but came to Queens instead. He turned into a bat and flew over the building, looking down and recalling the contents of the file bag. In order to prevent Phil Coulson from finding anything, he deliberately did not show any abnormality. In fact, when he turned to the page of Carrie Donald, he had already written down all her information. As a member of Donald, the family was attacked by him these days, but Carrie stayed in Queens. She could probably guess what she was thinking, and, because of this, she had a way to die. She did not plan to wait for the Blood Clan to take action, and would solve it today. Anyway, Donald would not be able to jump for a few days. He came to the address mentioned in the intelligence, an ordinary-looking single-family house. Such houses are everywhere on the roadside, and no one expected that such a house would be home to an important member of the Donald family. Bang bang! There was a knock on the door outside the single-family villa, and the door opened with a click. A fat and strong man with dreadlocks opened a gap, blocked the door with his body, and looked out cautiously, not knowing that the arm behind the door was holding a semi-automatic submachine gun. However, what was unexpected was that a black man who should not have appeared in this neighborhood suddenly took out a pistol and pointed it at the head of the dreadlocked man who was leaning against the door. Almost at this moment, the dreadlocked man had to react. After all, he had experienced life and death. However, the dreadlocked man, who should have quickly dodged the gun, suddenly froze in place. His eyes were dazed, as if he was slow to react. It was precisely because of this moment of daze that a bullet directly embedded in his head, opening a bloody hole on his head. After Xiaohei succeeded, he quickly pushed open the door, took the semi-automatic submachine gun from the dreadlocked man's body, and rushed in directly. It was only a moment later that the single-family villa was filled with exciting gunshots. After a few minutes, the gunshots stopped and fell into a deathly silence. It was not known how long it took before the police car heard the news and rushed to the destination. As soon as they arrived at the destination, they saw a black man walking out of it, with blood on his body, a storage bag in his left hand, and a semi-automatic submachine gun in his right hand. The police officer immediately got out of the car, raised his pistol and pointed it at Xiaohei to ask him to stop, but Xiaohei ignored it, like a madman, and just turned around. The gunshots rang out like firecrackers, and blood holes appeared on Xiaohei's body. After the criminals were killed, the police investigated the scene and determined that it was a burglary case. However, the robbed person did not seem to be an ordinary person. The house was full of bullet holes, as if it had experienced a fierce battle. It was also found that there were various photos hanging on one of the walls, as if they were planning a kidnapping case. Until the police transported the bodies in the house, The bats on the branches outside the villa flapped their wings and left. Among these bodies, there was naturally the figure of Carrie Donald. In order to avoid being associated with anything and reduce the possible trouble, Yang Shi directly created a burglary case. Xiao He was kidnapped from somewhere and happened to be robbing with a pistol. After Yang Shi's hypnotic ability, he arrived here directly. It was really difficult for Xiao He to solve a room full of gangsters with only a pistol, so Yang Shi could only help secretly and used mental deterrence to help Xiao He, which was a perfect solution. Sass Donald, who was hiding somewhere, soon received the news. His face became completely gloomy, and his eyes flickered constantly, as if he was planning something. With the death of Carrie Donald, the entire Donald family began to move, and went out frantically, as if they were looking for Yang Shi's trace. On the contrary, Yang Shi became quiet after dealing with Carrie Donald, and stopped harassing everywhere. Because he knew that Donald would not be able to jump around for a few days, True and Keenan had secretly summoned the Blood Clan forces and sneaked into New York through the back door opened by S.H.I.E.L.D. And, whether it was Keenan or True, they had already appeared in a corner of New York, waiting for S.H.I.E.L.D. to give the specific location of Sass Donald, and then they would directly strike with thunder and completely destroy Donald. As for Yang Shi, he had nothing to do these days, after all. Jesse never worked overtime. Finally, today, Jesse finally took the time to take Yang Shi to stroll around Manhattan. So Yang Shi looked at the Stark building in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Jesse's so-called showing him around turned out to be taking him to eat a staff meal. There is more than one cafeteria in the Stark building, and the cafeteria that Jesse brought Yang Shi to is a buffet restaurant exclusively for the company's senior executives. Listening to Jesse's introduction, Yang Shi looked at her in shock. Could it be that Jesse has already become a senior executive of such a top company without knowing it? Jesse proudly enjoyed the shocked look from Yang Shi, and then he smiled and explained. Actually, when I asked Miss Potts for leave, I said that I would take you out for a walk, and Miss Potts directly suggested that I could come here to experience it, and gave me 2 tickets by the way. Miss Potts is very nice, and it is definitely your sister who has this ability. Jesse thanked and boasted. In fact, this is not a violation of the rules. Stark Group already has such restaurant tickets as rewards, so that the middle and low-level employees who are interested can experience the restaurant benefits of the senior executives, so as to better serve as cattle and horses. Wow, this place is really different, and it is no different from the luxury restaurants that need to be booked more than half a month in advance. As soon as Jesse came in and saw the decoration of the restaurant, he was immediately surprised. It was her first time here. Yang Shi also looked around curiously as if she had just entered the city. The first impression was that it was clean and there was no trace of dirt. Even with his amazing eyes now, he still commented like this. It was not easy. You can order food here and it is also self-service. The chef is a Michelin chef who is specially invited back. After ordering 2 specials of the day from the dignified and elegant waiter, Jesse took Yang Shi to choose various exquisite desserts. Finally, they came to a round table near the window, from which you can see the prosperity of the whole Manhattan. Then Jesse ordered a glass of 1982 Lafite with excitement. This was the strategy she made before coming here. Since it doesn't cost money, she naturally has to be more special and show the momentum of eating the company bankrupt. Definitely, this has nothing to do with Yang Shi. He is not old enough to drink. It didn't take long for the dishes to be served quickly. Tuna foie gras black truffle slices, cream lobster, truffle mashed potato beef short ribs, and dessert tiramisu. At first glance, I don't know if it tastes good, but it's expensive. If you eat out, you have to wait for more than half a month for a reservation, and it will cost several thousand USD. And since all this is free, Yang Shi feels that it tastes good. Jesse was not busy eating, but took out his mobile phone and started taking pictures, which seemed to be more important than eating. Finally, after doing all this, Jesse began to enjoy it, with a face full of enjoyment, as if he was eating some dragon liver and phoenix marrow. One day, I can come here to eat every day. Jesse puffed his mouth and said firmly while eating, which made Yang Shi shake his head. This meal ticket is really worth it, so much so that even cows and horses would draw cakes for themselves. At this moment, Jesse suddenly looked at the door, quickly grabbed Young-Shi's arm with one hand, and motioned him to look behind. "Look, it's Tony Stark," Jesse said with a little surprise. He didn't expect to run into his boss. This meal ticket is really worth it. Jessie didn't worship Tony, but Tony was not only her boss now, but also a big star. People would pay more attention to him. Young-Shi also turned and followed Jessie's gaze. Sure enough, she saw Tony walking in. There was an arc reactor on his chest, and his bodyguard Happy followed behind him. Last time, the company issued a rule that employees were not allowed to ask for autographs. It's a pity. But Young-Shi, you are not an employee of the company. Go up and ask for an autograph. Jessie's face was full of regret, and then she thought of something. Her eyes widened instantly, and she poked Young-Shi's back of the hand with her fingers, urging Young-Shi to ask for an autograph. After all, employees were not allowed to do this, but Young-Shi was not an employee and was not restricted by this rule at all. Looking at Jessie, who wanted him to exploit the company's loopholes, Young-Shi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself in trouble? After all, you brought me in, and why do I want his autograph? I'm not his little fanboy. Young-Shi shook his head and said with a face full of resistance. Loopholes are meant to be exploited. I call this detecting loopholes. When they react, I will plug the loopholes. If I don't do this, how can they know that there are loopholes in this rule? Jessie said righteously with a face of surety. That's Iron Man. I gave you my autograph for your birthday gift before. I don't have it myself. Even if I don't want it in the future, I can sell it for a good price. Jessie's face changed, and she said pitifully, as if Young-Shi owed her a lot, and if she didn't help her get the autograph, she would be sorry for her. Young-Shi had no way to resist Jessie's attack. He had already said so. If she didn't go, she didn't know if Jessie would cry on the spot. This is how Jessie manipulated Young-Shi a few years ago. He's coming this way, Jessie suddenly said, then shut up and blinked his big eyes to signal Young-Shi to move. Young-Shi had no choice but to do it. However, before Young-Shi stood up, Tony Stark's voice suddenly rang beside them. Hey, I remember you. You asked me for an autograph at the research center. It seemed to be for your brother's birthday present. Am I right? Mr. Stark, you have a good memory, Jessie said with surprise. This is your brother. Tony then looked at Young-Shi. Jessie immediately signaled Young-Shi with his eyes. Young-Shi could only stand up with admiration under the urging of Jessie's eyes. Mr. Stark, I'm your fan. Can you sign for me? To be honest, he got goosebumps after saying this. Definitely no problem. Tony Stark agreed without any hesitation and stretched out his hand to the side. Happy took a look and quickly took out a pen from his pocket. Where should I sign? On his clothes. This is his favorite clothes, Jessie said for Young-Shi with a smile on his face, and Young-Shi was only wearing a long-sleeved white shirt at the moment. Tony then took a pen and wrote and drew on Young-Shi's back, making Young-Shi feel itchy. Just as he stopped writing, Tony Stark suddenly looked out the window. Young-Shi's face also changed slightly, but quickly restrained. Sir, an abnormal creature is detected nearby. A slight voice came from the button on Tony Stark's clothes and reached Tony's ears accurately. Even Happy beside him could not hear it. But Young-Shi heard it clearly, and his face changed immediately. This could not be referring to him. Then he saw Tony looking out the window, and the sunglasses on his face seemed to have something flashing, which did not look like the cheap sunglasses sold in the store. It was not him who was found to be abnormal. But it didn't make much difference. Following Tony Stark's eyes, Young-Shi already knew what happened. It turned out that the young wife vampire who protected Jessie's safety was discovered. Under the penetrating vision scan under Tony's sunglasses, the abnormal creature mentioned by JRVS was found at once, but it was just a bat. Just when Tony thought that JRVS had made some mistakes, JRVS's voice sounded again. Sir, according to the data obtained from the test, this is not a bat, but a bat-like creature. All the values are abnormal. Related searches are being conducted. According to the search results, there is a 56% probability that the creature is a vampire in the legend, and an 11% probability that it is the Bat God, the protector of Mayan civilization. J.R.'s voice kept ringing. Jessie looked at Tony's sudden distraction and didn't care. Miss Potts often did this. She waited quietly without making a sound to disturb him. Yang-Shi's eyes flashed. This is artificial intelligence. It's too exaggerated. But I also know that the young wife vampire has been completely exposed at this moment. Vampire. Tony was a little stunned. He didn't expect J.R.'s to give such an answer, but the key is that vampires really exist, rather than a story to fool children. At this moment, he saw through the sunglasses that the bat absorbent on the glass moved and flapped its wings and flew away. Interesting, J.R.'s. Keep an eye on him. Tony whispered, obviously interested in the bat. If it was a vampire, he would not let it go. It was such a good experimental material. He did not mind helping to verify whether the legend was true. Then he looked around. His eyes fell on a closed window, and he ran to the window in the surprised eyes of several people. He opened the window, pulled a chair over, and forced his way out through the gap. Tony! Happy shouted in astonishment and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Several screams sounded in the restaurant, and Tony fell directly to the bottom. This was a high altitude, and he would definitely die if he fell. However, Yang-Shi did not think that Tony was committing suicide, and his face was slightly solemn. Soon, several afterimages fell from the sky. Looking down through the window next to him, he could see that they were the remains of the armor, and finally completed the fusion on Tony's body. The next moment, a steel figure flew up into the sky and fled quickly with red flames under his feet. On the other side, after receiving Yang-Shi's order, the young vampire immediately evacuated, flapping her wings desperately and falling from the sky, heading towards the street below. However, after just a moment, she seemed to sense something and couldn't help but look back, and saw a red and gold armor rushing towards her, with white fluorescence in the eyes of the mask, as if looking at her, which almost scared her to death. There is really no one in New York who doesn't know Iron Man. After all, he flies around in the sky every day as if he has nothing to do. It seems that he doesn't have to go to work. The frightened young wife vampire flapped her wings more and more desperately, but at this moment Iron Man clenched his fist and aimed at the bat, and then a gun muzzle rose on his arm. A sighting screen appeared in front of Tony under the visor. When the crosshairs turned red, he started it directly. The next moment a white shadow shot out and went towards the bat at a very fast speed. In the middle of the way, the white shadow dispersed and turned into a net. The young wife vampire who couldn't dodge was directly hit, and her body fell rapidly under the restraint of the net. Tony couldn't help but smile when the bat was caught in front of him. It seemed that it was not difficult. Then he sped up, came to the falling net, and reached out to grab it. At this moment, the bat suddenly disappeared, and even J.R.'s lost its target. The next moment Tony felt his back sink, and the bat suddenly appeared behind him, lying on his armor. Before he could do anything, the bat opened its mouth, revealing its fangs, and bit the armor. Even Tony didn't expect that his armor made of such hard materials could be bitten through by a bat. Seeing this, Tony was shocked, raised his arm and stretched it behind his back, and his palm quickly lit up and activated instantly. The next moment, the bat was hit by the palm cannon, flew out with a wail, and fell down. However, the injury was not so serious. After recovering, it continued to spread its wings and flew down quickly. At this moment, Yang-Shi was watching the scene through the eyes of the young wife, and did not directly take over the control of the body. At the same time, he in the restaurant did not have any intention of taking action. At this moment, taking action would inevitably be linked to someone with ulterior motives, and Yang-Shi did not want to see this scene. No matter how secretive something is, it is difficult to escape the analysis of big data. So now it can only depend on the young wife vampire's own ability to escape. After all, she has been a vampire for decades, so she is not completely incapable. Yang-Shi was drinking fresh juice while watching the battle between the young wife vampire and Tony Stark, feeling very comfortable. If the young wife vampire really couldn't escape, he could only send her off in person, and at worst he could bring her body back to revive her later. In fact, the young wife vampire's skills were pretty good. After being hit at the beginning, she had been on guard against the net and dodged several times. But Tony was not a pushover either. His speed crushed the bat again, and he caught the bat again in this situation. However, the young wife vampire escaped by turning into mist again. What a magical ability! This made Tony more interested, and he knew that the net was useless, so he changed his strategy and directly used the palm cannon to control the power. Once hit, it would be enough to stun her. A shockwave was emitted from Tony's palm, and the young wife vampire could sense it through the bat's original ability even if he didn't look back. Unlike the net, the palm cannon is too fast to dodge, so she can only evade it by turning into mist. She was about to get close to the ground. As long as she got close to the ground, she could successfully escape with the help of the building, so she gritted her teeth and persisted. However, she was not young and could not use the mist indefinitely. She felt the shockwave coming, so she wanted to turn into mist to dodge, but in an instant she was exposed again and was hit by the shockwave head-on and flew out directly. The bat finally fainted and fell to the ground. Iron Man landed steadily, looked around, and borrowed a hamburger paper bag from a passerby, ready to take the bat back. At this moment, the bat opened his eyes, but did not move, just looking at Iron Man quietly. This is not the awakening of the young wife vampire, but she took over her body. Feeling the body slightly, the mist cannot be used for a short time. After all, for pure-blooded vampires, this ability is more of a miraculous effect, rather than an ordinary ability. It is not easy to maintain the appearance of a bat at this moment. In fact, it is not the time to run out of ammunition and food, and there is still a body. It is not certain who will win or lose with this pure-blooded vampire body alone. Whether it is physical fitness or self-healing ability, it should not be underestimated. However, She does not want to expose the true face of the young wife vampire, so that the young wife vampire will not be able to protect secretly in the future, and the hidden chest will be useless. So She didn't do anything at this moment, but controlled his body to look at Tony Stark. I know Phil Coulson, you can verify it with him. She could only try to see if Phil Coulson's face was useful. After all, Blood Clan and SHIELD are now in a cooperative relationship. Hearing a bat making a human voice, Tony couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, but this. In the end, Tony still called Phil Coulson, and Phil Coulson appeared not long after. Looking at the bat on the ground, Phil Coulson felt a little headache. I am Elder Dulu's subordinate. At the moment, the consciousness of the young wife vampire had awakened, and she timidly said according to She's instructions. Phil Coulson naturally knew that Elder Dulu of the Blood Clan Elders Council had transferred a lot of vampires because of Donald's matter, and now he had to clean up these vampires, and he felt a little tired, but it was not good to ignore it. Why did you appear in the Stark building? Just wanted to see New York from a high place. Although this reason was not very true, Phil Coulson still looked at Tony. This is a vampire, aren't you interested? Okay, I'll give you some information about the vampire. Phil Coulson understood what Tony wanted. In the end, the young wife vampire was released, and Tony also got the information he was interested in. Phil Coulson looked at the back of the bat leaving. His eyes flickered slightly. It's daytime now. This bat is also not simple. On the other side, She stroked his head slightly. It seems that he has to stay away from Stark technology in the future. I didn't let this episode affect my mood. When I got home, the white shirt with the signature on my body was taken away by Jesse. And that night, Phil Coulson finally found the location of Sass Donald, but because the other party took the initiative to show up, he was photographed by a car's dashcam. Get ready. After confirming the location of Sass Donald, he asked Keenan and Drew to mobilize the Blood Clan forces and prepare to take action tonight to completely wipe out the Donald family. The night had just begun, and the vampires in New York began to roam around, heading to every corner of New York in a planned manner. Without the Donald family knowing it, they were already surrounded by the Blood Clan. Keenan was more of a commander, responsible for the overall operation. Dolo led a team of pure-blooded vampires to be responsible for the decapitation operation. As time passed slowly, the Blood Clan commanded by Keenan had all arrived, waiting for his order to launch a surprise attack. Dolo had already appeared on a street in Hell's Kitchen at this moment. As he waved his hand, these vampires suddenly turned into bats and headed towards the target building. Yangshi himself was also there, but he did not contact Dolu. At such an important moment, he would naturally not be absent, lest these vampires were unreliable and let Sass Donald run away, which would only add to the trouble. In fact, there was also Phil Coulson hiding in the dark. Perhaps he was thinking of observing secretly, so he also turned into a bat, but this obviously did not escape Yangshi's eyes, but he didn't care much. This is a deserted area, and the center is a building frame made of concrete and steel bars, with more than a dozen floors. For some reason, it was abandoned after only half of it was built. There are some abandoned areas around this steel building, where homeless people used to live, but they were recently cleared out by the Donald family. Now these areas seem to be guarded by many members of the Donald family to prevent anyone from approaching. And Sass Donald is hiding in the most central area. Although this is just a steel frame, there are many changes with the arrival of Donald. The bright lights shine around, and many luxurious leather furniture are placed on the bottom floor. At this moment, Sass Donald is sitting on a sofa smoking a cigar, and the elite of the Donald family are standing near him. Many bats quietly arrived near the steel building, but they were not in a hurry to act, and observed their personnel distribution in the dark. Now that you are here, why don't you show up? Sass Donald slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke, sitting on the sofa, and said slowly, as if he had already known that there were uninvited guests here. Dolu's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that they were discovered even though they were so secretive. But if he found it, he would just show up directly. Since his bloodline evolved, he was very confident in his strength. Don't worry. However, at this moment, Yangshi's voice suddenly sounded in Dolu's mind, causing Dolu's wings that had just been raised to stop, but he didn't dare to have any opinions. The next moment, Dolu was surprised to find 3 figures on the other side of the building. It was Daredevil, Iron Fist, and Little Black Luke Cage. Yangshi had heard their movements a long time ago, but he didn't expect to meet them here. Hand over Jessica. Iron Fist was the first to lose his temper, looking at Sass and couldn't help but shouting angrily. That's right, the reason they came here was because Jessica was discovered during a sneak investigation, and they followed the clues left by Jessica all the way here. It's easy to get her, do me a favor. Sass smoked a cigar leisurely, and didn't take them seriously at all. Where is she? Daredevil neither agreed nor refused, and asked calmly. Sass didn't hide it either, and waved directly at his men. After a while, Jessica, who was tied up in a ball, was carried up. Jessica! Iron Fist shouted anxiously. Just as he was about to step forward, he saw a rifle pointed at Jessica's head, stopping him abruptly. What on earth do you want to do? Iron Fist asked Sass Donald angrily. Hee, I just want to ask you for a favor. Sass said calmly, then snapped his fingers and said to the empty place. Mrs. Gao, I have already caught the person you want. It's time to fulfill your promise. As soon as these words fell, black fog exploded in the empty corner. The sound was very light. As the black fog dissipated, many figures wearing black ninja clothes appeared, but the first 3 were special. An old woman who looked a little sinister, and a girl in red with a beautiful figure. As for the last one, Yangshi couldn't help but snorted after seeing it. That person was Carrie Donald, who was killed by him. Great, Carrie, you're really back. Sass couldn't help but get excited when he saw this, and quickly stood up and came to Carrie. He had seen Carrie's body, but he didn't expect that she would be alive again. But Carrie looked at Sass with a cold look. What's going on? Sass immediately asked the old woman. She has joined our hand and cut off her connection with the past. Mrs. Gao replied calmly. You. Sass had an angry look on his face and was about to say something, but suddenly screamed, looking at his sister Carrie Donald in disbelief, looking down and saw a long knife had pierced his chest. Okay, you have completed your mission. It's time to go. Carrie will take over Donald in your place in the future. Mrs. Go sneered, which made SAS die clearly. Seeing this, Sass's men's faces changed, and they could not help but turn their guns to the group of ninjas. But the next moment, hidden weapons were shot from all directions, accurately sending all the Donald members present to be buried with Sass. Yangshi really watched a good show, but he didn't expect there would be such an accident. Sass was gone before he started. It was really fate. However, he wanted to destroy Donald not because of Sass, but because of Carrie. Now Sass was killed by Carrie herself. He immediately ordered Dulu to watch the show first. Maybe the mantis could catch the cicada and the oriole could catch the cicada. With Donald's confidant members dying, Daredevil, Iron Fist, and Little Black Luke wanted to seize the opportunity and all started fighting. However, the group of ninjas had expected it and appeared in front of them to block them, and one of the ninjas had taken over the work of Donald's members before, and a sharp long knife was directly placed on the neck of the hostage Jessica. Erica, is that you? Daredevil lost his composure at this moment. He suddenly found that the girl in red who stopped him with 2 swords was his ex-girlfriend. She was dead, but now she reappeared. Her current name is Kuriko, and she is a ninja of our hand. Mrs. Gao walked forward slowly and reintroduced Erica to Daredevil. What do you want to do? Daredevil stared at Mrs. Gao like an angry lion, as if he would bite her at any time. Hey, do you know why this place is deserted? Mrs. Gao did not answer, but asked instead. Although she asked, she did not want anyone to answer and continued to speak. Because this place is haunted, every time the builders want to continue construction, they will find the building materials on the ground scattered everywhere the next day, and even the progress of yesterday is all destroyed. They originally thought that someone sneaked in at night, but they found that it was not a person who stopped them, but a tornado. Every time they want to continue construction, this tornado will appear, as if it is sincerely against them. In the end, this news was spread by someone, resulting in the land being unable to be sold, and it could only be smashed in their hands, forcing the developer at the time to go bankrupt and jump off the building. But they never thought that this place that they couldn't sell actually hides something that can drive everyone crazy. Do you know what it is? Iron Fist. Seeing that Mrs. Gao was talking and directly named it, Iron Fist was a little confused. How did he know what was hidden? However, Yangshi's eyes lit up secretly. He thought he already knew what it was. It seemed that this trip was not in vain. It has the same origin as your power and Kunlun's power. Dragon Heart. Taekwon shouted in disbelief. However, Mrs. Gao shook her head and said slowly, no, it is the dragon bone. Part of the body of a dragon is buried here. However, it does not exist in reality. It is in the same dimension as your Kunlun. Only with the power of the dragon can it appear in reality from the dimension. As soon as these words came out, Taekwon had already reacted. It turned out that the purpose of the hand that they had tried so hard to investigate was the dragon bone. His face couldn't help but look ugly. If the hand wanted to find the dragon bone, he would definitely need his help. He should have hidden himself, but now he delivered it to the door. Don't even think about it. I can't let you get the dragon bone. Taekwon said immediately with absolute certainty. The name Taekwon originally represented the Asgardian of Kunlun. If the dragon bone is taken away by others and they master the power of the dragon, they may use the power of the dragon to open the passage to Kunlun, which is obviously contrary to his Asgardian mission. Really? I think you can consider it first. Mrs. Gao sneered. Her eyes turned to the bound Jessica, and she winked at the ninja beside her. The long knife on Jessica's neck pressed lightly, and a blood mark appeared on her neck. However, the ninja did not mean to stop, and continued to press down. The blood mark expanded instantly, and blood continued to slide down the blade. Wait. Tietuan's face changed, and he quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. But Mrs. Gao kept that sneer and did not speak, and the ninja did not stop because of this. Stop. I'll help you. Looking at Jessica's eyes, Taekwon finally compromised, and his body seemed to be drained of strength at this moment. Unless Iron Fist can see Jessica die in front of him, he can only compromise now or compromise temporarily. How can you guarantee that you can let her go after Iron Fist helps you? Daredevil on the side regained his composure and asked, "You have no choice." Mrs. Gao answered directly and forcefully, "If that's the case, I'm afraid we can't help you. Jessica, I believe you can understand me. You go first, we will help you get revenge. If we can't get revenge, we will die with you." Daredevil looked directly in the direction of Jessica and said in a firm tone, "Daredevil." Iron Fist shouted anxiously, "Iron Fist, don't be childish. They have no sincerity. Even if you help them, Jessica will still die. Let's fight them to the death. Surviving is considered revenge for Jessica. If we can't survive, it means we have tried our best." Daredevil interrupted what Iron Fist wanted to say and said in an unquestionable tone. Shi looked at Daredevil, but knew in his heart that this was a show for Madame Gao. "Go ahead, Madame Gao." Daredevil then looked at Madame Gao's position and urged coldly. Madame Gao looked at Daredevil with a serious look. Even though she knew that the other side was playing her, she couldn't gamble. What she really wanted was the dragon bone. Sincerity, right? Okay. Heikong, you control Jessica and stand on their side. If they make any unusual movements, just kill her directly. Madame Gao finally compromised and turned to order the lady in red. The weapon is lost. Daredevil didn't object after hearing this, but just reminded her. Heikong immediately looked at Madame Gao. At Madame Gao's nod, she threw the double swords on the ground and walked straight to Jessica's position, replacing the ninja. She held Jessica's neck with one hand and slowly walked towards Daredevil and his position. As long as they make any unusual movements, she can directly break Jessica's neck. Even if they kill her later, she can still take someone with her. Okay, you have seen my sincerity. Don't think about delaying time. I don't have that much patience. Mrs. Gao saw this and urged coldly. Daredevil and Iron Fist looked at each other. Now they could only improvise. Iron Fist then stood in the middle, closed his eyes, and his chest rose and fell slightly, as if he was taking a deep breath. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the close-fitting green tights moved without wind. It was the air in his body that was radiating. The yellow dragon on his chest seemed to come alive and spun with the swing of the clothes. Mrs. Gao watched the scene with bated breath, and Shi in the dark also watched with expectation. Suddenly, a strong wind blew near the steel structure, and strong winds blew from all directions, forming a faint tornado, and the garbage and gravel on the ground were swept up and swirled rapidly in the air. The strong wind became stronger and stronger, as if it had reached the level of a typhoon of level 7 or 8, and even those ninjas had some difficulty standing. However, this wind only appeared in the steel structure, and there was no wind at all where Shi was. In the end, the strong wind turned into a storm, making it impossible for everyone present except Taekwon to maintain their body shape. They could only grab things around them to avoid being blown away. Some people even had their feet blown off the ground when they grabbed the concrete steel wall pillars. When everyone was about to be swept away by the strong wind, the storm suddenly stagnated and disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had never appeared and there was no wind anymore. At this moment, some traces suddenly appeared on the uneven concrete ground, like a pattern, a dragon pattern. At first glance, it looked like a dragon curled up on the ground, but this dragon was obviously different from the legendary dragon, with only white bones and no flesh. It looked like it was painted on the ground, but it was actually more like an outline. The ground was faintly undulating, revealing pure white traces, as if this dragon bone really existed, but most of it was embedded in the concrete, with a little exposed. Mrs. Gao's eyes suddenly became crazy and excited when she saw this scene. She was very sure that this was the dragon bone they had been looking for a long time. With the appearance of this dragon bone, the scene seemed to be filled with a mysterious and powerful atmosphere, which made people feel afraid. Almost at this moment, many people took action at the same time. A strong wind came from the ground and turned into a powerful thrust, which directly pushed Jessica out and broke away from the hands of Heikong, who had not reacted. Just when Heikong reacted and wanted to catch the hostage, Daredevil had already approached and stopped him with 2 sticks. And Little Black Luke ran directly, rushing towards the group of ninjas alone, obviously wanting to attract firepower. As for Madame Gao, she was concentrating on the dragon bones on the ground. She squatted down with a crazy look and gently stroked the pure white bones exposed on the ground. The battle was about to break out. Xiaohe attracted fire with his strong body. Iron Fist took the opportunity to save Jessica, while Daredevil stood with Black Sky and steadily suppressed the unarmed old lover Black Sky. In a blink of an eye, many ninjas emerged from the dark and killed them, but at this time Jessica had been rescued by Iron Fist and was directly involved in the battle before saying anything more. Iron Fist's performance was even more amazing. He clenched his fists to condense yellow air and punched out, directly knocking a ninja 5 or 6 meters away out of the air. From the bloodstains scattered in the air, it can be seen that the ninja was seriously injured. However, this punch shocked many people, even Iron Fist himself. He looked at the yellow light on his fist with an incredible face. When did he become so powerful? If he was really so powerful, he would have killed into the hand association long ago. Soon he understood, his eyes glowed, and there was a strong smile on the corner of his mouth. On this dragon bone, the power of his Qigong was added, as if he had directly turned from a student to a Qigong master. He punched again without hesitation, and the ninjas in the distance flew out before they got close, awakening Mrs. Gao, who was obsessed with the dragon bone. Her face changed slightly, and it was obviously beyond her expectations. Get rid of him first. Mrs. Gao made a prompt decision, saw the situation of Taekwon, and said a little anxiously. In an instant, many ninjas changed their targets, and most of the ninjas who were originally held by Xiaohe Luke immediately looked at Taekwon. The next moment, many meteor darts flew out and rushed towards Taekwon. These meteor darts were full of poison, and as long as they were touched, they would be poisoned to death. However, Taekwon raised his hands directly, and the meteor darts that were shot were pushed back directly. In an instant, many ninjas who did not react were directly hit, and before they could take out the antidote, they had already vomited blood and fell to the ground. At this moment, other ninjas no longer dared to use hidden weapons, and they all rushed forward with long swords in hand. Seeing this, Mrs. Gao's face darkened. Tietuan's performance at this moment was too strong. He kicked out suddenly, and the double swords on the ground were kicked up in the air. The target was not Taekwon, but was caught directly by Haekom. With weapons, Haekom's strength exploded, and he turned from disadvantage to disadvantage. The double swords slashed fiercely at the vital points of Daredevil. Daredevil could only barely maintain with double sticks and fell directly into disadvantage. If he was not careful, he would die under these double swords. The sticks and swords touched, and dazzling sparks were wiped out. Don't get entangled with him. Mrs. Go scolded immediately when she saw this, which made Haeking turn his target to Taekwon. With 2 long legs, he rushed towards Taekwon. After all, Haekom was not a small building, but the ultimate weapon of the hand. He was agile and dodged Tietuan's power in the air and came in front of Taekwon. In an emergency, he directly used the strength of his hands to resist the double blades, but directly blocked the double blades outside the gas. His eyes were a little surprised that his Qigong could actually block swords and knives. He immediately fought against Haeking with Qigong. At this moment, there was a bat flying quietly in the dark, silently moving away, not watching the battle. Yang Shi looked at the position of the bat, his eyes flickered slightly, and the bat's body suddenly turned into mist and dissipated. The bat stopped at a distance from the steel building, fell to the ground, and turned into a human form in the blink of an eye. It was Phil Coulson in a suit. He looked around and took out his mobile phone. He originally just wanted to find out information about the Steel Dracula, but he didn't expect to hear such information. The Hand, Kunlun, Dragon Bone. He had heard of the Hand, a ninja organization that had the means of resurrection, but from the fact that Nick Fury didn't attack them, it could be seen that this kind of resurrection was not a conventional resurrection. And he had never heard of Kunlun Dragon Bone. But as long as you are not stupid, you can see that the dragon bone is not a simple thing, and you must report such information. After making sure that there was no one around, he concentrated on looking at his phone. However, at this time, a hand suddenly appeared in his field of vision, and before he could react, the phone was pulled out. Phil Coulson's face changed slightly, and he looked up quickly and saw Yang Shi wearing an Iron Man mask standing in front of him at some point, and he didn't react at all. He really didn't expect to see Iron Dracula under such circumstances. At another time, he might be happy to have such an opportunity to contact, but now is not a very appropriate time, especially the other party's behavior. Why don't you go back and continue watching the show, Mr. Phil Coulson? Or do you want to try to escape from me? Yang Shi looked at the phone in his hand and said casually, as if he didn't take Phil Coulson seriously. Phil Coulson's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly made a decision, showing his signature smile. I don't know what to call you yet. Just call me Blood Ancestor. Yang Shi directly took his entry and used it as his own title. Mr. Blood Ancestor, I'll go back with you. Phil Coulson knew that he had no chance of winning against Yang Shi. Although he had never fought, he could feel it. After all, according to the intelligence of vampires, the converted vampire could not be stronger than the vampire who converted him. This was basically no surprise, and it was also the root of the word bloodline. Finally, the two bats walked side by side and quietly returned to a tree branch outside the reinforced concrete structure to observe secretly. During this time, many changes have taken place on the field. Jessica and Black Luke fell to the ground with wounds all over their bodies, seemingly losing their combat ability. Daredevil and Iron Fist gathered together and were surrounded by the Hand. The main force attacking them was Black Sky and Madame Gao. Madame Gao seemed old and ugly, and even walking was a problem, but her actual combat power was not weak. She held a long sword and cooperated with Black Sky, and cooperated with other ninjas to suppress Daredevil and Iron Fist. Madame Gao's attack was fierce, and every knife went to the vital point of Iron Fist. It was concise but deadly. Even Iron Fist, who relied on his magical power to protect his body, did not dare to take it hard and dodged from time to time. Madame Gao was definitely hit by Iron Fist, but it could be seen with the naked eye that Madame Gao spit out a large mouthful of blood, but she continued to attack and kill as if nothing had happened. Obviously, she was not a normal person. In a blink of an eye, the number of ninjas was decreasing. Whether it was Black Sky, Madame Gao, or even Daredevil and Iron Fist, they all had a lot of injuries. The Hand was more aggressive, and they basically exchanged injuries later, which prevented them from being defeated directly. In the end, even Daredevil fell to the ground, and only Madame Gao and Black Sky were left on the Hand side, and the rest of the ninjas were all killed. Iron Fist took on 2 people alone, and suffered a lot in this situation. Yang Shi couldn't help shaking his head, feeling very emotional. It's really good to be a fisherman. Isn't it better for him to go up and pick up the ready-made goods? Why fight and kill so violently? He turned his eyes and looked at the corpses on the ground, but Carrie Donald was not among them. It's not that she is still alive, but the ninjas of the Hand are really weird. Some ninjas leave corpses after death, and some ninjas die and their corpses disappear directly. This is undoubtedly the means of the Hand, but Yang Shi doesn't know what it means. But don't worry, you will know after asking. He turned his eyes to the battlefield again. In fact, although Tai Quan seemed to have gained a bonus, he had been going downhill over time. His qigong was slowly weakening. The most obvious change was that he could kill people with one punch at a distance at the beginning, but now he was weak. It was already good enough to be able to hurt people at a distance. On the other hand, He Kong and Madame Gao were obviously getting better. This was obviously due to their self-healing ability. If they could not be killed at once and got into a fight, then they would obviously win in the end. Not long after, the double knives in He Kong's hand slashed at Tai Quan's chest, but were blocked by qigong, but not completely blocked. Tai Quan was knocked out by this slash, and the yellow dragon logo on his chest tights was cut open, and there was a not serious blood mark on his chest. But his face was very ugly, which meant that he had little chi left, and it was impossible for him to fight 2 people alone at the moment. Seeing that Tai Quan was basically doomed to lose, Yang Shi knew that it was his time to go on the court and immediately gave orders to Du Lu. The next moment, many dark shadows flashed across the first floor, which was illuminated by the lights outside the steel frame building. Madame Gao and He Kong's faces changed. More than a dozen bats fell from all directions, and before they landed on the ground, they had already transformed into humans, surrounding Madame Gao and He Kong. Vampires. Seeing the bats transforming into humans, Madame Gao couldn't help but blurt out that they were actually the bats in the sewer. If it were just vampires, it would be fine, but these vampires can all shape-shift, which is an ability that only pure-blooded vampires have, which means that all those who surround them are elite vampires. Young Shi also appeared, and Phil Coulson stood beside him with a helpless look on his face. You vampires also want to wade into the muddy water? Aren't you afraid of getting burned? Madame Gao's face was very ugly. Obviously, the dragon bone was within reach, but at this time, more than a dozen vampires appeared. It's you? Great. You came at the right time, stop them. Taekwon saw this, and looked a little surprised, and hurriedly spoke. Of course. Yang Shi heard Taekwon's voice, smiled slightly, and said casually. As his voice fell, Dulu took a dozen pure-blooded vampires into action. Some people took out guns, while others used long swords and sharp swords, and pounced on their prey quickly like wild wolves, with extremely agile movements. Even though Mrs. Gao and He Kong were proficient in martial arts, they soon suffered intensive injuries under the wolf-like strangulation. We can talk. Mrs. Gao saw that the situation was not good, and immediately shouted at Yang Shi, but Yang Shi seemed to have heard nothing, squatting down and stroking the pure white keel exposed on the concrete floor with his hand. When his hand passed, he could clearly feel the wind-like power flowing into his body from his fingers and reverberating in his body. Leave them alive. Yang Shi did not even raise his head and ordered lightly. Although he did not watch the battle, he could hear the battle situation at the moment. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated or even died, and this time would not be too long, perhaps in the next second. After all, Madame Gao is one of the 5 leaders of the hand. If she can transform him into a vampire, it means that she has mastered a part of the hand. Why not do it? Don't even think about it. Madame Gao said gloomily after hearing this. She looked around and felt extremely angry. The thing they pursued all their lives was right in front of them, but someone took advantage of them. How could she not be angry? And the helpless situation almost made her blood attack her heart. She stared at Yang Shi fiercely, vowing to remember Yang Shi and repay him 1,000 times in the future. What you Blood Clan did today, I will remember it in my hand. One day, I will burn dark creatures like you alive. Madame Gao looked ferocious and screamed like a curse, then raised the sharp long knife, turned it slightly, and stabbed the tip of the knife into her heart. But at this moment, Yang Shi's squatting figure disappeared in an instant, and then quickly condensed in front of Madame Gao like mist, which made Madame Gao's heart jump suddenly, and her face showed a trace of panic. She quickly grasped the knife handle and exerted force suddenly, ready to commit suicide. However, when the tip of the knife was an inch away from her chest, it suddenly stopped and could not even move forward an inch. When she looked up, she saw that the handle of the knife was grabbed by Yang Shi's hand. Even if she gritted her teeth and used all her strength, she couldn't even break through the short inch. She was absolutely suppressed in strength. How can it be so easy to die? Yang Shi sneered, pulled the handle of the knife hard, snatched the long knife from Mrs. Gao, and swung it violently. The long knife flew in the opposite direction and pierced into the concrete wall pillar like a piece of paper. He Kong, who was standing aside, raised his long knife and slashed at Yang Shi, but Yang Shi raised his right foot like thunder and kicked hard, and He Kong's figure flew out immediately. Other vampires hurried forward and held Mrs. Gao and He Kong firmly. Yang Shi looked down at the tied-up Mrs. Gao. Her eyes were as vicious as she could be, as if she had anticipated the great torture she would suffer next. But things were not as she thought. Yang Shi put his finger into the mask and took out a drop of crystal-clear blood from the fangs. The blood was round and gathered on his finger without dispersing. Yang Shi flicked it lightly, and the blood accurately shot into the wound on Mrs. Gao's body, and drilled into Mrs. Gao's body like a living thing and began to move. Only a moment later, Yang Shi's face changed. At this moment, Mrs. Gao's body was emitting black mist, like an evil god, screaming in pain as if she was tortured by something inhuman. As she raised her head, you can see that her eyes have been invaded by black mist, her mouth has grown very big, and saliva unconsciously flows down the corners of her mouth. In the next moment, black mist appeared on her forehead, faintly condensing into a symbol. However, this symbol seemed to have a trace of blood color, and Yang Shi could feel that the trace of blood color was his vampire toxin. The symbol suddenly began to tremble, and the blood color on it slowly expanded, like a virus invasion. When the blood color had infected a little bit, the black mist symbol began to tremble violently, accompanied by the violent shaking of Mrs. Gao's body, as if she had epilepsy, foaming at the mouth, lying on the ground, facing upward, and twisting her limbs abnormally. Yang Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. It was not so troublesome when he transformed other people before. However, the next moment, the black mist symbol suddenly exploded, and Mrs. Gao's body disintegrated and turned into black sand. In an instant, only small piles of black sand and gravel remained on the ground. But this is not over yet. The black sand and gravel are still disintegrating. In just a moment, there was no trace on the ground, as if it was directly wiped out. Yang Shi looked at the ground thoughtfully. It seems that his blood ancestor power and the power used by the hand to resurrect caused a conflict. The key is that the power of the hand seems to be not much weaker than the blood ancestor power. Although it cannot resist the invasion of the blood ancestor power, it can self-destruct at a critical moment. It is really strange. But Mrs. Gao is afraid that she will never be resurrected again. Yang Shi suddenly became more interested in the hand, but the most important thing at the moment was the dragon bone. He then looked at He Kong, thinking that the other party could not be transformed by him. But he was unwilling to waste his blood just to destroy the chance of resurrection of a soldier, which was really a waste. She was just confused by the hand. "Can you hand her over to me? I promise to let her leave the hand." Just then a voice sounded. Yang Shi turned around and saw that it was Daredevil who had sat up from the ground with difficulty. Yang Shi looked at Daredevil quietly and said slowly after a few seconds, "Okay, you owe me a favor. It's worth exchanging a useless soldier for a superhero's favor. At least these moral superheroes can make them fight for their lives at critical moments, so it's not a loss at all. Go ahead, dig out this dragon bone." Yang Shi ordered the group of vampires. These vampires are not the power of the elders. Some are vampires transformed by Keenan himself, and some are vampires transformed by Du Lu. They can all be trusted. Well, although I am very grateful for your rescue, this is our Kunlun's thing. Please return it to me. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, and Iron Fist stood up a little embarrassedly, looking directly at Yang Shi. All the vampires looked at him in an instant, with more or less a little mockery in their eyes. And Daredevil was a little speechless. This guy didn't seem to see the current situation clearly. Even he, a blind man, saw it clearly. Yang Shi admired Taekwon a little bit after listening to it. It was nothing but that he could say such shameless words. The key point was that the other party might really think so, which was even more shameless. He knew that the dragon bone was not Kunlun's thing, and it was even more ownerless. Now Taekwon was relying on its relationship with Kunlun's dragon, which was less than half a dime, and was going to take it as his own. This was worse than robbery. The key point was that he was robbed. "You said this dragon bone is yours? Is your name written on it?" "Well, no, but it has a great origin with our Kunlun, so..." "So you dare to say that this dragon bone is yours just by the origin, even if you or Jinghe didn't know that there was such a thing in the world before?" Yang Shi's voice sounded cold, as if there was no emotion at all. "Don't say it." Daredevil had to persuade Taekwon at this moment. He felt that if Taekwon continued to talk, something would happen. Kunlun may not know, maybe he just wandered outside. Taekwon also felt that it was a bit unreasonable, but he still did it. "Okay, this thing belongs to you, Kunlun," Yang Shi said lightly, and even Phil Coulson, who was watching the show, was a little surprised. "Stop it, this thing belongs to someone else." Yangshi turned to the group of vampires and ordered them, looking like he really gave up. Thank you, we Kunlun owe you a favor, Taekwon said with a grateful face and clenched his fist, admiring Yangshi's character. But now, just as Taekwon bowed his hands to thank him, Yangshi spoke again. I plan to steal your Kunlun's dragon bone. I wonder if you have any opinions. Yangshi's voice was full of sarcasm, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, looking at Taekwon with a playful look. Tietuan's face froze, and he was a little stunned. Daredevil next to him couldn't help but sigh. He knew that Yangshi would not give up. Not only this dragon bone, I also plan to rob your Kunlun's things, and this is all thanks to you, Kunlun's guardian. I hope you can defend Kunlun when the time comes, Yangshi announced to Iron Fist. Iron Fist's face changed when he heard it. He didn't know what went wrong and how things suddenly became like this. Daredevil, are you going to stop me? Yangshi turned to look at Daredevil and asked. Iron Fist immediately looked at Daredevil, hoping that Daredevil could stand up and speak for him. But Daredevil shook his head and sighed. I can't stop you. What about you? Yangshi turned to look at Jessica and Black Luke, who were still alive on the ground, and asked lightly. I'm not an Asgardian from Kunlun. Luke Cage refused directly. He felt that Iron Fist had some problems with his brain. Even if you really have an opinion, at least you have to look at the situation, otherwise you can only have an opinion. Jessica, who was half lying on the wall pillar, shook her head slowly. Well, now I'm going to rob your Kunlun's dragon bones. How are you going to stop me? Yangshi said in a flat tone. Iron Fist's face was very ugly at the moment, as if he was angry and red. He didn't answer, but could only prove it with his actions. He immediately clenched his fists across his chest, and yellow gas condensed on his fists. Yangshi saw this and raised his mouth. He flashed in front of Iron Fist at a very fast speed and kicked out with a high kick. Yangshi's speed was too fast, and Iron Fist couldn't dodge at all, so he could only use his fists to resist. The soles of the black leather shoes landed on the fists that glowed yellow, and directly kicked Iron Fist away, smashing him hard against a concrete wall pillar. He couldn't help but blush and spit out a mouthful of blood under the violent impact. Not only that, under the tights, his arms were bleeding, a lot of blood vessels burst, the bones inside were broken, and he couldn't lift them up. His face was ferocious, as if he had used all his strength to get up, but couldn't do it. I don't know how many ribs on his back were broken. Daredevil, Jessica, and Luke's faces changed when they saw this, and they looked at Yangshi as if they were ready to stop him at any time. Even if Daredevil owed Yangshi a favor, he couldn't sit idly by and watch Iron Fist being killed by Yangshi in front of him. However, Yangshi only kicked once and didn't do anything else. It's okay, I won't kill you. I'm still hoping to see you in Kunlun someday. I hope you can be as tough as you are today. Yangshi didn't plan to kill Taekwon because it would be too boring. Otherwise, how would the people of Kunlun know that he would break into Kunlun in the future because of them, the Asgardians? And he also wanted to be a little safer. After all, as far as he knew, Kunlun was not in reality, but in a certain dimension. If he couldn't get in, Taekwon would have to lead the way. Let's do it. Yangshi then ignored Iron Fist and turned to give orders to the vampires. The vampires immediately took action. Some used ninja swords to dig, and some found shovels and hammers from nearby. In fact, the efficiency was very high. After all, they were ordinary Superman vampires. It wasn't long before the ground was full of holes, and the dragon bone had been taken out. The length of this dragon bone was not very long, less than 20 meters, and it looked a bit small for a dragon. The vampires then found bags and disassembled the dragon bones and put them in. Take the things away, and be careful not to be followed by others. Yangshi ordered immediately, trusting Dolo very much. Unless Dolo wanted to die, he would not have any idea about his dragon bones. But this is New York after all. Yangshi glanced at Phil Coulson casually. Since the matter of the dragon bones has been known by SHIELD, they will definitely have their eyes on the dragon bones. Unless he kills Phil Coulson directly, this matter will sooner or later be known by SHIELD. And after SHIELD knows, it will definitely not let go of these dragon bones. With the ability of SHIELD, It is too easy to find the hiding place of vampires. Drew then took the vampires away, taking the dragon bones with him, while Yang Shi stayed where he was, with Phil standing beside him. Coulson. What we need to do now is to delay the time before the dragon bones are completely processed. He gave Dolu an order, which was to grind the dragon bones into powder and store them so that the target would not be obvious. Since the matter is over, I will leave first. The director is still waiting for my report. Phil Coulson said nonchalantly, without any guilt on his face, and actually hinted to Yang Shi that there was a SHILD behind him. Yang Shi looked at Phil Coulson with a smile, thinking that the other party was talking in his sleep. Don't be so anxious. The Donald family only lost a leader, and it has not been completely destroyed. It's too early to go back and report now. Please sit down. Yang Shi said with a smile, pointing to the sofa full of marks, like a warm host trying to keep the guests. Phil Coulson was helpless, but he knew that he couldn't leave by force, so he could only sit down. Yang Shi immediately gave orders to Keenan, and the Blood Clan forces began to act in an instant. A fight took place all over New York. Time passed slowly. Daredevil, Jessica, and Luke were barely able to stand up, and Iron Fist sat in the same place so that he could recover his qigong faster and recover from his injuries faster. But without Yang Shi speaking, all these people at the scene could not leave. This was his strength. Time passed slowly, and after almost an hour, these people's self-healing ability was not bad, and they looked no different from normal people. Iron Fist vaguely wanted to fight with Yang Shi again, but was stopped by Jessica and Luke. Daredevil was communicating with his old lover Black Sky, as if persuading him to do something. At this moment, Yang Shi's cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated, and he subconsciously took it out and took a look. But he found that it was not his cell phone, but Phil Coulson's, which had been confiscated from him before. I think I need to answer it. Phil Coulson smiled a little awkwardly and said. Yang Shi's eyes flickered slightly, and after thinking for a few seconds, he handed the phone to Phil Coulson. If he didn't answer it, it would be no different from telling S.H.I.E.L.D. that something had happened. Phil Coulson took the phone, looked at the number on it, his eyes changed slightly, and he quickly answered it. Many times, different numbers represent different levels of urgency. He wanted to find a place where no one was to answer the call, but now he couldn't care so much. Phil Coulson, you need to come back as soon as possible. There is a problem with Agent Barton. It was Nico Fury's voice over there, and it sounded a little solemn. Okay, I'll go back right away. Phil Coulson immediately put away his smile and said very seriously. As the call was hung up, Phil Coulson looked at Yang Shi with a serious expression. He needed to go back immediately. However, before he could say anything, Yang Shi had already stretched out his hand, indicating that he could leave. Phil Coulson nodded and left eagerly. In return, he would return the favor. Although the matter of the dragon bone would still be reported, at least not now. Yang Shi looked at Phil Coulson's back, his eyes flickered slightly. Barton Agent. If he remembered correctly, that should be Hawkeye's name. He suddenly thought of something, so he needed Phil Coulson to go back. And Keenan's matter was almost coming to an end, and so was True's. He controlled a factory and was working overtime to grind the dragon bones into powder and bottle them. Yang Shi also planned to leave, and Donald's matter was basically over. What was more surprising was that Carrie was resurrected, but it didn't matter much. Judging from the condition of this old lover of Daredevil, even if she was resurrected, her mind was somewhat unclear, and most of her previous emotions were gone. In addition, Donald was basically destroyed, and Carrie was no longer a threat. I suggest you burn all these bodies to prevent them from being recycled by the hand. Yang Shi said this before he left. In fact, he wanted to use the other party's hand to burn the body of Sass Donald. He really didn't have the time now. Without waiting for them to say anything, Yang Shi turned into mist and left. Looking at the place where Yang Shi disappeared, Taekwon's eyes showed a trace of unwillingness and loss. After Yang Shi left, he turned to the factory where Dulu was. At this moment, the dragon bone powder had been packed into cans and stacked into boxes, just like ordinary cans. How to deal with these wooden boxes? It is indeed a problem. It is just a delusion to want to hide them completely from SHILD on the territory of New York. Young, she picked up a can, pulled the pull ring, rolled up the iron cover, and you can see the bone powder inside. What is the use of dragon bones? From what Young she knew before, it represents longevity. Yes, a very useless function. But the hand intends to use it as a consumable for resurrection. He didn't know how to use the dragon bone. Maybe he could use it to make soup, or maybe he needed some kind of ritual to activate its power. After thinking for a while, Yang Shi asked the vampires to retreat temporarily. Then he raised the can to his mouth, tilted his head, and poured all the bone powder into his mouth. This seemed risky, but it was just an attempt. If he failed, he could only be resurrected again. He hadn't been resurrected for a long time. It felt dry at first, but he still swallowed it. As for the taste, it was probably no different from eating lime. After the bone powder entered his stomach, it quickly reacted and emitted heat in his stomach. Soon Yang Shi felt his whole body was heating up and his face was ruddy. An invisible gas appeared in his body and gradually expanded, and finally it was like a disordered storm, raging. Yang Shi made a muffled sound, and blood suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He could feel that the bone powder was emitting a lot of energy, turning into gas that cut like a knife in his body. Even though his self-healing ability was terrifying, he still couldn't repair it. Moreover, the energy was still expanding. If it continued like this, he would be crushed by the energy. In an instant, his body turned blood red, as if blood was coming out of the surface of his skin. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. He could feel that his body was about to explode at any time. At this moment, his body collapsed from the outside to the inside, quickly gathering like gray mist, and disappeared in an instant. The clothes on his body fell quietly. Obviously, he chose to annihilate his body, and then restored his flesh and put on his clothes again. However, he was a little different after being resurrected. There were some changes. He could feel a weak airflow flowing in his chest, and he seemed to be able to control the flow of the airflow with his mind. With a thought, the airflow slowly flowed into his arm and finally condensed on his palm. Yang Shi looked at his palm and could feel that there was airflow condensing in the palm of his hand, but the naked eye could not see the wind. This is probably Qigong. Yang Shi was a little happy, and he clapped his palms like he had seen in martial arts movies in his memory, but the imagined scene did not appear, and nothing happened on the scene. His qi did go out, but it just dissipated directly in the air. His qi now was even worse than iron fists. Not to mention going out, even if it was condensed in his hands, it was the same as if there was nothing. And this was just the first change. The second change was actually more important. He found that the vampire toxins in his body were gone, which meant that he couldn't even turn into mist now. It seemed that as his body was reshaped, the vampire toxins were excreted as harmful substances. Yang Shi opened the system, but found that the blood ancestor entry was still there. Not only that, but there was an extra entry. Qi like a gossamer, level 1 out of 10. Seeing this entry, Yang Shi couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Once the entry appeared, it meant that it could be upgraded infinitely. Even if it was so rubbish now that it could only increase his endurance a little, it would inevitably become more terrifying as it upgraded. Yang Shi looked at the blood ancestor entry again and found that this entry was different from the other entries. The other entries were all white, while the blood ancestor entry was a little dim, as if it was offline. He subconsciously touched the text, as if wiping something dirty. The next moment, the blood ancestor entry actually lit up, and Yang found that the vampire toxins in his body reappeared. That's it. Yang Shi's eyes lit up slightly. He didn't expect that there was such an operation. Although the vampire toxins were treated as hazards by the immortal entry, the vampire toxins could be archived and downloaded through the entry system. I have to say that this function is really considerate. Yang Shi set his eyes on the Qi entry again, thinking about how to gain experience. His eyes turned to the empty can on the ground, and suddenly a thought came to his mind. Qigong comes from dragon bones after all. Maybe the key to the upgrade is still the dragon bone. As soon as this idea came out, he took action immediately, picked up another can, opened it quickly, tilted his head back and poured all the bone powder into his mouth, leaving nothing behind. As the bone powder entered his stomach, the expected explosion did not happen, and there was no feeling as before. It was very calm. However, the air flowing in his chest cavity did change, and it suddenly became stronger. Before, it could be said to be a strand of hair, but now it feels like there is a long and continuous gas flowing throughout the body, not just in the chest cavity, and the gas is at least as thick as a thumb. Yang-Shi opened the entry system again, and the entry has indeed changed. Qi Cheng Do Nyo, level 225 out of 100. Yang-Shi's eyes widened. A can of dragon bone powder actually raised the Qi Ruo UC entry to level 2. With so many cans here, wouldn't he be able to fly to the sky in one step? Without any hesitation, he couldn't wait to open the can again to show off. But this thing is really too dry. In the middle of the process, he asked Du Lu to buy some water. With the water poured into his stomach, his entry experience value began to soar. Qi Cheng Do Nyo, level 250 out of 100. Majestic Qi, level 31 out of 500. Soon he rushed to level 3, feeling that his body was full of qi, but he didn't feel uncomfortable at all, and even felt strong and powerful. This was not because his strength had increased, but a feeling as if he had endless strength. Under this entry, he controlled the flow of gas with his mind, and could directly condense the qi on his fist like an iron fist. Definitely not only that, as he slapped out with his palm, the wall in front of him suddenly collapsed in half, shaky and almost collapsed. This is already the state of Qigong blessing of Iron Fist under the Dragon Bone. Now even Qigong can easily defeat Iron Fist. However, as the entry was upgraded to level 3, Yang-Shi found that the experience value brought by bone powder decreased. It was impossible to rely on these bone powders to soar into the sky, but he was looking forward to what level he could reach. Then he continued to show off, and the ground was full of empty iron boxes. When Yang-Shi finished grinding the dragon bones into bone powder, several hours had passed. Basically, he had to reshape his body every once in a while to avoid being choked to death by the bone powder. Plop! Yang-Shi threw the empty box in his hand and tried to get another can, but found that it was gone. He swallowed all the dragon bones as big as 623. Burp. Yang-Shi couldn't help but burp. To be honest, he felt a little nauseous later. After all, the taste was too monotonous. He opened the entry and his eyes lit up. Qi Guan Changhong, level 4, 1931 out of 2000. In a few hours, he directly pushed the entry to level 4. Yang-Shi's eyes flickered slightly, and he stood up, feeling the feeling of his body at the moment. He felt unprecedented comfort. Even if his body was immortal before, he didn't have this feeling. The airflow that originally filled all parts of the body had disappeared, except for a gas mass in the chest, which condensed a large amount of air into one place and kept rotating. As the air mass rotated, there was a breath flowing in the body, along an indescribable channel. Every time it completed a whole process, it would grow slightly. And its movement speed was extremely fast, and it could complete a circle in almost a few seconds. Yang-Shi looked down at his hands, and with the manipulation of his mind, his hands condensed a strong air almost in an instant. He exerted a little force on his feet, and the whole person bounced up directly. Not only that, he condensed the air under his feet, stepped on the air, and the whole person flew up again in the air with the force. That is, this is a factory building, otherwise he would have hit the roof. Yang-Shi finally knew what it felt like to be a martial arts master in those movies. Even those Qigong were just qi, which allowed qi to explode under the feet, increasing speed. Because qi was invisible and soft, it left no footprints. For example, crossing the river with a reed, he could barely do it at the second level of the entry, and could easily do it at the third level. And now he can walk directly in the air without the help of external objects, and even stop in the air. In the final analysis, it is just the use of qi, which makes the qi gather under the feet without dispersing, and naturally can support the body. Yang-Shi's face was full of excitement, and he turned into a garden and appeared on the roof of the factory. Then his figure flashed, and he began to walk quickly using Qigong. In fact, it was faster than his own speed, and ordinary people could only see a residual image. While Yangshi was stepping in the air, he slapped his palm in front of him, and suddenly a strong wind was lifted and swept past. Unconsciously, he came to a river, stood on the river, and slapped his palm downwards. Huge amounts of water splashed on the water surface, creating waves of 5 or 6 meters. Among them, some fish experienced the feeling of leaping over the dragon gate, and the price was definitely their own lives. She couldn't help laughing. This was just a casual slap, but it had reached such a level. Now, even if he appeared in some martial arts novels, he would be the best master who could dominate the world. In the normal world, such power would be enough to dominate one side, but it was still a little lacking in this world. But even so, he was confident at the moment. But in terms of strength, he had at least reached the middle level in this world. Not to mention comparing with Odin and Ancient One, but it should not be a problem to beat Iron Man and Captain America. As for Hulk, Thor, and the like, you have to fight them to know. But he is already like this at level 4 now, and I don't know what will happen when he reaches level 5. The entry of his Qigong was less than 100 experience points away from reaching level 5. I think it would not be too far away from upgrading without bone meal. After experiencing the magic of Qigong, Shi did not return to the previous factory. There was no need to go there. He directly asked Du Lu to leave with the vampire. He flew directly to Jesse's residence, and of course he still used Qigong. Although he needed to step on his feet from time to time, it looked no different from flight. He accidentally heard the alarm bell below and immediately looked down. He saw 2 police cars with flashing lights chasing a speeding car on the street. There were even gangsters wearing black hoods in the cars, half of their bodies stretched out from the window and shot at the police cars with automatic rifles. However, more bullets fell on the cars on the street, causing screams below. Shi saw this and stretched out his hand and pressed down gently, and the invisible Qi descended on the top of the car. The next moment, the steel body of the car suddenly collapsed, and the whole car was as high as the hood. The people inside were directly crushed into meat patties, and they didn't even have time to scream. As for the murderer, who was half of his body shooting outside, he was lucky enough to survive, and he made an extremely miserable scream that echoed throughout the street. Shi didn't stop at all. This was just his experiment with the power of Qigong, a trivial operation that was not worth mentioning. When he approached the block where Jesse's house was located, Shi suddenly turned into mist and disappeared, so as not to be detected by the surveillance in the city. Just after returning home and opening the door, he saw Jesse sitting on the sofa with a serious face, looking at him expressionlessly, saying nothing, but saying everything. Shi couldn't help but glance at the clock. It was already past 11 o'clock. In his previous life, this time was considered the beginning of the night, and it was a happy time, but in this place, this time was really too dangerous to be outside, even in the prosperous Manhattan. You look like Aunt Rose. Seeing Jesse, who was about to speak seriously, Shi interrupted him. Hearing this, Jesse's face suddenly turned pale. She took out a makeup mirror from her bag and kept observing herself, while verification had sneaked back to the room. When Jessie came to her senses, she saw that she had been fooled and became even more furious. If you live with me, I will be responsible for your safety. If I see you come back so late next time, I will send you back. Jesse rarely lost his temper and said loudly outside the door. Got it. She reluctantly agreed to admit his mistake. In fact, he had not planned to go home so late. He had been showing off for too long. At this moment, Shi finally had time to focus on Phil Coulson. However, he saw a tactical board with many photos on it, including Loki and Hawkeye. Sitting in the room were the one-eyed Nick Fury, his confidential agent, and Phil Coulson. I think we need a professional team to solve this matter. I have already selected the candidates, Nick said with a dark face. To be honest, you were not on the list. But now, Phil Coulson, welcome to join the Avengers. She watched silently. Sure enough, what was coming came. This was undoubtedly the prelude to the New York War. Loki took away the Tesseract and kidnapped Hawkeye. In other words, New York is no longer safe from now on. The evacuation plan needs to be implemented. In any case, let's take Joseph and his family on a trip first. It was easy to deal with them. After all, Donald's problem had been solved. Although the New York Police Department might not have received the news, most of Donald's industries and bases had been destroyed, and most of the core personnel had died. There was no need to worry about the remaining minions. It was estimated that after Joseph and his wife received the news, he would go back to Queens to continue his studies. Joseph and his wife's work was quite ordinary. As long as he could think of a way, he could let them take Annie on vacation. It was just that Jessie had some troubles. Her company was Stark Industries Group, and the boss was Tony Stark. It was difficult to start with the company, and it was easy to go wrong. Even if Joseph and his wife chose to go on vacation, Jessie would probably refuse because of her busy work. Could he have to use his hypnotic ability on Jessie? To be honest, he didn't really want to use his ability on the people around him, but if there was really no other way, he could only do this. The next day came in a blink of an eye, and he began to plan. In fact, it was not difficult to get Joseph and his wife to travel. As long as the family could get an extra sum of unexpected money, it would be enough. This was enough to get their boss to give them a generous bonus, and Yang-Shi had no shortage of this money now. Through hypnotic ability, Yang-Shi directly gave Joseph and his wife a bonus of tens of thousands of yuan in the name of their boss, as well as 4 luxury air tickets. Joseph and his wife did not doubt it at all, and felt that their luck had turned, especially when the New York Police Department came to inform them that they no longer had to worry about the Donald family's revenge. Because the Donald family had been completely destroyed, which made Joseph and his wife feel that fate was beginning to lean towards them. So at noon, Joseph and his wife drove to Manhattan with Annie. In a nice-looking restaurant, Joseph and his wife, Annie and Yang-Shi, were sitting around a round table, and at this moment the door of the restaurant was pushed open, and Jesse hurried in. "Sorry, I'm late." Jesse apologized with an apologetic look on his face. "It's okay, dear. We're here to announce a great thing today. The gang that was said to be threatening before has been solved by the New York Police Department, and we don't have to worry anymore." Joseph couldn't wait to announce it, and at the same time concealed the fact that they were almost captured by the gangsters. After all, in his opinion, this matter had passed, and they were fine, so there was no need to tell the children to avoid worrying. Not only that, my extremely stingy boss actually gave me a bonus for the first time, and also gave me 4 luxury round-trip tickets to Hawaii. As soon as this was said, several people cheered at the same time, and it seemed that no one cared about the fact that there were only 4 tickets. "Although there are only 4, don't worry, we plan to buy one at our own expense, and no one will be left behind," Mrs. Ross said quickly, so as not to make any of them feel disappointed. "I don't need it. I'm really too busy. If I go out for a few days and come back, my studies and internship will be in a mess," Jessie said with a little annoyance. She definitely wanted to go on a trip with her family, but this was not realistic. "What a pity, it seems that only 4 of us will go," Mrs. Rose said with regret, but she knew that Jessie was at a critical moment and would be free only after this moment. Yang-Shi was thinking about things silently. As long as Jessie had a legitimate reason to ask for leave, there would be no problem. As for him, he would not leave New York at this time, and he had prepared a backup plan. In fact, everything was more urgent than he expected. He didn't even have time to observe Phil Coulson. He only knew that the Avengers team had not started to assemble. In the afternoon, Yang-Shi had already returned to Queens with Joseph and his wife, and just happened to meet a school teacher. This teacher was not a teaching teacher, but the instructor of his club's photography club. "Congratulations! One of Yang-Shi's works was selected for exhibition by the Contemporary Photography Museum in Los Angeles. I will take Yang-Shi there then." "Really? That's great. Can we go and see it together?" Mrs. Rose was very happy to hear this and was proud of Yang-Shi. She threw the matter of travel aside and asked hurriedly, "Unfortunately, this is a private exhibition, only for more professional colleagues." "Oh, that's a pity," Mrs. Ross said with regret. "This is the first exhibition of Yang-Shi's works, and she can't be there." "It's okay, Aunt Ross. Just go on a good trip. Yang-shi said hurriedly. This matter was naturally manipulated by him behind the scenes. It can only be said that it is half true and half false. It is not a private exhibition, but a place where you can exhibit for money. The people facing it are indeed professional photographers. It can be said to be a kind of recruitment. Those who can be selected have a chance. Such exhibitions are very common. As for the teacher in front of him, he has actually been slept with. And this has an extra plane ticket, which was actually prepared for Jesse. Yang-shi is still unable to directly control the company's people to give Jesse a holiday. It can't be said that he can't do it, but the risk is too high. It's not that his personal safety is in danger, but it's easy for people to find out something by following the clues. So Yang-shi can only choose to let the whole company take a holiday. When the Stark building was about to close, a red gift box appeared at the front desk on the first floor. There was a note inside, claiming that the Stark building would encounter a major security crisis in the near future. This was undoubtedly prepared by Yang-shi, but he was right. If the original development was followed, the Stark building would definitely be the center of the battlefield. How could it not be considered a major security crisis? Definitely, in the eyes of the people in the building, this was a naked threat, and it even mentioned several time points. The gift box was quickly handed over to Happy and finally appeared in front of Tony Stark. JRVS, call up the surveillance and see who is so bored. Tony said directly to JRVS. But Yang-shi naturally cut off the surveillance in the lobby in advance, otherwise they would see that the gift box appeared suddenly. As for wanting to find clues through other surveillance, I'm sorry, he went there all the way, and it was impossible for him to be photographed. So this became an unsolved case. At 9 o'clock that night, the building had been completely cleared, and the downstairs was full of police cars. Because the time mentioned in the red gift box was 9 o'clock in the evening. Tony stared at the surveillance closely and decided to catch this person. However, as 9 o'clock came, no one appeared. Just when they thought it was just a bad prank, there was an explosion. The glass on the upper floors of the building suddenly burst and shattered, like an explosion, pouring down like heavy rain. People downstairs took shelter, and Tony looked at the scene with an ugly face. He turned into Iron Man and flew to the high building, but there was no trace. He scanned the entire building and found the same. However, JRVS detected that there was a strange energy just now, which was very strange. According to JRVS analysis, it was just a strong wind that happened to blow the window. But the time was exactly 9 o'clock. How could there be such a coincidence? Tony naturally didn't believe it, but there was nothing he could do. It was 12 o'clock in the blink of an eye, and Tony was still checking something, and then Phil Coulson came to the door. He appeared in front of Tony with information about Tesseract. Tony, we need your help. I will ask S.H.I.E.L.D. to help with this matter. Tony looked at Phil Coulson speechlessly for a while, and finally looked at Pepper on the side, and said, let the people in the building not go to work for the time being, and talk about it after the problem is solved. Give them a vacation. Although Phil Coulson said that S.H.I.E.L.D. would help, he didn't believe it, so he had to stop the construction of the building for safety. Soon Jesse received the notice and told Joseph and his wife about it happily, which just replaced the ticket that Yang-shi had vacated, making Joseph Weiwei feel that good things are really hard. The next day, Joseph and his wife and others had already gone to the airport, and earlier, Yang-shi had been taken away by the teacher of the photography club. Everything seemed to be on the right track. Yang-shi breathed a sigh of relief and quietly returned home. The 5 bodyguards in his group also left with Joseph and the others. The funds used came from the $20 million check he received before, and naturally, they also had first-class cabins. It can only be said that he is not a poor man now. Yang-shi sat on the sofa in the living room of his home, while projecting his mind on Phil Coulson. At this moment, Phil Coulson was in the sky on a flight aircraft carrier. In the large conference room, there were several people familiar to Yang-shi. Black Widow, Captain America, Tony Stark, Banner, and Nick Fury. Although Phil Coulson was invited by Nick to join the Avengers team, he did not sit in it. Nick seemed to treat him as a hidden chess piece to play a role at a critical moment. They were discussing how to find the alien Loki and the stolen Tesseract. All the developments were no different from what Yang-Shi knew, so he just looked at it for a while and then returned to his mind. Turned to open the entry system and counted the entries on his body. Immortality, level 6, Superman physique, level 2, blood ancestor, level 4, Qi Guan Changhong, level 4. The immortality item cannot be upgraded in a short time, so he skipped it directly. Superman physique is about to be upgraded, and it will only take more than 10 days according to the current progress. And the blood ancestor item will take more than a month to upgrade, and the fixed 50 experience points per day is actually not slow. 12 Qi Guan Changhong, as the newly obtained item, is the closest to level 5, but the efficiency of gaining experience points is not satisfactory. He tried it yesterday. In fact, Qigong is just like this, just like those masters in novels need to meditate. Although he has no master to guide him, as soon as he puts his posture and crosses his legs, he can spontaneously feel the qi moving quickly in his body, along a fixed channel. After sitting for 3 hours, the experience points increased a little. In a day of 24 hours, theoretically, he can gain 8 points of Jing'ai points. But this kind of sitting requires a lot of patience. He can sit for 3 hours, but if he sits for a day, it will definitely be a torture. His mind is not yet able to sit for 24 hours in a row. However, he found a cheating method that can perfectly solve this problem. He only needs to project his mind on other people with the characteristics of the blood ancestor entry when meditating. However, the Qi Guan Changhong entry still has more than 60 experience points to upgrade. Even if he gets 8 experience points a day, it will take 8 or 9 days, which is obviously not enough for this time. In fact, the progress there is faster than he thought. Not long at night, the Avengers have set off. Although Banner has not found the trace of Tesseract, SHIELD has found Loki. After a few hours, Loki was taken back to the flight aircraft carrier, with a hint of arrogance on his face. He was not afraid even in the cage. Thor also appeared with him. Nick Fury was interrogating Loki and asking about the whereabouts of Tesseract. Phil Coulson stood by, looking at the cage that was prepared for Hulk. "Tell me, where is the Zeus cube?" Nick Fury asked directly. But Loki turned to look at Phil Coulson, staring at Phil Coulson, who never spoke, with a pair of blue eyes, with a wicked smile on his lips. "You have someone else's soul in you." Phil Coulson didn't understand what Loki was saying, but Yang-Shi did. He couldn't help but frown. This Loki could actually see through what he left on Phil Coulson. Is this Loki's strength? But he just said this in passing without going into it. This prison looks very solid. It seems to be prepared for someone. Loki said meaningfully. Banner, who was watching the interrogation through the surveillance, changed his face slightly, but quickly restrained it. Maybe in his heart, this is what he should do. Loki didn't explain anything. Instead, every word he said was meaningful, secretly provoking the emotions of the people present. Seeing that nothing could be found out during the interrogation, most people's attention returned to their own affairs. If you want to know something from this guy, you might as well wait for the doctor. As for torturing this guy, his brother is watching next to him. For a while, he fell into an unsolvable situation, and even Nick Fury left. Your power is very strange. It has a magical flavor. Just when Phil Coulson was about to leave, Loki suddenly said, causing Phil Coulson to stop. What do you mean? What Loki mentioned was exactly what he was most concerned about. Did Phil Coulson change his career to become a magician? Tony, who was watching the surveillance, touched his chin and said curiously. Black Widow did not answer Tony's question, but she was obviously aware of it. The power of dark magic, no. It's better to say it's a curse than a power. You were cursed by a dark magician. I can help you, but you have to let me out, Loki said in a tempting tone. Hearing this, Phil Coulson turned around and left without wasting time. And Yang-Shi also saw that Loki naturally didn't want to leave. His words were not directed at Phil Coulson, but at the other Avengers, and the purpose was still to provoke. Under normal circumstances, this kind of provocation is useless, but if it is under the influence of Mind Gem, this kind of provocation is very useful. Phil Coulson, who returned to the laboratory, immediately met Tony's curious eyes. Although Banner was operating the computer to find Tesseract, he looked at Phil Coulson from time to time and was also a little curious in his heart. Curse? What does this mean? Do you need me to do a full body scan for you? Tony seemed to be joking, but he was serious. Phil Coulson shook his head with a wry smile and said, I don't know if this is a bad thing. Once when I was on a mission. Phil Coulson had nothing to hide, so he told the story of being transformed. However, Phil Coulson obviously didn't notice that as he told the story, Tony and Banner's eyes became strange, and their steps moved slightly away from Phil Coulson. Oh, do you mean you will secretly bite our necks like the vampires in those movies? Tony raised his hand with a wary look, but actually asked jokingly. Definitely not. Phil Coulson said helplessly. Then will garlic and the cross work for you? Banner asked curiously. After all, it was the first time for everyone to encounter a vampire. It's a little bit useful. It makes me uncomfortable, but it's okay. I'm different from those vampires. Maybe it's because the vampire who transformed me is very strong, so I'm not afraid of them. Intelligence means that my bloodline is very high. Phil Coulson explained seriously. I said, no wonder you asked me to let go of the bat last time. You didn't raise it secretly, did you? You really know how to play. Tony looked at Phil Coulson with a strange look, showing an expression that all men understand. However, despite this, they are very accepting of Phil Coulson's vampires. There are not many normal people here. In a blink of an eye, under the influence of Loki, Tony left the laboratory. Banner was looking at the computer screen seriously, and Phil Coulson had come to the table where the Mind Scepter was placed, staring at the gem with a golden glow. Yang-Shi stared at the mind gem on the scepter through Phil Coulson, his eyes shining. Is this the infinite gems? One of the supreme powers of the universe. The next moment, Yang-Shi raised the corner of his mouth and directly took control of Phil Coulson's body. At this moment, the trump card became a famous brand. Why can't I move? Phil Coulson's voice sounded in Yang-Shi's mind, or rather, in Phil Coulson's mind. Yang-Shi ignored it and reached out to the Mind Scepter with bright eyes. This Mind Scepter inlaid with infinite gems was placed in front of him like this, without any defense. It was really amazing. Oh, Phil Coulson, that thing is very dangerous. It's better not to touch it. Dr. Banner noticed Phil Coulson's action and couldn't help but remind him. But at this moment, Phil Coulson's palm had already grasped the Mind Scepter. Is this the power of Mind Gem? Yang-Shi smiled and picked up the Mind Scepter. In fact, he didn't feel much, but just had a sense of confidence from deep in his heart. But this is normal. Although infinite gems are very strong, they are also divided into whose hands. It is completely different in Thanos' hands and in the hands of an ordinary person. It is like a heavy weapon. If you want to use its power, you must lift it up. Ho ho, be careful. Seeing this, Dr. Banner could not help but abandon his work, quickly came to Phil Coulson, raised his hands to signal him to be careful. But when Phil Coulson turned his head to look at Banner, Banner only felt that Phil Coulson was a little weird, but he couldn't say anything specifically. Nick asked me to bring this thing to him. Yang-Shi lied casually, and Banner took it seriously, because Ban-Nei was just an outsider to Phil Coulson. Who are you? Phil Coulson shouted loudly in his mind. At first, he thought that something was wrong with him, and he actually picked up the Mind Scepter by himself, but now his body can speak without his control, and the key is that he can lie, which directly made him panic, feeling like someone controlled his body. Suddenly he thought of something and remembered what Loki had just said. Are you the blood ancestor? Phil Coulson thought of the Steel Dracula who transformed himself and couldn't help but blurt out, but he didn't get any answer. Yang-Shi walked out with the Mind Scepter, intending to find a door to parachute directly. But before he reached the door of the laboratory opened first, and two figures walked in from outside. Tony Stark and Captain America. I think he is hiding something from us. We're a team now, we shouldn't doubt each other. The two walked in and bickered, and under Loki's instigation, they were already suspicious of something. When they saw Phil Coulson holding the Mind Scepter, they couldn't help but stop. Oh, what is this for? Tony asked casually. Nick's order. Young, she said calmly, even imitating Phil Coulson's signature smile. Upon hearing this, Captain America and Tony nodded and continued to focus on the previous topic. Yang Shi walked past them and walked out of the door smoothly, which made his smile seem more genuine. But the goddess of luck didn't seem to favor him. Just after he walked a distance, two people suddenly came in front of him. They were talking about something. When they saw Phil Coulson holding the Mind Scepter, they couldn't help but stop. Yang Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. One of the two people in front of him was Nick Fury, the one-eyed dragon, and the other was Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. It seemed not surprising to meet them in the enemy's base camp. Phil Coulson? Nick asked tentatively, and a trace of vigilance and alertness suddenly appeared in his eyes. When he saw Phil Coulson holding the Mind Scepter, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He's not Phil Coulson. As Phil Coulson's old partner, Natasha Romanoff saw Phil Coulson's abnormality with just one look and took action at this moment. A straight kick came directly towards Yang Shi mercilessly. Yang Shi was a little helpless. It was too late to control the opponent with the Mind Scepter. After all, this thing was not as effective as his mental shock. He needed to use the tip of the scepter to touch the opponent's chest. However, the opponent was already attacking him at this moment. He immediately gave a straight kick at a faster speed, and the 2 feet landed in the same place. Natasha was kicked out directly due to the 433 difference in power. His eyes fell on Nick again, and then he saw Nick shouting loudly without martial ethics. Enemy attack. Nick's voice seemed full of energy. The next moment, a foot landed hard on Nick's chest, and his figure flew backwards immediately. Natasha Romanoff had just gotten up from the ground when Yang Shi approached quickly. When she stood up, the tip of the Mind Scepter had already landed on her chest. Natasha Romanoff's eyes were empty for a moment, and she was no longer so hostile. However, when Yang Shi turned around, he saw the door of the laboratory open and 2 figures appeared. Captain America and Tony were all looking at him at this moment. Stop them. Yang Shi couldn't help but sigh and said. Natasha Romanoff responded directly, stood up quickly, rushed past Yang Shi, and killed Captain America and Tony. Seeing this, Tony went back into the laboratory without looking back, presumably to put on his armor, and Captain America frowned and walked calmly towards Natasha Romanoff, who was coming towards him. Yang Shi ignored the back and glanced at Nick, who seemed to be unconscious on the ground, and ran past him quickly. Following Nick's noise, a group of SHIELD agents ran out and pointed their guns at Phil Coulson. The next moment, gunshots rang out and Yang Shi turned into mist and slipped away along the pipe on the ground. He appeared directly on the next floor of the space carrier. He wanted to leave quickly, but this place was not a house, and there were doors and windows everywhere. He turned into a bat and used his bat's ability to find a way out. Found it. Yang Shi's eyes flashed, and he quickly flew up in the narrow passage. At the end of the passage, there was a ventilation hole, so small that he couldn't even put his finger in, but it was the most suitable for him. He flapped his wings quickly, and just when he was about to arrive, his eyes suddenly changed, and he stopped abruptly. A beam of light passed through his eyes and fell on the wall, directly dissolving a hole. Yang Shi's eyes turned and looked at Tony Stark, who appeared in front of him in armor. The other party was raising his arm. The beam just now was his palm cannon. If he didn't stop, he would be killed directly. Yang Shi looked at the ventilation hole behind Tony through Tony. He didn't want to get entangled, so it was better to leave first. He immediately flapped his wings and flew towards Tony without hesitation. Tony's palm lit up, and the palm cannon was facing Yang Shi's incarnation of a bat shot at him. At such a short distance, it was really difficult to dodge with the speed of a bat. After all, its opponent was not a human, not a bullet, but a modern high-tech weapon. And Phil Coulson's physical fitness was indeed good, but not to that extent. At the moment when the palm cannon was about to hit it, its figure disappeared directly, and it looked like it was directly dissolved by the palm cannon. But Tony was not excited at all. He had fought with vampires before and knew the vampires' moves. Tony turned and stretched out a finger, and the front of the finger was shape-shifting, forming an inward sunken finger file-size hole. The next moment, The hole was glowing, as if the power was fully charged, and the terrifying suction was instantly emitted from the top of the finger. Yang Shi, who was originally floating towards the vent in the form of mist, felt a great suction force at this moment, and his body could not help but stagnate. At this moment, he also turned from mist into a bat again. "Do you like my new invention?" Tony under the mask showed a satisfied smile. Last time, he almost let the vampire run away. Afterwards, he made such a thing on purpose, but he didn't expect it to work here. Yang Shi looked at Tony's fingers, and his eyes fluctuated. The mist was not really invisible, but mist in the literal sense. At this moment, Tony stepped on it directly. Yang Shi looked back at the vent, which was about 3 meters away from him, but it was obvious that he couldn't get out without getting rid of Tony. He immediately changed back to human form, just like Phil Coulson, holding a mind scepter in his hand. But the mind scepter was ineffective against Tony, because Tony was playing tricks and wearing a steel armor, and the mind scepter needed to contact the flesh to control others. The next moment, Yang Shi took the initiative to attack. Even though the psychic scepter could not control Tony, it was still a weapon after all. The tip of the blade should not be underestimated. It slashed at Tony mercilessly. Although this body was not as good as Yang Shi's, it was at least the first generation of vampires he created, which had already surpassed humans. But Tony was also strong. He fired the palm cannon again. The palm of his left hand shook off the slashing blade, and the palm cannon of his right hand rushed towards Yang Shi's head. Yang Shi dodged the palm cannon flexibly and continued to attack. For a while, the two fought hard. It's not that Yang Shi didn't hit Tony, but Tony was wearing a damn armor, like a turtle shell, and the psychic scepter couldn't break this turtle shell, so it could only shoot out dazzling flames. He was occasionally hit by Tony's palm cannon, but it was not a big problem. It broke his defense, but it was only a minor injury and had no effect on his actions. The two were fighting fiercely in the narrow passage, and then Thor appeared, and the hammer suddenly shot at Yang Shi at a very fast speed. Yang Shi almost couldn't dodge it. If he hadn't narrowly avoided Coulson's head, he would have been gone. "Hey, be careful, this is Phil Coulson," Tony said dissatisfiedly. "He definitely has a stronger weapon, but it's not easy to use it on Phil Coulson." "Oh, sorry, I forgot he's yours." Thor apologized without any apology, took back Mjolnir by the way, and rushed towards Yang Shi with the hammer. Yang Shi suddenly entered a 1-on-2 situation. Not only did he avoid Thor's falling hammer, but he also had to avoid Tony's palm cannon. But it didn't seem so uncomfortable. Thor, who was full of muscles, raised Mjolnir, but he completely forgot that Tony was standing behind him. Mjolnir hit Tony's armor with his backhand and directly knocked him out. "Oh!" Thor exclaimed, then turned his head to look at Tony, who fell to the ground. "Are you okay?" "Damn it." The moment Tony fell to the ground, he realized what was going to happen. He quickly raised his fingers, and his steel-armored fingers quickly shape-shifted, and a sunken hole appeared. However, it was too late. The passage was empty, with only Thor and Tony in it, and Yang Shi was gone. Yang Shi escaped through the vent and turned into a bat and fell down quickly. But he didn't run for long before he saw Iron Man again with his feet on the blazing flames, chasing him out. Before he could react, a blue light suddenly appeared. Yang Shi instinctively sensed something, but he didn't have time to react. The terrifying thunder fell directly on Yang Shi, knocking him unconscious. Duplication Phil Coulson went offline directly. Yang Shi from Queens frowned and shook his head. It seems that he still thought it was simple. There were so many Avengers gathered on that flying mothership. It was really difficult to snatch the mind gem with a trumpet. The most important thing was that he didn't expect Black Widow to be so sharp, or to be a companion. Unexpectedly, Loki noticed something unusual about Phil Coulson. It seemed that just one sentence had made Nick Fury alert. In fact, it was true. Loki's simple words directly ignited Nick's suspicion and made him think a lot. For example, the purpose of the Steel Dracula transforming Phil Coulson. From the previous situation, it seems that this does no harm to Phil Coulson, but adds some abilities. Since there is no harm, what is the purpose of the other party transforming Phil Coulson? It's just that Nick Fury has never communicated, and Loki's words directly woke him up. Therefore, he found the Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, wanting her to help monitor Phil Coulson and report directly if Phil Coulson has any abnormality. Unexpectedly, he turned around and met Phil Coulson, who was full of abnormalities, and Natasha Romanoff took decisive action. It was precisely this move that completely broke Yang Shi's plan to leave quietly. Yang Shi reorganized his mind. Such a good opportunity of infinite gems naturally cannot be missed. It seems that he still has to take action himself. However, the space carrier was flying in the sky. He didn't know how long it would take for him to fly. After all, no matter how strong his Qigong was, it was not as good as an airplane, so at this moment he could only wait for them to come to his door. Yang Shi immediately stood up and disappeared into aura. On the other side, Tony has brought back Phil Coulson and the Mind Scepter. As for the controlled Natasha Romanoff, she has been awakened by Captain America. Phil Coulson's sudden betrayal directly made the team, which was not very united, more suspicious. When Phil Coulson woke up, he was locked up in a temporary solitary prison. Tony even participated in the transformation of this prison. As long as Phil Coulson wanted to turn into mist, powerful hair dryers would appear around him to blow Phil Coulson back. Phil Coulson? Natasha Romanoff looked at the awakened Phil Coulson and couldn't help asking. It's me, Natasha Romanoff. Phil Coulson couldn't help stroking his head and felt a numbness all over his body. I was controlled by someone, it should be that blood ancestor. Phil Coulson took the initiative to confess. Do you think he can still control you? Natasha Romanoff asked seriously. It should be possible, I have no way. Phil Coulson said helplessly. He already knew his fate. He might be controlled at any time, and he could only retire. Sorry to trouble you first. Natasha Romanoff said sympathetically. The scene changed, and the other people were sitting in a conference room with a mind scepter on the table. Is this what you SHIELD are capable of? You were ambushed by your own people before you even found the enemy. Thor questioned Nick Fury. Oh? Things wouldn't be that bad. I could deal with Phil Coulson alone, but a god in the sky used his hammer to attack friendly forces. Thanks to this incident, I wouldn't have known there was a pig hiding among us. Tony also said angrily. He didn't want to stand up for Nick, but simply couldn't stand Thor's actions just now. But I brought him back. Thor knew he was in the wrong and immediately refuted. Oh, without you, he couldn't even leave this plane. You should be glad that you brought him back, otherwise I would doubt your fairy tales of conquering the universe. Under the influence of Mind Gem, their quarrel became more and more intense, and there was even a hint of fighting. At this time, Haka appeared in a plane, and with the shooting of an arrow, the surprise attack began. On the other side, when Yang Shi rushed to the top floor of Stark Building, he found that a person had already appeared on the roof, wearing a yellow robe, with his hands behind his back, his head empty, as if he felt Yang Shi's arrival, and turned around directly, showing a gentle smile. Yang Shi changed from mist to human form, landed on the top railing, and looked at the figure. The bald figure was the Ancient One. Since crossing into this world, Yang Shi had expected to meet the Ancient One. He was a little worried in the first few years, but as his entries gradually upgraded and finally reached immortality, he was completely relieved. What would it matter if he met the Ancient One? He just didn't expect that the Ancient One didn't appear in the first few years, but now it has appeared. At this point in time, it's not. I have been observing you for a few years. Your appearance has messed up the future of this world. Gu began to speak bluntly. In fact, she didn't care much when Yang Shi first appeared, just a human from the outside world. There are so many strange things in this world. If she cares about even this, how can she care about it all? The future she saw through the time gem did not change much, which was enough to show that in the future world, Yang Shi was dispensable, no different from ordinary humans. However, the future changed afterwards, or in other words, all the foreseeable future timelines changed, and Yang Shi's weight in these timelines became higher and higher. However, it still did not affect the fate of this world. So Ancient One never intervened. But today she made an observation and found that everything had changed. Completely different from the future observed a month ago, Yang Shi's influence on these timelines has changed dramatically and can even determine the survival of 10 timelines. It stands to reason that the future can be changed, but the future observed through the time gem will not change much, because there are too many futures, basically listing all possibilities and covering all possibilities, so how can it change? However, the appearance of Yang Shi changed this rule, so Ancient One could no longer sit still. But from the current observation of the future, she found that she could not really hurt Yang Shi in these timelines, and the other parties seemed to be the same as those dimensions. Mephisto is immortal as well. But even so, she still needs to do something. You feel bad because you want to master it. Since you can't master it, why not let it go? Yang Shi said calmly. After upgrading the immortality item, he and Ancient One are at the same life level. He will not show his weakness at this moment. Although he doesn't know what Ancient One wants to do, it doesn't seem to be a good thing. He can only persuade Ancient One to give up. If possible, I would like to invite you to visit Kamartaj. Ancient One did not answer, but said instead, "Can I learn magic?" Yang Shi narrowed her eyes slightly, and Taguchi asked. Kamartaj does not reject people who want to learn knowledge, provided that they can find it. Ancient One said with a smile, "I will go to Kamartaj, but not now." If he could learn magic, Yang Shi would naturally want to try it. Even if it was just to master the portal, it would save a lot of effort. Why not now? Ancient One asked with a sly smile. Yang Shi quietly observed Ancient One. Just from this sentence, he knew that the other party was not here with good intentions. If the other party could observe the future with time gem, he would definitely know that his goal was infinite gems. Stopping him at this moment seemed to be an attempt to prevent him from getting infinite gems. You want to stop me? After staring at each other for a while, Yang Shi asked softly. Kamartaj has no intention of being your enemy. I just want to slow down the time when the disaster in this world comes. Ancient One rarely showed a serious look and shook his head. Yang Shi's eyes flickered slightly. He didn't know what Ancient One saw, but he didn't care. Infinite gems rarely appeared. How could he give up? He just didn't know if he could beat the other party, Yang Shi thought slightly in his heart. Now is the right time to test his strength. The next moment, Yang Shi took the lead and gently pushed out a palm, and the wind rolled up instantly. But he saw that Ancient One had a smile on his face and didn't make any movements. He let the wind sweep him, but his clothes rustled, but his body didn't move at all. Seeing this, Yang Shi exerted force on his feet, and his figure suddenly rushed out, straight towards Gu Feizing. In an instant, he appeared in front of Ancient One and punched hard in the air. But he saw that Ancient One clenched his fist, and a defensive magic circle appeared on the back of his hand, blocking her. The terrifying power fell on the defensive magic circle, but failed to break through, and instead split on both sides. The wall behind Ancient One suddenly exploded, and the rubble fell down. Yang Shi did not give up when he saw this. He used the terrifying power in his body and pushed out with both hands. His power was like a rushing train, and all hit the defensive magic circle. The originally stable light of the magic circle flickered and seemed to be broken. At this moment, Ancient One used his other hand to bless the magic circle, and the defensive magic circle suddenly doubled, blocking all the terrifying power. The power was blocked and scattered instead. The top of the entire building was like a violent storm. The seemingly hard walls were broken like tofu dregs and fell downwards. When Ancient One saw this, he waved his left hand, which was a time magic. The broken wall fragments rose from the bottom and repaired the building in a blink of an eye. It seemed that there was no damage at all. Yang Shi frowned immediately. Sure enough, the magic was not magic. But the next moment, the nearby space suddenly folded up like a mirror, which was like a mirror magic. It is easier to attack in this space, and it will not hurt others. Ancient One explained it rarely, and it seemed to be at ease. Yang Shi turned and continued to attack. His body moved quickly in the air, trying to bypass the solid defense array. But Ancient One also rotated his body along with him. As his energy continued to be released, the entire building was terribly damaged, and the upper floors were directly lost. This was because most of the energy was blocked by Ancient One, and the building suffered such a catastrophe, but it was just affected by the aftermath. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Yangshi stopped and stretched out a hand to Ancient One and squeezed it hard. In an instant, endless energy squeezed Ancient One from all directions, as if to crush her into meat paste. But Ancient One did not panic, and defense arrays of different file sizes suddenly appeared around her, Good King, blocking all these energy. There was no smile on Yangshi's face, and his palm slowly stretched and retracted, as if competing with Ancient One to see whether her defense array was powerful or his energy was terrifying. Under Yangshi's insistence, the defensive arrays seemed to be shape-shifting, flickering one after another, and they were about to collapse. At this moment, Ancient One showed a mysterious smile, raised one hand upwards, and the next moment a circle of fire appeared behind Yangshi, attacking Yangshi at a very fast speed. Yangshi had just reacted when he was pierced by the circle of fire. Looking again, the surrounding scene had changed. The original city scenery with tall buildings suddenly turned into an endless grassland scenery. And Ancient One had disappeared. Kamartaj still welcomes you to be a guest. A voice appeared quietly, as if it was a soft word to end the dispute. Yangshi's face was unclear. In fact, he knew that his current strength could not do anything to Ancient One. The other party defended the whole time and did not even have the intention to take action. Is this the strength of Ancient One? Yangshi murmured, as a tyrant guarding the blue star. It was really powerful. But Yangshi's eyes became more and more determined. The fourth level entry could not break the defense of Ancient One, so what about the fifth level and the sixth level? If not, what about level 7? I just don't know if Ancient One will wait until he gets his level 7 entry. But Yangshi has made up his mind. After New York is over, he will go to Kunlun, where there is a dragon, to see if he can upgrade his Qigong entry. Even if he can't kill Ancient One by then, he doesn't believe that he can be as easy as today. But after all, he still has to go to Kamartaj. After all, there is magic to learn, and he can temporarily forgive Ancient One for pinching. But he will not give up on these infinite gems. Yangshi turned his head and looked in one direction. Although he didn't know where he was teleported by Ancient One. But he could find the nearest vampire by sensing blood. And the vampire he sensed at this moment was in the air. Yangshi didn't waste time, and the strength in his body burst out, and he suddenly flew quickly in the air. At this moment, the flight space carrier was more than half destroyed, falling down with flames and smoke. Loki had successfully escaped and left on the flying ship with the Mind Scepter in his hand. Yangshi followed the blood induction and saw the flaming flight aircraft carrier hovering in the sky. It had obviously experienced a difficult battle and the hull was full of scars. But it seemed that he should be able to catch a ride back to New York. He suddenly turned into mist and slipped in quietly. At this moment, the Avengers team sat in the conference room with serious faces, as if they had experienced a defeat. In fact, it was true. Everyone looked gray and dirty. Even Thor was severely taught a lesson by Hulk. But this is not the most important thing. They need to take back the Tesseract as soon as possible. Tony has guessed Loki's purpose. He wants to use the Tesseract to open a portal. As for what will come out of the portal, it is unknown. Oh, I think I know where he is. Tony suddenly realized that without any pause, he went ahead, closed his visor, and flew out quickly with his steel figure. Captain America hurried to a treatment room and knocked on the door. When the door opened, Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff were inside. We need to start again. Captain America, Hawkeye, Black Widow, the three who can't fly, can only take a flight on the space carrier. As for Thor, he swung his hammer and left first, and Dr. Banner transformed into Hulk in the previous battle and fell somewhere unknown. The flight flew across the sky at high speed, leaving a white mark and heading towards New York. Natasha Romanoff sat in the driver's seat, and Hawkeye and Captain America holding the shield stood behind him. As for Phil Coulson, who looked a little ashamed, sat behind him. At this time, Phil Coulson was temporarily released to join the battle as a force. Although they didn't know whether Phil Coulson would be controlled again, according to Nick, this situation had never happened before, and this time being controlled meant that the other party's purpose was probably the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter. As long as Phil Coulson was not allowed to touch these, he would be fine. It seems that I am the only one on this flight who has no common language with you. Captain America suddenly spoke, and the others looked at Captain America in confusion. I am the only one who has never been controlled by anyone. Captain America smiled and said this, which made Natasha Romanoff roll her eyes. In fact, Captain America just wanted to ease the atmosphere, but he didn't know that his words were heard by an uninvited guest on the flight. Yang Shi, who turned into mist and sneaked in, almost laughed out loud when he heard Captain America's joke. I don't know if Captain Yi can still say such a thing here. 293 New York was in front of them in a blink of an eye. The faces of several people were a little solemn. They saw a dimensional pocket that seemed to break through the reality in the sky above New York, and something was constantly flying out of it. Giant mechanical creatures like tardigrades were wandering in the sky above New York. An inadvertent twist of the hips could cause a skyscraper to collapse. In addition, there were alien soldiers riding personal flight machines, holding long-range technological weapons and flying over the streets to indiscriminately attack vehicles and pedestrians below. The whole city was full of screams and explosions. The flight machine fell quickly, and several people quickly rushed out to join the war. After a while, Yang Shi came out from he walked out of the flight device, frowning and looking at the sky. The giant water bears were crashing into various buildings. Many building debris fell to the ground, raising dust. Those who were unlucky died on the spot. At the moment Yang Shi lowered his head slightly, looked at his pocket, reached into it, and took out a vibrating mobile phone. The caller was Mrs. Rose. Hello. Yang Shi, you're in Los Angeles, right? Mrs. Rose's voice sounded anxious and flustered, and she asked very anxiously. Yang Shi glanced at the chaotic street and said in a calm tone, Yes, have you arrived in Hawaii? Bless Jesus, thank God. Mrs. Rose's voice seemed to be crying, and Yang Shi could even imagine that Mrs. Rose was wiping her tears with her hands at this moment. I saw on the news that there are alien invasions in New York. You should be careful in Los Angeles. If anything happens, hide quickly. Mrs. Ross could not help but exhort anxiously. Really? I'm fine here, nothing unusual. Yang Shi said in a normal tone, raised his head, and saw a giant water bear completely blocking his sky, like a dark cloud over a city, and it was obviously dark below, and a large piece of building debris was falling. He blinked his eyes, casually slapped his palm into the sky, and the dust was obviously rolling up, and the falling building debris seemed to have been hit by something, and it decomposed in an instant, like a stone disintegrating into gravel. In the end, only some broken steel scraps and thick dust fell to the ground. The thick dust quickly covered the entire block like a sandstorm, and Yang Shi seemed to have an air mask around him to block all the dust. That's good. But why do I hear so much noise over there? Mrs. Ross couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her tone was slightly calmer, and she asked with some doubts. Oh, I'm at the exhibition now. There are famous photographers, so they are all screaming. Yang Shi was talking nonsense and waving his hands. Instantly, an invisible wind blade shot out and landed on the Zatawi soldier who was riding the flyer above him and was about to fire a laser cannon at the ground. It instantly cut him in half, and a rain of blood and corpses fell. Have fun, I'll be more careful here. After chatting with Jesse Joseph for a while, Yang Shi hung up the phone and put away his phone. Looking at the sky again, he saw Thor flying in the air and landing on the water bear. Yang Shi turned his eyes and landed on the very obvious Stark building. It can be seen that there was a blue light rising from the top of the Stark building, and it was this light that opened the portal. Yang Shi stepped on the sole of his foot and walked directly into the air, rushing towards the Stark building quickly. Occasionally, there were Zatawi soldiers flying towards him, and they were all dealt with by Yang Shi. In a blink of an eye, Yang Shi appeared above the Stark building. Thor was fighting fiercely with Loki, who was holding the Mind Scepter, or it could be said that it was a one-sided beating, but Thor occasionally brought some family education to try to wake up Loki. Yang Shi did not get involved in the fight between the two, but landed beside the Tesseract, which was now placed on a machine, emitting terrifying energy into the sky. Yang Shi tentatively reached out to touch the Tesseract, but before he got close, he touched a layer of energy barrier. The energy on the barrier was very violent, and it would rebound with terrifying power when touched casually, and bounced it away. Loki, who was still fighting, was distracted and watched all this. Seeing this, he couldn't help but sneered, and then shouted at Thor, "It turns out that these people are as brainless as you." Thor took a look at Yang Shi, shook his head and denied, "This is not one of us, I haven't seen him." However, just as Thor looked back, Loki suddenly launched a surprise attack. A burst of energy was emitted from the top of the Mind Scepter and hit Thor, directly blasting him away. On the other hand, Yang Shi was blown away by the energy, but stopped in the air. He was not injured, but the sleeve of his right hand was torn. Such a domineering energy. Yang Shi looked at the Tesseract with a slight flicker in his eyes. This was still energy without any destructive nature. It was like a turbulent river. Anyone who touched it would be affected. However, this did not mean that it could not be interrupted. Yang Shi thought silently that such energy had formed a trend, causing the energy in the space gem to be extracted, and the so-called energy barrier was nothing more than the airflow formed by the flow of this terrifying energy. As long as there is external energy intervening to disrupt this trend and make it chaotic, it can naturally break the energy output of the space gem, which can not only close the portal, but also return the energy to the inside of the gem. The premise is that his energy is enough to break through the invisible shell outside the gem energy. Yang Shi's eyes condensed, his body stopped in the air, and he punched the device from a distance. Instantly, the terrifying force landed on the device, and the energy shield was suddenly activated. Like an explosion, the energy with blue light vibrated in all directions. Loki and Thor, who were unprepared, were directly blown away by this energy. Yang Shi turned his eyes and fell on Loki, who was thrown and hit the wall, or the mind gem that fell in front of him. He stretched out his hand, and the mind gem flew towards him. Seeing this, Loki quickly reached out to grab it, but he caught nothing. Just when the mind gem was about to approach him, a fire circle quietly appeared, just on the path where the mind gem flew. And Yang Shi watched the mind gem enter the fire circle and disappear in front of him. Ancient One. But the next moment, another fire circle appeared, and the mind gem flew out of the fire circle and fell into the hands of Loki, who was confused. Ancient One obviously didn't want Yang Shi to get the mind gem, and didn't want to hold the mind gem himself, BCBA. He didn't want to hold it for a moment, as if it was taboo. Yang Shi didn't feel much surprise. After all, Ancient One had stopped him once before, and it was normal for him to take action again now. But he seemed to feel the weirdness of Ancient One. If you want to stop him, why not just use the portal to send him away again? He is thousands of miles away, so even if he wants to take it, he can't do anything. But whether before or now, Ancient One's behavior is a bit deliberate. The first time he was teleported away, it was not far from the space carrier, which gave him a chance to come back. Now, Ancient One teleported away not him, but the Mind Scepter, which is even more deliberate. He saw a contradiction in the Ancient One, a contradiction that wanted to stop him, but didn't really want to stop him, making him have to think about the real intention of the Ancient One. He turned to look at the Tesseract, his eyes slightly lit up. Maybe the Ancient One just wanted to stop him from getting the Mind Gem. It seemed to guide the future with restrictions to prevent him from getting two gems at the same time. But whether it was so or not, it depended on whether the Ancient One would stop him next. Yang Shi continued to blast out his energy, hitting the transmission device, causing energy fluctuations again. As his energy increased, the energy that bounced back also increased, and Thor and Loki, who had been prepared, still flew out under this energy riot. Seeing this, Yang Shi couldn't help but stop, took a deep breath, his eyes became more determined, clenched his fists, and gathered the energy in his body. As he blasted out with his fists, the continuous constant the force formed a terrifying airflow along his fists, like a long rainbow. This force bombarded the transmission device, and a barrier with blue light appeared outside the transmission device. It kept flashing with the bombardment of the force, and it was no longer as solid as before. The terrifying energy rebound swept all around, causing Loki, who had just stood up, to fly out again. However, this time he was not only blown away, but the energy even broke through his body. Loki in midair couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. As for Thor, he was holding Mjolnir to resist this energy, his whole body bent down, his feet against the ground. His face was a little blood red, his arms were trembling slightly, and his mouth was slightly open, roaring like a beast. It seemed that he used all his strength to resist this force. However, his body kept sliding under this energy, leaving a deep mark on the ground, and was finally blown away. The energy obviously formed a blue halo and spread out in all directions, and the Zeta soldiers who were caught in this energy were directly swept out and fell downwards. All of a sudden, all the Zatori soldiers in the flying machine near the building were swept down. Even the giant mechanical water bears a little further away were unable to resist this force, as if they were pushed out and crashed into a building. This sudden change attracted the attention of others. Tony was almost swept by this force, but fortunately he avoided it at the critical moment. Otherwise his armor would probably be directly scrapped, and the flesh inside would be even more so. That was energy that even Thor could not withstand. He clicked on the helmet, and the vision in his eyes suddenly expanded. He saw Yang-Shi flying out of thin air outside the Stark building, wearing a Dracula costume and a steel helmet, raising his fists as if attacking the transmission device. Phil Coulson, is this guy the one you mentioned? Tony's face was serious, and he suddenly remembered something and spoke at once. Yes, it's him. Phil Coulson also noticed Yang-Shi at this moment and immediately answered in the call channel. At the same time, his body changed from a bat to a human and landed accurately on a flight, grabbed a Chitauri and threw him down from a high altitude. What is he doing? Closing the portal? Is he helping us? Captain America glanced at Yang-Shi and asked while throwing a shield to knock down the Chitauri passing through his head. No, he wants to break the energy output of the Tesseract, provided that his energy can reach a sufficient intensity, not the extent of a stone thrown into the water to splash water. But a boulder thrown into the river can temporarily interrupt the flow of the river, even if it is only a trivial time of less than a second. But he obviously can't do it, and I can't do it either. Tony answered Captain America's question directly in the channel. What if it is done? Captain America didn't think so, and asked the answer that Tony deliberately ignored. Oh, that's interesting. The water splashes will flood the whole New York. Tony said humorously, but as he said this, he and Captain America's hearts sank. Stop him. Captain America took back his shield and said seriously into the headset. That's what I meant. Tony and Captain America reached a rare agreement. The next moment, he controlled the armor to turn, and the flames under his feet erupted, and the whole person flew quickly towards the Stark building. Captain America took back his shield and did not continue to attack, but ran towards the Stark building. At this time, Phil Coulson drove the flight device he had taken from the Chitauri and passed by Captain America. He grabbed Captain America's arm and took him directly to the flight device. Others continued to stop this group of aliens. Oh, right. Hasn't Dr. Banner arrived yet? Captain America was standing on the flight and giving orders. As he finished speaking, a green figure flew past him. It stomped its big feet on the building, leaving a big hole, and then continued to run out, finally landing on a tardigrade and hammering it madly. Oh, I saw it. Captain America raised his eyebrows. Haodong's ferocity was somewhat unexpected. Tony had already arrived on Yang-Shi's side, with his palm straight and his palm lit up, pointing at Yang-Shi. This fanatical fan, it's time to stop and ask for an autograph. Yang-Shi just glanced at Tony and didn't say anything. His strength seemed to be endless, and he kept hitting the transmission device with his fists. Although he couldn't break it for the time being, it would take only a little time. It seems that I was too gentle. Take back what I just said. Now, stop what you are doing and raise your hands in surrender. Tony narrowed his eyes, and the light in his eyes lit up. There was also a light on his chest that quickly gathered. A small launcher popped out from his steel-armored arm, which was loaded with a small missile. It was already in combat mode and would attack immediately. Yang Shi, on the other hand, had changed. He kept moving his hands and turned to look at Tony. "I advise you to calm down," Yang Shi said lightly. Ancient One had fought hard before, so how could he be afraid of Tony now? "Really? Then I'll show you my fiery side." Tony saw that Yang Shi had no intention of stopping, so he opened fire without any hesitation. In Tony's eyes, this person is not a person. Let alone that he is a vampire. The key is that the inexplicable invisible energy output in his mecha's eyes is really terrifying. He can't even rely on the mecha to arouse such a reaction from the Tesseract, but the human-like creature in front of him has a higher energy output than his arc reactor. Tony naturally doubted whether there was really a person in this suit, or whether it was a machine-made person from alien space, hiding an energy source. Unfortunately, he had already seen Yang Shi's arm exposed by the sleeve. So he didn't doubt it and basically used most of the weapons hidden in the mecha. The next moment, the small missile was fired, and the palm cannon was turned to the highest power, forming a bright beam of light. The most important thing is the energy cannon on his chest, which is the weapon that can carry the maximum energy of the arc reactor that he can currently research. The energy cannon on the chest has gone from faintly bright to dazzling to the point that it can't be looked at directly, and finally a beam of energy slightly larger than a fist suddenly blasted towards Yang Shi. At this moment, Yang Shi narrowed his eyes slightly and punched Tony with his right hand. His strength was like an invisible rainbow, and it came out instantly. The next moment, the screen inside Tony's mech sounded an alarm, flashing red light, indicating an alarm. "Sir, it has been detected." Before JRVS finished speaking, Tony witnessed it all with his own eyes. His missile exploded directly in the middle of the journey, emitting thick smoke and fire, but the aftermath of the explosion did not spread to the surroundings, but instead attacked him under the traction of some force. And the light beam formed by the palm cannon and the energy cannon on the chest did not penetrate Yang Shi, but was blocked on the way, as if there was an invisible wall in the air, blocking his energy beam. And this wall would move, and his beam was visibly forced back. The next moment, Tony personally felt this invisible energy, as if he was hit accurately by a speeding train, and the external mech was shape-shifting, and his whole body flew backwards. Yang Shi's face did not fluctuate when he saw this. He stretched out his hand as if he had just blown a breath and continued to output to the transmission device. "Tony, are you okay?" At this moment, almost all the Avengers witnessed this scene, looking up at the sky with their mouths slightly open. Natasha Romanoff's voice sounded in the channel, and all the Avengers listened solemnly to the possible sound in the headset. "Oh, it's terrible." Fortunately, after a while, Tony's difficult voice sounded in the headset. In fact, Tony was directly knocked far away, penetrated into a building, and stopped only after breaking through the 5 or 6 layers of walls. His body was already buried by stones. "Sir, injuries have been detected in various parts of the body, and treatment is recommended." "I can feel it, JRVS," Tony said unhappily. Although there are various devices to protect him in the mecha, it is basically impossible to avoid injury in such a situation. On the other side, Phil Coulson drove the stolen flight device past the building, but did not stop directly. Captain America jumped hard, pressed down the shield, and landed on the top of the building with the shield to absorb the impact. Then he raised the shield to resist the energy released by Tesseract. Yang Shi looked at him sideways and saw Captain America holding the shield with some effort to keep it in place. This really surprised him that such energy could be blocked. Sure enough, the shield was the true form of the 55-50. You know, even Thor's power didn't know where it went. "Hey man, let's talk." Captain America didn't take action directly, perhaps because he thought that the probability of stopping Yang Shi was small, and said instead, "You will destroy the whole New York and you will get hurt." Captain America's words were much better than Tony's. Yang Shi slowly turned his head, as if he wanted to listen to what Captain America wanted to say, but he didn't stop the movement of his hands. He felt that if he was given a little more time, it would be enough to interrupt the energy trend of the space gem. However, Captain America was actually just an old antique who had just woken up not long ago. Naturally, he was not good at those scientific terms. He quietly opened the channel and said, "Listen to Phil Coulson. When you break through the energy barrier and interfere with the energy of the Tesseract, its energy can certainly be interrupted, but the energy it releases will become disordered and explode throughout New York. Even if it is only a few seconds of output, it is unacceptable to the whole of New York." Captain America repeated it quickly and accurately. She also roughly understood it. It was indeed as Captain America said. He was now struggling to impact this energy barrier, but it was not the energy of the space gem originally, but the wind brought by its energy flow. The energy that can open and maintain the portal is actually very terrifying. Even she can't compare. Once the energy output of the space gem is forcibly broken, the energy will be chaotic and retracted into the space gem in an instant. But even if there is only a few seconds of chaos, the energy that is enough to open the transmission channel cannot be underestimated. Shi narrowed his eyes, thinking in his heart, but his hands did not stop moving. "Someone will be responsible, don't you think, Ancient One?" Shi said lightly. "If there is anyone who is really responsible for this matter, it is Ancient One." From the behavior of Ancient One, it is enough to see that she does not want to change the future easily. Originally, Shi took away the space gem and mind gem before Loki and others opened the portal, and naturally it would not be the current situation. But Ancient One still allowed the New York War to happen, and even promoted the New York War, watching Loki successfully open the portal. She can probably understand Ancient One's thoughts. She observes the future, but does not want to rewrite the future. So she believes that Ancient One teleported her away, and there is also a suspicion of deliberately repairing the timeline. Although he did not see Ancient One at this moment, he did not believe that Ancient One was not paying attention to this place. "Ancient One. Who is it?" Captain America frowned, but he had no idea who it was. However, the next moment a circle of fire appeared, and a yellow figure suddenly walked out of it. It was Ancient One. She stood on the roof of the building with her hands behind her back. Even though she was far away, the energy of the Tesseract rebounded at a close distance, but it seemed as if nothing had happened, looking at the current New York with a complicated look. According to the original timeline, she could only be regarded as a bystander, and the formation of the New York War had nothing to do with her, all because of human greed. But now, because she personally participated in it, everything was different. Even if she thought it was a necessary measure to repair the timeline, it was still her fault. Seeing the Ancient One appear, she was more convinced of her guess. "You want to stop me, but you know you can't stop me completely. You don't want to offend me, but you want to delay the timeline, so you acquiesce to me taking a gem, right, Ancient One?" She raised her lips and said what she had guessed. "He is immortal, but he is not like those Mephistos. His body and soul are as free in this universe. Ancient One can suppress him now, but he cannot trap him, which means that he is always free. Even if Ancient One uses all means, it is difficult to really stop him, because as long as he is alive, he will move forward in endless time and will reach his goal one day. The key to the problem is that he will not die. He is like a part of this universe, as permanent as the 6 infinite gems. In this case, Ancient One had to compromise. She could have stopped Shi from getting 2 gems, but she didn't dare to do so. So she used all the gentle means to prevent Shi from taking 2 gems at the same time. Because in the view of Ancient One, once the infinite gems are controlled by one person at the same time, even if there are only 2, it will inevitably cause other gems to gather, and this universe will usher in its disaster. Ancient One saw through the future and could not stop it, nor did she want to stop it. She just wanted to delay the time and let her future disciple Stephen Strange handle it. It was a bit of a scapegoat, but that was it. The key point was that Stephen Strange had not yet learned magic, let alone handle this matter on her behalf. At this moment, Captain America looked at the Ancient One who appeared out of thin air like a circus performer. He didn't expect that the world would change so much after he slept for so many years. He was really behind the times. Sure enough, changing time will inevitably be backfired by time. Ancient One looked at the sky with a serious face. She has always understood this truth, so most of the time she chose to sit back and watch rather than rashly change the reality through the observed timeline. However, this time she couldn't help but take action, just because of Yangshi's existence, but this also forced her to get involved. I will stop the energy of the space gem for you and won't let it burst out. Ancient One made a promise, because she couldn't stop Yangshi from getting the gem, so she could only end this matter. Yangshi naturally believed in the promise of Ancient One and immediately continued to burst out the strength in her body, impacting the energy barrier of the space gem. But Yangshi believed this, but Captain America couldn't take it seriously. He didn't know who the Ancient One was, nor did he know whether he could really stop the so-called energy riot. He only knew that the safety of New York was not in the hands of two people with unknown backgrounds. I think it's better to stop, Captain America said with a serious face, and the next moment he suddenly jumped up and moved forward against the energy fluctuations. He turned around and gathered strength, and suddenly threw the shield out and smashed it towards Yangshi in the air. Before Yangshi made a move, Ancient One took action first. His left hand continued to be behind his back, and his right hand turned into a magic whip. With a light wave, the whip swept towards the shield, and with a little force, the shield was thrown back. Captain America jumped up in the air and caught the shield, just blocking the sweeping energy fluctuations. He turned his eyes to look at Ancient One. In his eyes, Ancient One was already Yangshi's teammate or a group of people. In this case, if you want to deal with Yangshi, you have to knock down Ancient One first. The next moment Captain America rushed towards Ancient One and fought with Ancient One. It looked like a fierce fight, but in fact, Ancient One didn't know how much water he had put in. Even the shield that Captain America relied on would be accurately hit back by Ancient One every time, otherwise Captain America would be half disabled with just a whip. At this moment, Turda rushed over again. Seeing Captain America fighting fiercely with Ancient One, he didn't mean to step forward to help, but turned to look at Yangshi. Thor threw Mjolnir, and his body flew out with the hammer, approaching Yangshi, and it seemed that he was going to give Yangshi a big blow. But at this moment, Ancient One's left hand turned gently, and a fire circle appeared in front of Thor. He plunged into the fire circle directly and appeared beside Captain America. Ask for flowers. Thor couldn't help but be a little dazed when he saw the scene, staring at Ancient One in a daze. There are magicians on the blue planet? Don't be stunned, help. Captain America couldn't help but shout when he saw this. And Thor came back to his senses when he saw this, and joined the battle, while using Captain America's shield to resist the energy fluctuations. He smashed the hammer at Ancient One. Yangshi was watching the show from the side, comparing his own strength. Thor's arrival did bring some pressure to Ancient One. After all, he was the son of Odin, and he even used his left hand, which was originally arrogant. He drew a circle and directly opened the portal. Mjolnir undoubtedly entered the fire circle like its owner. Thor's face changed, and he wanted to take back the hammer, but he felt a pain in his back, and the whole person was inexplicably pushed out. Looking back, it was his own hammer. Enduring the pain, Thor stretched his arm back to take back the hammer, and took the opportunity of being knocked out by his own hammer to get close to Ancient One and hit him hard. A defensive magic circle quickly appeared, and the hammer fell directly on it. The two rubbed dazzling sparks, but failed to hurt Ancient One at all. Yangshi, who was originally looking at Ancient One, suddenly turned his head, as if he had noticed something. As expected, as his eyes focused, he saw a guy riding a flyer flying towards him, holding a mind scepter in his hand and pointing it at Yangshi. The next moment, an energy shell was fired from the tip of the scepter and blasted towards Yangshi. Yangshi's mouth curled up slightly when he saw this, but he did not attack Loki. Instead, he moved his body in the air, and the energy shell passed by him without stopping, directly shooting out Thor, who was fighting fiercely. Loki! Thor yelled angrily, but he had no time to pay attention to Loki and continued to fight. 0. Loki was a little embarrassed and aimed his scepter at Yangshi again, but this time he couldn't help but pull out one hand, aiming at Loki in the distance, and pulled it suddenly. The next moment Loki was pulled over by the invisible force and fell heavily on the top floor. Seeing this, Thor didn't care about anything and went forward to use Mjolnir to block the energy impact of the space gem for Loki. "Thank you, my good brother." Loki got up from the ground and said very sincerely, and the tip of the scepter suddenly lit up. Bang! Thor's figure flew out directly, and Loki chose to jump off the building directly, landing accurately on the flight of the Tari engineer and flew away. However, at this moment, the voice of Nick Fury sounded in the channel of the Avengers. At this moment, there was a fighter plane carrying deadly weapons, which would be dropped on the entire Manhattan Island. This made all the Avengers look pale, and they felt like they were surrounded. They had to deal with the Zeta soldiers, the Tesseract riot, and prevent their own people from stabbing them. "Son of Odin, I am the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. I think your father should have mentioned it to you." At this moment, Ancient One suddenly introduced himself to Thor. And Thor, who flew back again, suddenly changed his face and remembered it. "Are you the Sorcerer Supreme who guards the Blue Star?" Thor looked at Ancient One in astonishment. In his father's words, it was the powerful big shot who guarded Midgard and fought against Mephisto in various dimensions. "I think you should rest assured to leave this matter to me. Why don't you do your own things? The transmission channel will be closed in about 5 minutes. Before Thor responded, Yangshi turned to look at Ancient One. He was still thinking about leading the timeline back to the right path, but he didn't say anything. His goal was only Tesseract. "I think we can go now. This is the guardian of your Blue Star. They have been protecting the Blue Star for many years. You can trust them," Thor immediately said to Captain America, introducing the Ancient One to Captain America. Although Captain America did not trust the Ancient One, he could trust Thor. He left without any hesitation. No one came to disturb him for a while. The Ancient One looked at Yangshi quietly, as if he was heading towards something. 5 minutes were about to pass. At this moment, Tony dragged the warhead with his hand and flew towards the portal over there. Yangshi finally felt that the energy barrier was broken by his strength. The power of the space gem instantly became chaotic, like a storm sweeping around, as if it could tear the whole New York into pieces in an instant. Yangshi himself could not bear such power, and he was no different from other ordinary humans. This is the power of infinite gems. Ancient One also took action at this time, making a gesture with his hands in front, and the container necklace on his chest suddenly opened, releasing a green light directly. Time stopped for a moment. Yangshi could see Tony Stark holding a warhead in the sky, standing still in the air. Thor was throwing a hammer to knock a Zeta soldier away. No matter who it was, no one noticed that time had stopped at this moment. Only 2 people were surprised. One was Ancient One, who was not in a hurry to release time, and the other was Yangshi. Even time could not trap him. In this universe, he was free. This was also the reason why Ancient One felt that he could not deal with Yangshi. Ancient One blinked, and the next moment time turned back again. The violent energy released by the space gem quickly retreated an inch. As the energy of the space gem stopped being infused, the portal in the sky slowly closed. Tony was rushing in with the warhead in his hand. The Ancient One moved his fingers slightly, and a circle of fire attacked her. In the blink of an eye, it was teleported away. At this moment, he was the only one left on the roof of the building. Yangshi stepped out in the air, and his whole body rushed out quickly, stopping steadily in front of the cosmic magic. The Tesseract released a faint blue light, and all the energy was extremely converged. Standing in front of him, Yangshi did not feel a trace of threat. He stretched out his hand to grab the Tesseract. This time no one stopped him, and he really got the Tesseract. The right hand holding the Tesseract suddenly exerted force, but the Tesseract did not change at all. Yangshi was embarrassed for a moment and used his strength again, squeezing the Tesseract from all directions. There was only a slight sound of breaking, and the next moment the Tesseract suddenly dispersed, revealing the blue gem hidden in it. Without the shell of Tesseract, he could clearly feel the constant power in the space gem, His eyes flickered slightly, although he had gone through a lot of things and many accidents, but in the end he still succeeded in getting an infinite gem. With this infinite gem, he not only mastered the power of space teleportation, but also could use it to prevent the future Thanos from snapping his fingers. At this moment, a loud noise came from the sky, and it was the warhead that exploded. Yang-Shi looked up and saw that before the portal closed, a red and golden figure fell out from it. The aftermath of the explosion saved him, otherwise he would have to stay in the unknown starry sky facing thousands of Chitauri. 763-inch. Seeing this, the other Avengers rushed up one after another, and finally Thor caught Tony with the hammer. Yang-Shi saw this slightly familiar scene, smiled slightly, and the gem in his hand immediately released a blue light, which completely enveloped it like a thick fog. When the fog dissipated, his figure had disappeared. Yang-Shi did not go home, but came to a quiet and deserted riverside. In fact, although he got the space gem, he really had no idea how to deal with it. The space gem was indeed very useful, but it was like a locator, which released gamma rays that could be monitored. Just give Dr. Banner a little time, and he could let it follow the space gem to his home. He didn't want to have a sudden knock on the door when he was having dinner at home one day, and hear Phil Coulson's voice. "Open the door, NYPD." Yang-Shi seemed to really think of that scene, and he couldn't help shaking his head. He had to think of a way to hide the energy of the Tesseract. Even if it was only effective for the Blue Star people, it could avoid a lot of trouble. After thinking about it, it seemed that only the Ancient One could help him. Yang-Shi smiled slightly and used the power of the space gem again. When the blue fog dissipated, the picture in front of Yang-Shi had changed, and even the sky was different. Looking up, there was a night sky above his head that seemed to be inlaid with countless star diamonds. The surroundings were extremely quiet, without the human voices or the roar of machines in the city, and even the air was much fresher. This was like a paradise, and it was also the territory of the Ancient One, Kamar-Taj. Kamar-Taj was not a house, but a village, isolated from the world, with only the Ancient One and the Seekers who came to Kamar-Taj to learn. Yang-Shi stood on a path, with wooden houses lined up on his side. Torches were hung on the mud walls outside the wooden houses, lighting up the path. His arrival did not alarm anyone, definitely except Ancient One, who did not show up. Yang-Shi did not care and walked forward with a little interest, observing the situation here. Coming from New York, where chaos and screams coexist, to this place where it is so quiet that you can hear insects chirping, it is really a bit uncomfortable. Following this path, he came to a place that was a bit strange in the village. A wide square with solemn halls built in front and on both sides. Obviously, this is the real dojo of Ancient One. But when he just stepped onto the square and stepped on a gravel, making a slight sound, he saw the fire in the hall on the left flickering, and a figure was walking out. Soon, a figure appeared at the door. Yang-Shi raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the figure. He was wearing a dark red robe, with a bloated body, short hair on his head, and a thick beard on his lips. His appearance was not very good. "Who are you?" Wang frowned and shouted at Yang-Shi loudly, and at the same time, he clenched his fists in front of him, directly showing two defensive magic circles close to his arms, and stared at Yang-Shi, who was wearing strange clothes, with a vigilant look. Looking at this king who will become the Sorcerer Supreme in the future, he wanted to come to Ancient One directly, but although the other party asked, he didn't want to give him a chance to answer. Wang waved his right hand towards Yang-Shi, and a magic whip was instantly generated. The long whip swept towards Yang-Shi, but he didn't want to whip him, but wanted to use the long whip to tie him up. Yang-Shi shook his head slightly helplessly, stretched out his palm slowly, and piled forward casually. Before the whip got close, Wang flew backwards and rushed into the hall. From the sound, it could be heard that he had broken a lot of things. Only after a while, Wang appeared again, looking a little dusty, but still ready to fight. Yang-Shi pressed his palm lightly, and Wang's face changed instantly. He felt an invisible force coming from above, sticking to the surface of his body, turning into a terrifying pressure like a mountain, making him unable to move, and he couldn't even raise his arms, let alone cast magic. At this moment, a voice sounded from the left front. "Brother Wang, I'll help you." As soon as the voice sounded, a magic whip was swung towards Yang Shi, and a man in a robe appeared on one side of the hall. His face was a little gloomy, and his long hair was tied into a braid. The magic whip came fiercely, but it did not fall on Yang Shi, but whipped in the air, as if there was an invisible wall in front of Yang Shi. Yang Shi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the man. He felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. He was probably an insignificant character. However, the power of the magic whip was quite good, stronger than the king's magic. But he vaguely felt a slightly strange aura on it, which was in line with the ancient magic. The man's face changed slightly when he saw this, and he began to use the magic. The next moment, the space around him began to fold up. Yang Shi knew it was mirror magic at a glance. But Yang Shi didn't have the heart to play house with these people. He immediately slapped out with his palm, and the folded mirror disappeared immediately. "Ancient One Magician, don't you want to see me, so you disciples are the threshold?" Yang Shi suddenly asked. He didn't believe that Ancient One really didn't know what was going on. As expected, as soon as he said this, Ancient One walked out of the hall in front of the square with a smile on his face. "It's good to let them know that there are people outside the sky. Please trouble your excellency." Master Wang and another person, whose energy restraints were removed by Yang Shi, saluted Ancient One. "You go down first. This is a friend of mine." Ancient One ordered directly. The two had no objections and left immediately. Before leaving, they looked at Yang and I with curious eyes. Yang Shi looked at their backs as they left, his eyes flashed, as if he thought of something, and immediately looked at Ancient One with a slightly meaningful look. "Do you have anything to say, Excellency?" Ancient One seemed to see Yang Shi's face through the mask and asked. "The ability of your disciple is quite similar to yours." Yang Shi chuckled, but it was not a compliment. He remembered who the disciple Ancient One was, and he remembered it only after he used magic. Unlike Ancient One, his magic had a strange taste, more like his vampire toxins, dark and weird. As for Ancient One, although Yang Shi did not feel it, he knew that she was just hiding it well, and most of her power came from the dark space dimension. Now it seems that the power of that disciple should also have the taste of dark space, and will directly rebel in the future, and even cause the death of Ancient One. Hearing this, Ancient One shook his head speechlessly and said, "Your Excellency's words are too sharp, but I have already prepared what you want, but now it seems unnecessary." Yang Shi was shocked when he heard this. Ancient One's ability to observe the future was really strong. He even knew what he wanted in advance. However, he had to ask for help, so he immediately changed his words and said, "He should be called the king. The future is promising." Seeing Yang Shi say this, Ancient One shook his head helplessly, turned around and walked into the hall, temporarily bypassing Yang Shi, and Yang Shi naturally followed closely behind him and followed Ancient One into her dojo. The hall looked very empty, with a low table in the middle and a box on it. Ancient One asked Yang Shi to sit down on the spot, and he also sat in front of the low table. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 2 cups directly and placed them steadily on the table. Yang Shi glanced at the cup. There was only a piece of tea in it. With the ancient finger, hot water suddenly gushed out from the bottom of the cup, and in a blink of an eye, a cup of fragrant tea was ready. "It tastes good." Yang Shi took a sip and felt the fragrance of the blooming and immediately praised it. Then his eyes fell on the octagonal wooden box on the table. It was full of purple lines. The lid and the box body were closely connected. There was no lock. "I just didn't know what was inside. This is what you want." Ancient One gestured to Yang Shi to take a look. Yang Shi was not polite and directly put his hand on the lid and gently opened it. There was nothing inside except a layer of silk cloth. He was slightly stunned, put the lid on the table, and touched the silk cloth with one hand, but there was still nothing. He thought it was something invisible and immediately looked at Ancient Three in confusion. But he found that there was an obvious smile on Ancient One's face, and then he slowly explained. The thing I'm talking about is this box, also known as Pandora, a famous magic weapon, often used to seal dangerous and uncontrollable dark objects, so there is a rumor of Pandora's box. It can also be used to store infinite gems and cover up the energy fluctuations of space gems. But infinite gems will attract each other, and the holder of infinite gems cannot be hidden. She looked at the box in surprise. He didn't expect that this was Pandora's box. Although there were certain restrictions in the mouth of Ancient One, it was enough for him. What are your conditions? She asked instead. He definitely didn't think that Ancient One would give it to him directly. If possible, please try not to kill the superheroes of the Justice Camp on Blue Star. They all have their own missions. Ancient One said seriously with a serious face. Her request was that she would not interfere with the future timeline, but the possibility was not great, so she could only lower the requirements. In the future, she observed, these superheroes on Blue Star were all tasked with fighting against the evil camp of the entire universe. The death of any one of them might make the evil camp in the universe stronger, and eventually lead to an imbalance in the power of the camps. No problem. She agreed directly and readily, but how to do it was a problem. He pulled the box over with one hand and took out the space gem with a blue 5.3 light, put it in it, and closed the lid. In an instant, it seemed that the gem disappeared in front of him, and there was no trace of sensation. Yangxi's face immediately showed satisfaction. With this thing, it would not be a problem to put it at home. Since the thing was in hand, it was naturally not good to disturb others' sleep. He immediately stood up and prepared to leave. By the way, Ancient One Magician, you said before that you welcome me to learn magic here. It should not be a polite remark. Before leaving, Yangxi remembered something and asked at the right time. Definitely not. Ancient One shook his head, but he didn't know why Yangxi was so obsessed with magic. She could see where Yangxi's strength came from. Qigong had been cultivated to perfection. She had seen many people like Yangxi who practiced Qigong, but it was obvious that only Yangxi had reached this point. He had walked a path that no one had walked before and achieved the goal that others had hoped for all their lives. Why should he abandon the main goal and turn to learning magic? In her opinion, with Yangxi's strength, coming here was not considered learning, but communication. That's good. Yangxi smiled. Qigong was good, but magic was also good. Who said you couldn't have both? Ancient One naturally didn't know what he was thinking. If he could come up with a term with magic, who would call who magician? But Yangxi was not in a hurry. Anyway, he had the space gem and could come here at any time. He would solve the current trouble first. The next moment, Yangxi used the space gem to return to New York with a happy mood. However, he did not go home directly, but found a deserted place. At this moment, police cars were passing through the streets from time to time, and there were bursts of noise. Although the New York War had ended, the impact had not yet subsided. In a park in New York, you can see the messy ground, and large pits appeared from time to time on the flat lawn. Yangxi sat casually on the lawn, looking at the quiet and deserted surroundings, putting Pandora's box aside, holding the space gem in his hand. He had several purposes for snatching the gem. One was to hold an infinite gems so that he would not know when Thanos would snap his fingers. The second was that infinite gems really had magical powers, and it would definitely be worth it to get them. The third was to try whether infinite gems could be used to hatch entries. You know, infinite gems are enough to cause human mutations and give birth to certain abilities. For example, Hydra created Quicksilver and Wanda. Although Wanda originally had the potential to become Scarlet Witch, it was the infinite gems that pushed her and accelerated the activation. The reason for their mutation was the powerful power of these gems, or the effect of gamma rays. The Hulk also mutated because of gamma rays. Yangxi looked at the infinite gems in his hand, which were glowing with blue light. If an ordinary person held them for a long time, they would probably mutate under the influence of gamma rays, thus awakening super abilities. But this must be a long process, and Hydra probably wouldn't have such good patience. Yangxi's eyes flashed with thought. If he wanted to mutate quickly, the more energy the space gem released, the better, so he would be affected more. He would not reject possible changes. After all, he was immortal. If he really wanted to become the Hulk, he would just delete his account and start over. Thinking of this, he clenched the infinite gems in his hand, closed his eyes, and felt the power of Space Gem C. In fact, if you want the Space Gem to release the maximum energy, it will undoubtedly destroy it. I think the energy released instantly can reach the peak value. It's a pity that he can't do this step now. After all, this is infinite gems. Besides, the entire blue star should not be able to bear it. So Yangxi's current method is to release the power of the Space Gem as much as possible according to the routine. The next moment, endless blue smoke gushed out of the gem and swallowed him directly, and then Yangxi disappeared. And Yangxi has already appeared in the endless starry sky. There is no sound here, as silent as death. He just floats in the starry sky, looking at those bright stars. Even if he is not used to the air, it will not affect him in a short time. He turned his head left and right to look at the surrounding scene, and determined that this place looks suitable for the experiment he wants to do. He immediately closed his eyes and began to feel the energy of the gem wholeheartedly. The energy of the gem can be said to be endless, but most people can only exert a part of the energy, or a very small part, or even negligible. Because the power in the gem is huge and disordered, how much power you want to control depends on how much ability you have and how much power you can hold. In Yangxi's senses, at this moment, he seemed to be wandering in the endless night, surrounded by inky floating energy. As soon as his mind moved, his body emitted a ray of light that bloomed in all directions, and all the energy covered by the light was controlled by him. However, the light was forced to stop after extending to a distance of more than 10 meters, as if it was forced to be compressed to this extent, and it seemed that he was only this long, and it would be useless even if he stretched it desperately. However, this short distance of more than 10 meters is simply the difference between a grain of light and the sun and the moon in the endless night. How could he be willing? Perhaps the system perceived his unwillingness, and the next moment the entry fell from the sky and slowly merged into his body. At first, it was just the Superman physique entry, and as it merged, the light suddenly stretched out twice as long. Then came the Blood Ancestor entry and the Qi Guanchonghong entry. When they fell into the body, these lights rushed out crazily, as if they were stimulated by something, and rushed forward in a hurry. In a blink of an eye, the light released by Yangxi was completely different from the beginning. And the last one was the immortal and indestructible entry, which fell like the sun and slowly drilled into his body. At this moment, the sky was bright. Yangxi suddenly opened his eyes, and the power of the space gem surged crazily. Transmission channels appeared on all sides of him, as if connecting to a certain edge of the universe. Hundreds of portals appeared in the blink of an eye, but this was not enough. Yangxi's eyes showed a trace of madness, and his mind was strengthened. Blue lights appeared in the dim universe. As the blue light disappeared, it was replaced by a transmission channel that could lead to a certain boundary of the universe. The blue light flashed crazily, which meant that the number of portals increased crazily. In the blink of an eye, it quickly increased from hundreds to hundreds, and then from hundreds to thousands. He tried his best to extract the power of Space Gem and made this crazy move. And this is just the beginning. As time goes by, these portals alone are enough to build his own galaxy. The number of portals seems to have reached tens of thousands. At this moment, the crazy release of the power of infinite gems has attracted the attention of some people in the universe. The Ancient One in Kamartaj woke up from meditation and looked in a certain direction, as if he saw Yangxi through the roof, through the atmosphere, and through the endless universe. It was like a firework blooming in the dark night, and it was hard not to attract her attention. She looked serious and stared for a long time, but she didn't know what she was thinking. Maybe she regretted giving up the gem. In the end, she could only sigh and echoed in this hall. And Odin, who was on the throne, suddenly turned his head and looked in one direction. His only eye seemed a little deep, as if he saw through time and space, staring at Yangxi's figure, with a serious face and a frown. On a fleet in the endless deep space, Thanos, who was also sitting on a throne made of his own bones, felt the energy fluctuations that spread throughout the universe. His eyes could not help but reveal a hint of fighting spirit, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he saw something interesting. People like them were only a few who cast their eyes over, and such energy fluctuations made the hidden existence in the universe look over. She didn't know that at this moment, he was still continuing to expand his energy. When the portals opened to tens of thousands, it was already Shi's limit, and he could only control such a large amount of energy at most. But Shi did not give up, and a crazy idea came into his mind. In an instant, the number of portals turned to decrease, and a portal far in front of him was constantly shrouded in blue smoke, and the entrance of the transmission channel was quietly expanding. It seemed to gradually expand as the number of portals decreased. That's right, what Shi was doing at this moment was 10,000 swords returned to one. He integrated all the portals and concentrated them on one portal. Just through this portal, many transmission channels can be accommodated. At that time, wherever there is a portal in the starry sky, you can come through this door. This action directly allows Shi to control the space gem more thoroughly, or because of this portal, the space gem has to continue to output energy, even beyond the energy range that Gue can control. At this moment, even if Shi wants to stop, he can't do it. The number of portals is decreasing madly. After an unknown period of time, the space where Shi is located is only the huge transmission channel in front of him. The entrance of the channel is like a rippled water surface. As the water surface sways, it seems to reflect many faces. Shi saw the purple potato head, the one-eyed Odin, the glowing Captain Marvel, and some guys who have never been seen before but have a terrifying aura. Fire! Thanos sat on the space battleship, looking at the portal, and gave a cold order. The next moment, the space battleship opened fire and fired dense artillery fire at the portal. However, it did not penetrate the portal, but exploded on the portal instead. In fact, there were many people who tried to attack the portal. She only felt that the power of the space gem was being drawn out again to stabilize the transmission channel. He felt that the energy released by the space gem at this moment was no longer at the same level as during the New York War. If this energy leaked a little, it might directly destroy a planet. Shi naturally could not withstand such power, but as a user of the space gem at this moment, he was not impacted by this power, so he was safe and sound. However, he was a little excited in his heart. This energy might make his body mutate quickly. As the portals in various parts of the universe were impacted, the power of the space gem continued to increase, and a little abnormality appeared. The transmission channel with blue light as the base was glowing with colorful light at this moment, just like the aurora covering the universe. At this moment, the power of the space gem reached its peak, like a roaring and shaking machine, very abnormal, like overload, and could explode at any time. Even she felt a little frightened, especially standing so close, like his face was pressed against a missile that was about to explode. Although he was immortal, he was still a little touched. The big guys who were watching all this couldn't help but change their faces when they saw this, and stood up one after another. Some of them couldn't sit still. They felt that the barrier of the universe quietly cracked under this portal, crossing time and space and connecting other universes. In other words, this portal suddenly opened the passage to the multi-universe, allowing some inexplicable existences to directly break into their universe through this door. She didn't know that his portal had deteriorated first, which made the big guys like Ancient One and Odin unable to sit still. Although there were often strangers in this universe, these big guys didn't care much. But the situation at this moment is different from the past. The space gem is the foundation of the entire universe. The multi-universe channel constructed with its power is like an administrator setting. At that time, this universe will become a multi-universe public lounge, and everyone can come in and get involved. Countless forces came across time and space, trying to stop all this, but they were a little exhausted. Only the Ancient One was slightly better. He directly opened the Eye of Agamotto and released the time gem in it, using the power of the time gem to stop all this from happening. However, because the power of the space gem has reached the extreme of infinite gems at this moment, it is impossible to reverse time. It can only try its best to slow down the progress of its generation, but it cannot completely stop its pace. And at this moment, Yang-Shi suddenly saw a rainbow light appear in this universe, followed by a golden spear, which was Odin's weapon, the Eternal Spear, but Yang-Shi did not recognize it. The Eternal Spear instantly penetrated the universe and nailed it on the transmission channel. The terrifying power suddenly spread and swept towards the universe. Yang-Shi looked at the Eternal Spear that suddenly appeared and couldn't help but blink. He didn't know what it was, but he knew that someone had made a move. However, the power of the person who made the move was a bit terrifying. The power of the impact alone might directly destroy his body. Fortunately, he was within the range of the space gem at the moment, so the spreading power was blocked outside. A crack appeared in the transmission channel, but it couldn't be directly broken. And the matter didn't end there. A thunder-emitting golden light suddenly appeared, coming from a very far distance. As far as Yang-Shi could see with his naked eyes, it would take him many years to run fast with Qigong. However, such a long distance, under this golden light and thunder, it came in an instant, like a spear directly falling on the transmission channel, and the transmission channel suddenly had more traces like spider webs. But it still didn't break. Now Yang-Shi already knew the seriousness of the matter, frowned, and couldn't help thinking in his heart, who was the one who made the transmission gate he created? Judging from the power of these two moves, they are probably the big guys in the universe, but why did they all attack his portal? Seeing that the colorful light behind the transmission channel is getting stronger and stronger, the multi-universe channel will be completely and permanently fixed. At this time, a huge amount of figure appeared in this universe. At first glance, some fixed stars are just basketballs in his hands. This figure is generally transparent, and only some light depicts its appearance. It has 3 faces, but none of them can be seen clearly. Yang-Shi couldn't help but open his mouth wide. This figure was beyond his cognition, and he couldn't help but feel a little awe in his heart. But this awe disappeared as he focused his mind. He didn't know what this was, but he didn't believe that the other party could break his immortality. He couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. 150 I saw that the huge figure had moved, and a finger pointed directly at the direction of the portal, and Yang-Shi was also in this direction. Yang-Shi didn't feel any terrifying energy. On the contrary, he didn't feel a bit of power, as if the other party was a 3D projection, and the action he made was meaningless. However, the next moment he saw the portal disappear quickly like a bubble, without a trace of struggle. This was obviously only possible with a power far superior to the space gem, which could be wiped out so easily, like using plasticine to wipe off the traces. The transmission channel disappeared without a trace in an instant, and the space gem in his hand did not riot at all, and was as quiet as a dead object. As for Yang-Shi, he looked down at his body and saw that his body began to dissipate from his palm, as if it was completely crushed on a physical level, without even a trace of powder left. In an instant, Yang-Shi's body was completely annihilated in the universe, leaving no trace, only the mask and clothes floating in the universe. Even the blue gem disappeared without a trace with a puff of blue smoke. After a while, Yang-Shi's body reappeared, with a relaxed expression, and quickly took the clothes and put them on. This time, even his soul was completely annihilated by someone. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, but it was still harmless. His essence was immortal. Yang-Shi looked forward, and the huge figure had disappeared long ago, just as it was silent when it came, and it left as well, as if it was not in the world. But what made Yang-Shi a little flustered was that the space gem was gone. The space gem he had worked so hard to get was actually gone. Could it be that it was annihilated by that figure? He couldn't help but have such a thought in his mind. In fact, it is not impossible. It feels that it is not impossible to do it with the power of that figure. In his opinion, even if the Ancient One wanted to destroy an infinite gems with his power, it would probably not be that easy. But Yang-Shi had no doubt that the other party could do it. This time he met a real big tired. However, he was an indestructible cockroach, no matter how strong he was. But now the space gem was gone. How could he get back to the blue planet from this damn universe? This was more distressing to him than anything else. But there was nothing left at the scene. She looked around and saw a thunder symbol with dazzling golden light floating in the air in front of him, like an elongated Z shape. Before, he only saw the light of thunder and could not see any shape, but now he saw it and was slightly stunned. This really looked familiar, as if he had seen it before. It looked like Zeus's weapon. In addition, there was a spear that just appeared with the rainbow, which now looked like a metal spear. She grabbed it with one hand, and endless energy surged. The two weapons immediately shot towards him rapidly and appeared in front of him in a blink of an eye. He looked at the weapon that was still flashing with a hint of golden lightning, and without hesitation or fear, he grabbed it with his right hand. Instantly, golden light appeared in his eyes, penetrating the mask, and his hair fluttered like a majestic god of war. Endless thunder penetrated into his body and filled everywhere. At this moment, he seemed to have mastered the power of thunder. His hair fluttered, emitting a trace of golden light of thunder. She looked at the thunder in his hand in surprise. It was really defenseless. Could anyone who picked it up use it? It seemed that Zeus had no habit of using this key. He could feel that as long as he threw it out with force, it would definitely burst out with amazing power, but it might not be able to be taken back. After all, he was not the owner of this thunder. Although she wanted to try this feeling, he did not throw it out in the end. Otherwise, it would definitely not be able to be taken back at its speed. His eyes turned to the spear next to him, which looked simple and ancient, as if its owner had used it for a long time and experienced many battles. Its spearhead was divided into 3 parts. The left and right sides were slightly shorter, as if guarding the middle, in an arc shape, and the middle was a protruding long tip, which was somewhat similar to the shape of a long sword, but not so thin. She did not know its origin, but it was probably the weapon of a big boss in the universe. Zeus's thunder left traces on the transmission channel, but did not break it, and the same was true for this spear. She stretched out his left hand and suddenly grasped the gun, but he felt no power, which was completely different from the golden light and thunder. However, he exuded a sense of majesty, as if he had inherited some identity and could command the world. She frowned slightly and raised the spear. The next moment, a colorful rainbow appeared quietly and directly enveloped him. He felt that the rainbow was not dangerous, so he let himself be enveloped by it. After the colorful rainbow enveloped him, it suddenly retracted, and even his body was pulled along with it, and his body left along the colorful rainbow. She was very surprised and recognized this thing. It turned out to be Bifrost. Isn't this Asgard's thing? He immediately knew the origin of this spear. It should be Asgard's thing. Combined with the power of the previous attack, it was obviously Odin's thing. He didn't expect that this spear could directly command Bifrost and take him through the universe. It solved his troubles at once. The rainbow light and his speed surpassed the speed of light, drilling in and out of the holes one by one. After a while, the rainbow light fell on an open space in New York, leaving Xi's figure. In fact, with this eternal spear, Bifrost can be directly controlled without the gatekeeper above. It is equivalent to Odin. With the authority of Asgard. How can you hold my father's eternal spear? A sudden roar brought Shi back to his thoughts. He turned his head and found that Thor was holding the hammer, glaring at Shi like a child whose toy was robbed, and beside him, Loki, who was handcuffed and held by Thor, was also staring at Shi with a complicated expression. After all, the eternal spear is of great significance to them. It is the weapon of their father's battle in the 9 realms, although the symbolic meaning is more important than the practical meaning now. Looking at the two people, Shi couldn't help but blink. It didn't seem like they suddenly appeared, but he was teleported to them by Bifrost. Was this an accident? Shi didn't know, but it was good to be able to return. I picked it up. Shi said casually. He didn't know why the 2 weapons were still here. Logically, they should be able to return directly to their owners, but they didn't. Or maybe Odin and Zeus saw his future and invested in advance, giving him their personal weapons. And we can imagine more boldly, maybe more than that. After all, personal weapons have too much symbolic meaning. Who knows if Odin and Zeus didn't want to pass the position to him. Give me back the Spear of Eternity. Hearing Yang Shi say this, Thor didn't take it seriously. He raised his hammer and pointed it at Yang Shi with anger on his face. Yang Shi, who was under the mask, seemed a little disdainful after hearing this, and said calmly, "You are not worthy of asking me for it. If you want it, let your father come in person. As for Odin, if he comes in person, then he can only return it." The next moment, Thor exploded directly, like an angry little lion, with blue lightning bursting out all over his body. In an instant, a lightning bolt struck Yang Shi, but before it fell, the thunder in Yang Shi's right hand shot out a golden thunderbolt, which directly split the blue lightning bolt. Oh, not bad. Yang Shi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this thunderbolt had the function of automatically protecting the owner. It really seemed that anyone who picked it up could use it. This is a miracle. Thor frowned upon seeing this, but he didn't take the thunder seriously. Let me show you the power of Thor. Thor shouted loudly, jumped suddenly, and swung his hammer towards Yang Shi. Yang Shi's eyes condensed, but he didn't dodge and directly stabbed with his left hand, colliding with the hammer, emitting violent sparks. But suddenly he sensed something, and his mind moved. Even with the physical fitness bonus of the Superman physique and the blood ancestor entries, he obviously felt that his strength was not as good as Thor. However, at the moment when the two weapons collided, the energy in Yang Shi's body directly flowed into the Eternal Spear and finally burst out at its tip. The next moment, Thor's figure flew backwards, and even Mjolnir was shaken out of his hand by this power and finally fell to the ground. Yang Shi raised his eyebrows and looked at the Eternal Spear in his hand with some surprise. Is this Odin's weapon? It's really good. His strength has been significantly enhanced after being injected into the Eternal Spear. It's really suitable for him. Maybe he can clash with the Ancient One with this Eternal Spear. Thor stood up awkwardly, but he was not injured. After all, Yang Shi hadn't really taken action yet. This was just a test, but Thor obviously lost. His eyelids sank, and he seemed very unhappy. He raised his hand and was about to take back Mjolnir. But he stood there for a few seconds, but Mjolnir didn't react. He looked at the hammer on the ground with some disbelief. Mjolnir! Thor couldn't help shouting out. That was Mjolnir's name, but unfortunately the other party didn't react. Yang Shi's mouth curled up when he saw this. This was his handwriting. When the Eternal Spear came into contact with Mjolnir, he felt the authority of the Eternal Spear, which could directly seal Mjolnir. And now it seems that the effect is very good. Don't waste your energy. Yang Shi saw Thor coming to the hammer with an anxious look on his face, constantly trying to pick up the hammer, but he couldn't lift it at all, so he couldn't help but speak. You did it. Thor immediately understood and glared at Yang Shi. Loki was speechless watching from the side. Isn't it obvious? Could it be the handiwork of his father? But at this moment, his eyes were also a little solemn. He was thinking about what Yang Shi was. If he had picked up the weapon in Odin's hand by chance, it would be fine, but how could he even control the power of the Eternal Spear? Not only Bifrost, but also Mjolnir can be controlled. Is this what his father meant? Loki thought deeply at this moment, and even suspected that Yang Shi was a competitor for their throne. At this moment, he deliberately appeared here to meet them. Does it mean that Odin wants them to compete? Could this person still be their brother? It's just that he doesn't look like it. At this moment, Yang Shi suddenly turned his head to look at Loki. He could sense Loki's malicious gaze with his qigong. Seeing this, Loki shrugged his shoulders with good intentions, raised his handcuffed palm, and indicated that he had no intention of participating in their dispute. But at this moment, Yang Shi's eyes slightly condensed, and he did not move his eyes away. Looking at this gaze, Loki felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, Yang Shi directly raised the Eternal Spear and stabbed Loki. A force suddenly shot out along the tip of the spear and bloomed in the air. Loki flew out directly, and blood fell in the air. Loki! Seeing this, Thor shouted loudly, but he did not forget that the enemy was in front of him. He immediately abandoned Mjolnir on the ground and ran towards Yang Shi with bare hands while emitting endless light. While running, he suddenly jumped up with his fists clasped together and smashed the ground. Instantly, continuous lightning fell, but all of it was blocked by the golden thunder. In the end, Thor could only fight with his bare hands, like a primitive man. She didn't even use his strength. Before Thor got close, he used the Spear of Eternity to sweep Thor away. Thor was like an indestructible cockroach. Even if he fell, he would still rush up quickly. However, without thunder and weapons, he was just an alien with greater strength. Facing Yang-Shi holding a divine weapon, he could only be beaten continuously. In a blink of an eye, he was beaten black and blue by Odin's Spear of Eternity. In the end, Yang-Shi decided not to waste time with this barbarian. He raised the Spear of Eternity again and disappeared along the rainbow. The place where Yang-Shi appeared again was the square of Kamartaj. At this moment, the sky had just dawned, but many seekers gathered in the square, practicing magic one by one. When Yang-Shi appeared, everyone's eyes turned to Yang-Shi. "This is Master's friend," Wang immediately explained to the others. Then he walked to Yang-Shi and took Yang-Shi into the hall where Ancient One was. The hall was very empty, only Ancient One was sitting cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes as if he was resting. With the arrival of Yang-Shi, she couldn't help but open her eyes, but she didn't have the smile she used to have, and the fatigue on her face was visible to the naked eye. Did the Ancient One magician stay up late? She didn't expect that staying up late would have such a big impact on Ancient One. It seems that she has to choose a time to visit in the future. After all, she is a young person and can bear it. How can she let the elderly stay up late? Ancient One rolled his eyes rarely and didn't want to answer. The current situation was really all thanks to Yang-Shi. Such consumption was really a bit too much for her. Fortunately, someone took action at the critical moment, otherwise it would be more troublesome now. Then her eyes fell on the weapon held by Yang-Shi's hands, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. "How come these two weapons are here with you?" "This is Odin's Eternal Spear and Zeus' Thunderbolt, and they are in Yang-Shi's hands." Do those two not want the things anymore? Or do they dare not show their heads when they see that person? Yang-Shi then sat down on the spot and told Ancient One what happened before. But what happened in Yang-Shi's eyes was completely different from what Ancient One saw. After Ancient One's slow narration, Yang-Shi finally knew what happened. The portal to the multi-universe? Yang-Shi was very surprised. He didn't expect that he could even open the portal to the multi-universe with his operation. He frowned and thought about it carefully. It shouldn't be possible. At that time, the space gem was still in his hands and under his control. He just wanted to open a one-to-many transmission channel. How could it involve the multi-universe? He didn't have any idea of the multi-universe at that time, and the space gem couldn't open the transmission portal on the multi-universe without authorization. Don't think too much. It's not all your fault. There are coincidences, and the Supreme Being is secretly guiding. Ancient One shook his head slowly. It's impossible to open the portal of multi-universe directly with just one space gem. It can be done with 6 infinite gems. In the end, it's still some people in the evil camp who are guiding it and want to make the universe chaotic. Yang-Shi suddenly realized it. He said that he couldn't do it to this extent. Who made the final move? After understanding the whole story, Yang-Shi couldn't help asking. Ancient One immediately straightened his face and said seriously, "You only need to know that it is the Supreme Being above the multi-universe. It appeared because of the transmission channel. If not, you wouldn't have seen it, and you don't have to worry about it causing trouble for you afterwards. I think it knew that you couldn't be killed before it took action. This is just a lesson for you." Yang-Shi nodded. Since Ancient One said so, he did not continue to ask. He thought that when he was really strong enough, he would know that existence. Now that figure was a little too far away for him. "Can you lend it to me for a look?" Ancient One then looked at the 2 weapons in Yang-Shi's hand and asked with a little interest. Yang-Shi naturally did not refuse and handed over the 2 weapons, but Ancient One really did as she said, just took a look and did not take them. She observed carefully for a while, and then retracted her gaze after a while, with a hint of understanding on her face. It seems that these 2 weapons are affected by the power of that person, causing the marks of the 2 on them to disappear. Doesn't that mean that they are already ownerless? Yang Shi blurted out, but saw Ancient One looking at him strangely. Although these two weapons are extraordinary, their power still comes from their owners. Ancient One said earnestly, feeling that Yang Shi had no clue at all. Did she really think that those two were kind people like her? The number of people killed in the early days was probably more than the current population of the entire Blue Star. Definitely, I'm just keeping it for them for a while. Yang Shi immediately replied, this golden light and thunder felt like that for the time being, but this eternal spear was indeed easy to use, and using it with strength could greatly improve his strength. If Odin didn't come to ask for it in person, he didn't intend to give it back to the other party obediently. After all, who would rush to deliver things to others on their own? The other party was not a bank. And from the future he knew, maybe the owner would be gone after a few years, and then it would really become an ownerless thing. Well, that's no problem. Judging from the current divine power above, it can't be taken back directly by those two. If you want to take it back, Songyu has to come in person. Money is good for traveling. Ancient One nodded immediately and was relieved to see that Yang Shi had no intention of keeping it forever. Now that the two artifacts have lost their marks and the power of the God King, they can't fly back on their own. Those two people probably wouldn't mind their weapons being kept by someone for a short time. Then was the space gem destroyed by that person? Yang Shi continued to ask. Definitely not, but it seems that person doesn't want you to keep it anymore. Ancient One shook her head. She retracted her gaze the moment the man appeared. Although she didn't see what happened specifically, she knew that an infinite gem was destroyed. But she knew that now that the space gem was not in Yang Shi's hands, it didn't mean that other people knew it. Yang Shi's action showed himself to the entire universe and was seen by many big shots. I'm afraid that those who are interested in infinite gems would have some ideas. But the good thing is that the location Yang Shi chose is not close to the Blue Star, so those big shots will not know that Yang Shi is on the Blue Star. At most, they will let their men look for Yang Shi everywhere. Hearing the advice of Ancient One, Yang Shi nodded. He could only say that he would stop the enemy and cover the water with earth. Now that he has the eternal spear in his hand, he can fight against people like Thor. After his Kigwen Changhong item is upgraded, his strength will definitely be on the next level. By then, if anyone dares to appear in front of him, he will shoot him and kill him. Then Yang Shi shamelessly went to Ancient One. One asked for some methods to control the artifacts, at least to hide their usual energy aura, and then left with satisfaction. This time he directly used Bifrost to return home, but he didn't have to hide it deliberately. For Odin and his ilk, as long as they appear on the Blue Star, they will know his exact location, which cannot be solved by hiding his identity. Yang Shi casually put the Spear of Eternity and the Golden Thunder on the bed, and finally had time to relax. But his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at the table lamp on the table, and as soon as he thought of it, the table lamp suddenly lit up. Yang Shi opened his mouth slightly, and a clear smile appeared on his face. His previous efforts were not in vain. He really got the super ability. Yang Shi quickly walked down the stairs from the bedroom and came to the living room. His eyes swept over the furniture in the living room, and the next moment, as he thought, all the lights turned on, the TV screen suddenly lit up and kept changing channels. Yang Shi's eyes lit up slightly, and he carefully felt the specialness of this super ability. It is definitely not just a remote control to turn on various electrical appliances. Yang Shi looked at the closed door again, and the small screen on the right side of the door lit up, revealing the scenery outside. This is a home cat-eye monitor, which can see visiting guests without going out. In short, it is a closed-circuit television. Yang Shi quickly turned around and faced the door with his back. However, he was surprised to find that even so, he could still see the surveillance screen. The camera became his eyes. But it can do more than that. Under his perception, he extended his thoughts, as if through many channels, and finally connected to the closed-circuit television next door, and he could also see the scene at the neighbor's door through the camera. This made him excited, and the next moment he continued to extend his thoughts outward, and finally connected to the closed-circuit televisions of more than a dozen households on this street. In an instant, the scene that appeared in his mind was not more than 10 pictures, but the scenery of a street. All the pictures were naturally superimposed and processed into one picture. She looked at the pedestrians passing by in the dark night and the cars speeding by. It was really interesting to monitor the entire street directly in his mind. It was only a few minutes later, he suddenly felt a little dizzy and instantly returned to reality, and all the pictures disappeared. It seems that this is the limit of his ability, or it is his first time to use this super ability, and the control is too low. After a break, Shi continued to experiment and found that he could generally do something with the existence of electricity, but if it was just a simple mechanical device, he had no way. For example, he could start the ignition of the car parked on the street, but he could not control its steering wheel. Shi thought, and the living room instantly fell into darkness, and he returned to his bedroom. Sitting on the chair, he opened the entry system with expectation. Sure enough, with the birth of his super ability, the entry system also had an entry. Electromagnetic induction, level 1, 4 out of 10. Shi noticed that the experience value of electromagnetic induction had increased to 4 points, which was obviously from the experiment just now. However, he did not draw a conclusion directly, but waited until the ability was restored a little before restarting the experiment. And this time, even though he exhausted the ability until he could no longer support it and stopped the experiment, he found that the experience value did not increase at all, which surprised Shi. Judging from the previous increase in experience value, it should be related to the use of his ability, but now the experience value has not changed at all. 213, is he wrong? Shi frowned and thought carefully. Maybe it is not the use of the ability to the limit that affects the change of experience value. He quickly came up with a few more ideas, but whether they are useful or not still depends on the recovery of the ability. He can feel that the electromagnetic induction is a bit weak now, probably because he has just mastered it, and he needs to wait for him to develop it, and it seems to be a little stronger with use, which seems to be a bit of use and waste. While Shi was waiting for the ability to recover, Thor, who was covered in dust on the other side, found Loki, who was beaten out. Loki was lying on the ground, with a face hole on his chest. Loki! Thor shouted anxiously, holding Loki's upper body with both hands, and looked at the dying Loki, almost crying. Brother, I may not be able to go back. Loki's face was pale, with blood on the corners of his mouth, and he said to Thor weakly, It's okay, it's okay. This time I did something wrong, can you forgive me? Just think of it as comforting me at this last moment. Loki looked very weak, as if he would close his eyes and die in the next second. Definitely, definitely. I forgive you. You will be fine. A tear fell from Thor's eyes, and he agreed anxiously, at a loss. Then can you give me the throne? Just think of it as a comfort to me at this last moment. No problem, the throne is yours. Thor agreed without thinking. You said it yourself, I didn't force you. At this moment, Loki's voice turned and appeared behind Thor, making Thor slightly stunned. The next moment, Loki in his arms smiled at him, and his figure disappeared. Thor's face changed drastically, and he looked behind him in disbelief, only to see Loki standing there as if nothing had happened, with a mocking face. You lied to me again. Thor was immediately furious and was about to punch Loki hard, but when he got closer, he found that there was a bloody hole in Loki's chest. Thor stretched out his hand in disbelief and tapped the bloody hole, which made Loki scream in pain. What are you doing? Loki dodged Thor's fingers and shouted angrily. Are you really injured? Thor asked in confusion, looking at the blood on his fingers, which didn't seem like an illusion. Nonsense, that's my father's eternal spear, you would be injured too. Loki said unhappily. In fact, his injury was more serious than it looked. That was because he had a high physical fitness, otherwise he might have died directly, and the telescope actually pierced his body with 90 holes. It's good that you're not dead, let's go back first. Thor didn't get angry at Loki in the end, but instead said, looking at Mjolnir on the ground with a little reluctance, and then quickly retracted his gaze, looking up at the sky, and shouted loudly, Heimdall. As the sound rang, a rainbow rushed down from the sky, enveloping the two people, and when the rainbow faded, the figure had disappeared. Thor returned to Asgard and took Loki to meet Odin. Loki was punished by Odin for the crime he committed on the Blue Star and imprisoned. After the guards took Loki away, Thor asked Odin, "Father, why did I see someone holding your spear of eternity on Midgard? Was it your will, or was it stolen by him?" Odin shook his head slowly and looked at the charming scenery in the distance with his only eye. To be exact, he picked it up. But he used the spear of eternity to seal my Mjolnir and injured Loki. Do I need to take my workers to conquer him? Thor was surprised to hear such a result and continued to ask. But Odin still shook his head and denied this proposal. He is not as simple as you see. I am afraid that your words will not work. Thor was a little indignant and wanted to refute, but was interrupted by Odin. Let's leave the Spear of Eternity with him for the time being. What about my Mjolnir? You need to solve this problem yourself, Thor. Sometimes the enemy you see may not be your enemy, Odin said meaningfully. But that is your eternal spear. You should be able to remove its seal, right? Thor asked in confusion. I don't have much time left. I will soon fall asleep, my child. The future of Asgard is in your hands, Odin said as if he was giving a will. In fact, he was already old, and shooting the eternal spear this time consumed his limited energy, so he could only fall asleep. In the end, Thor could only leave with a heavy heart. Yang Shi had already recovered his ability and continued to do experiments. This time he chose to take out his mobile phone and decided to do an experiment with it. He stared at the screen of the mobile phone with his eyes, concentrating his attention. As soon as he thought, the screen of the mobile phone changed. He could operate the mobile phone without pressing the screen, as if he had a brain interface installed in his brain, using nerves to operate. There are many things that can be controlled by the mobile phone. At first, he just used it to replace his fingers to slide the screen and click on the application, which was easy. But soon he went deeper and contacted the hardware from the software. The next moment, some more pictures appeared in his mind, which were videos stored in the mobile phone before. He could directly read some of the information in it through the storage hardware on the mobile phone. The data contained was too much. He couldn't help but feel a dull pain in his brain. You know, the improvement of his physical fitness is not just muscle. But even so, he couldn't bear it in this vast sea of information. After all, this is the brain, not the hardware. When his brain was about to explode, he chose to stop, think about it, and then continue to spy on the data in the mobile phone. This time he learned to be smart. He simply scanned most of the data and expelled them. Instead, he intercepted the things he wanted, such as some videos and some pictures. In this way, his brain did not feel any load, and he felt much more relaxed. He then opened the entry system and found that his experience value had increased a little, reaching 5 out of 10. Yang Shi's eyes flickered slightly, thinking about something, and soon he had some ideas in his mind. He walked downstairs quickly and stood in the dim living room. He closed his eyes slightly, felt his ability, and directly exiled it from his body. And there seemed to be a kind of wave spreading around in this dim space. At this moment, all the electrical appliances in the house were under his control. The bread machine, dishwasher, coffee machine, oven, refrigerator, etc. all started working, and the speakers played a soft and beautiful music. At this moment, Yang Shi felt that his original limit had been broken at once. He could know without opening the system that his entry had been upgraded. Definitely, he still honestly opened the entry system to watch it. Electromagnetic control, level 225 out of 100. What surprised Yang Shi was that his entry was not only upgraded, but also his experience points increased so much. This undoubtedly made him more confident in his judgment, and he almost figured out where the experience points came from. It was not about using ability, but attaching ability to more items. The items that could definitely bear his ability must be related to electricity, and the categories cannot be the same. The same category of items seems to only increase his experience points a little. He has not yet fully figured out how big this same category restriction is. Maybe electric toothbrushes of different brands can also be counted as a little experience points, or maybe electric toothbrushes of different shapes can be counted separately, or all electric toothbrushes can only increase a little experience points regardless of their shapes. These all need to be known after he tries. But Yang Shi understands that this time the entry upgrade will not be very slow. His face was a little excited, and he turned into mist and disappeared. He was already a little impatient to rush up the entry level. After leaving the neighborhood of his home, Yangshi transformed from the mist into a human form, then stepped into the void and quickly rushed towards Manhattan. He thought that the place with the most electrical appliances was not a factory, but the largest shopping mall in New York, which was naturally in Manhattan. However, when he arrived in Manhattan, he could see that the war atmosphere here had not dissipated. From time to time, there were military figures passing through the streets. Each one of them was on high alert. It didn't look like the war was over, but it looked like they were preparing for war. He thought about it and understood that although the space channel was closed, there were so many Zatori soldiers before, and they did not disappear with the closure of the space channel. Maybe they were hiding somewhere secretly. Yangshi ignored them and flashed past them quickly, leaving before they even reacted. With today's alien invasion, the entire Manhattan was the most severely damaged. I don't know how many people died and how many buildings were destroyed. At this moment, most of the stores have been closed. Closed, not open. This makes Yangshi more convenient. He doesn't have to avoid people. In a blink of an eye, he has appeared in a home appliance city with only some dim lights. It looks very deserted, but there are also security guards patrolling here. Yangshi's figure appeared in the lobby on the first floor, which is the most central location of the entire mall, convenient for him to use his ability to radiate outward. He closed his eyes slightly, and the amount of super ability was significantly improved after the entry upgrade. There is no need to go through a long development period, growth period, etc., and it saves a possible long period of exploration and directly advances. This is the benefit brought by the system. The greater benefit is that his super ability has infinite potential. He is a little different from before, far beyond the previous ability control, just a thought. His ability spreads outward like a sound wave and captures all the electrical appliances it touches along the way. Start. The next moment, the electrical appliances in the shops near the first floor started inexplicably, flashing and making sounds, even if their power supply is not connected. The security guard who was sleeping in the monitoring room heard the sound and couldn't help but look at the monitoring. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. But after a while, Yangshi felt that his ability had broken through again, as easy as drinking water. Electromagnetic control, level 3-2 of 500. Yangshi paused for a moment and looked at the system. Sure enough, the entry had been upgraded. I believe that even those who were mutated by gamma rays could not improve exponentially like him. However, it was still the same as the previous system. The third-level entry was really pleasing to the eye, but there was no significant change from the previous entry, or there was no leapfrog change. Generally, this kind of change occurs more often at the fourth level. Once the fourth-level entry is reached, it is completely different from the previous one. That is the real leap. She felt his ability and felt more handy. He could easily control the nearby electric bodies. However, there was more to it. Yangshi spread his ability and took over all the monitoring of the entire mall. With just a thought, he directly changed the monitoring screen. He could destroy all these surveillance cameras with a thought, but it was not the same level of difficulty to precisely control and change the surveillance images, and at this moment he was able to do this. I want to call the police. There seems to be an alien sneaking in here. The security guard in the monitoring room had already picked up his mobile phone to call the police. In today's alien invasion, he saw such a strange scene but did not think it was haunted. He even thought that alien creatures had invaded the mall. Are you sure? The police lady who was in charge of answering the phone couldn't help asking a question. After all, today they didn't know how many alarm calls they had received with the same content, but when their police officers went to investigate, most of the situations were not true. Some people even said that the food taken away by rats was stolen by aliens. The voice on the other end of the phone couldn't help but pause, and the police lady heard a noise, but didn't take it seriously. Definitely a joke. There are not so many aliens in the world. The noise lasted only for a second, and the voice on the other end became slightly mechanical, and if you didn't listen carefully, you couldn't hear the difference. Sir, I will record your information here. If you receive such a joke call again, our police officers will come to your door to tell you that it is not funny. The policewoman looked ugly when she heard it and warned solemnly, and then hung up the phone fiercely. In the monitoring room of the mall, the security guard held the mobile phone and said anxiously, "It is definitely true, policewoman. Please send someone to the door quickly. It is better to call the army, bring all the weapons, and even drive the tanks. Otherwise, I am afraid you can't deal with the aliens. You should calm down first and follow my instructions. Look at the monitoring again to see if the situation you just described is still happening." The slightly soft voice of the policewoman came from the other side. After hearing this, the security guard couldn't help but look at the surveillance screen, but was stunned. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again carefully. "It seems not," he said with some hesitation. "That's it, sir. I can understand that you must have left because of today's nervousness. There are many such people, so don't take it to heart. I suggest you take a good rest." Finally, the security guard hung up the phone. His face was a little dazed, and he looked at the surveillance screen again. Is it really that he is in a trance? And young Shi, who controlled all this, couldn't help but smile. He felt that he was very suitable to work in an industry now. Whether it is sound or picture, it is basically electromagnetically simulated, and now Yang Shi wants to tamper with all this and prevent others from discovering the abnormality. It is still very easy. Yang Shi was a little surprised. Although such means did not improve his strength much, it was very practical. Definitely, he can do more than that. He can release powerful electromagnetic waves and spread them around, enough to completely scrap all monitoring and communication equipment. As for the means of attack, it is not without, but he feels that he needs to explore it. Definitely, the simplest one is to control metal. Yang Shi stretched out his hand and clenched it slightly. In an instant, some electrical appliances in the mall flew over and gathered together to roughly piece together a shape-shifting King Kong. With a thought, this inferior and powerless shape-shifting King Kong moved and almost fell to the ground. This was to use his electromagnetic control ability to create a strong magnetic force to control metal. This guy in front of him was definitely just a scare at most, and it didn't have much effect. Yang Shi put away his thoughts of playing and continued to do his business. At this moment, it was easier to spread the ability, and the range was a little larger. In a blink of an eye, he included the entire mall in his ability, and all the electrical appliances were running. At this moment, Yang Shi clearly felt that his ability had made another breakthrough. As for the security guard in the monitoring room, he had closed the door and acted like a turtle, hiding under a table and trembling all over. Electromagnetic field, level 4241/2000. The entry was upgraded again at a rocket-like speed and reached level 4. Many things were no longer the same in his eyes. Yang Shi stood there for a few minutes. He was actually feeling the newly acquired ability. It was a brand new feeling. It was exactly as he expected. His ability had advanced by leaps and bounds. Domain? Yang Shi looked at his palm and muttered to himself. This feeling was like the accomplishment of a divine skill. He had not realized before that this super ability would reach this level once it was advanced. He looked up and saw a skylight at the top of the mall. It was made of special glass, which allowed the entire space to maintain enough natural sunlight. Yang Shi directly slapped his palm upwards. With a snap, the skylight suddenly broke, and the residue fell down, but it continued to shatter during the fall. Definitely, this is not an ability in the electromagnetic field, but Qigong. Seeing that the obstacle above his head was removed, Yang Shi raised his mouth, stretched out his hands and pressed down suddenly, and the whole person rushed out instantly. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the roof and appeared on the outer layer, and flew out rapidly. Maybe this is called flight, he couldn't help thinking in his heart. This is the ability in the electromagnetic field, which can make the repulsive force of the magnetic field counteract the gravity and realize flight. The third-level entry alone cannot do this. However, at this moment, Yang Shi seemed to sense something. He turned his head and saw a figure flying towards him in the dark at a very fast speed. It was a steel armor, but it was not the red and gold color he had seen before, but a silver color, with a Gatling gun barrel on its back. War machine. Yang Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. If he was not mistaken, it should be the war machine driven by Colonel Rhodes. Look what I caught, Tony's crazy fan. Rhodes in the armor looked at the figure and muttered to himself. He did not catch up with the New York War, but was sent here to finish it after the New York War. In short, he was looking for aliens who were alone and killed or detained. Definitely more inclined to detention. The guys in the Ministry of National Affairs also wanted to study the difference between the aliens' bodies and humans. But he didn't expect to encounter a lone unidentified flying object during the patrol. It was wearing an Iron Man mask and looked more like a local. But no matter who it was, he had reason to intervene if it flew over New York without permission. He planned to take it down first to see what it was. As a military officer who did not participate in the New York War, he did not know the information about Yang Shi, so he directly increased the thruster energy output and flew towards Yang Shi. When Yang Shi saw that the other party did not retreat but advanced, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone would dare to chase him like this. If he remembered correctly, he only punched Tony at the beginning. Now a fake and shoddy product dared to chase him. However, Yang Shi did not attack the other party, nor did he get rid of the other party. Instead, he let him follow behind him. This was a test product that could be used to test his electromagnetic field ability. So Yang Shi controlled the speed, neither directly getting rid of the other party nor letting him get close, firmly controlling the distance between them, and flew towards the suburbs of New York. It didn't take long for them to reach the suburbs of New York at their speed. Yang Shi landed on her own initiative, and Rhodes also controlled the war machine to fall down. At this moment, Rhodes received a call. Looking at the call, he chose to accept it directly. The next moment, the face of Tony Stark appeared on the virtual screen built into the armor, without wearing combat gear. Hey, Tony, guess what I found? Your crazy fan, wearing your mask, looks like a person from the appearance, but can fly, should be a superpower. Rhodes said to Tony happily. Oh, I called you because of this, go. Believe me, he is not someone you can deal with. Tony saw Rhodes's excited look and didn't know how to complain. If JRVS hadn't told him that Rhodes was chasing a person he marked as extremely dangerous, he wouldn't have called this time. No way, I recently updated the weapon system. Even you may not be able to beat me. Rod retorted instinctively. Definitely his body was more honest. Without any hesitation, he changed direction and flew back. Yang Shi watched the armor suddenly break in the air and quickly flew in the opposite direction, and a smile appeared on his face. Wanna leave? Too late. At this moment, Rod found that Tony's picture was suddenly squeezed aside, and there was another picture next to it, which was Tony's visor, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Why is there an extra you? Rod asked doubtfully, which made Tony feel a little puzzled. But when he saw it clearly, his face changed. This was not Tony's visor, but a mask. It's that guy. Rod instantly realized that the image was the figure he had just chased. Now that you're here, why are you leaving? Yang Shi's voice suddenly sounded, giving Rod goosebumps. Damn, my system has been hacked. Rod immediately realized what was happening and shouted at Tony. JRVIS, scan war machine for viruses. Tony stopped what he was doing, frowned, and said seriously. It was just Yang Shi's electromagnetic field. In his field, an artificial intelligence would not be able to remove him as a virus. Sir, it can't be removed. JRVIS's voice sounded, and Tony immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. The other party seemed to be technically strong, and he immediately opened the keyboard to personally remove the virus. At this moment, War Machine's figure suddenly stopped, then turned around and flew quickly towards Yang Shi's location. I lost control. Rod shouted again in panic, asking for help. Damn it. Hearing this, Tony rushed into his room quickly, and in less than a few seconds, a golden-red figure flew out directly. Hold on. JRVIS replaced flight in the armor while he continued to wrestle with Yang Shi. Yang Shi slightly distracted his attention to block Tony's fierce attack, while watching War Machine land in front of him, the visor opened naturally, revealing Rhodes' face. Brother, if you have anything to say, let's talk. Tony Stark is my brother. If you want his autograph, I can ask him to sign it for you. Rhodes forced himself to stay calm, trying to delay time with words and wait for rescue. In fact, he can only talk now because he has lost all control of the armor and can't even leave the armor. He has become a fish on the chopping board of others. Ask for flowers. She looked at Rhodes without saying anything, but was actually thinking about something. With his current electromagnetic field, he can directly control this armor from any aspect. He can control the armor by manipulating the shape of electronic devices and can also control the armor simply by manipulating metal. She pushed lightly, and the armor flew backwards at a very fast speed without any sense of stagnation. This is his control of metal. He can already control metal like Magneto. It's a pity that there is no Magneto in this world, otherwise he would like to see who is stronger, Magneto or him. The war machine stopped at a distance, and the Gatling gun barrel behind it moved and aimed at Yang. The next moment, countless gunfire sprayed, and dense bullets gushed out and attacked Yang. Yang's face remained unchanged, and he watched quietly. When the bullets came in front of him, they were suddenly blocked by the circular energy shield around him. This is one of his abilities, the magnetic field barrier. War Machine did not stop, but took out all the weapons on his body, which stunned Rhodes. He did nothing, or he could do nothing. Bullets, missiles, and even lasers all came towards Yang, but in the end they were all blocked by the magnetic field barrier. Yang nodded. The effect was pretty good. Next, he tried his attack method. Yang's mind moved, and he directly pulled War Machine over, and the mask fell immediately. He couldn't help but curl up his mouth and then raised his arm, aiming his palm at War Machine. This moment stunned Rhodes in the mecha. He said he was not a crazy fan of Tony. Isn't this Tony's signature move? So the person in front of him was imitating Tony's posture? However, the next moment Rhodes couldn't help but widen his eyes and found that energy began to gather in the palm of the other person's hand. The next moment, Rhodes felt a strong energy attack, and his armor was directly rushed out. Yang smiled. He found that he seemed to be somewhat similar to Iron Man now. What Tony did with technology, he could do with ability. For example, this. He stabilized Rhodes' body and continued to raise his palm to Rhodes. Visible to the naked eye. His palm suddenly emitted a bright light, like Tony's palm cannon, but the principle was a little different. The next moment, a beam of light suddenly rushed out and knocked Rhodes out again. Although he didn't understand the principle, he knew that this was inconsistent with Tony's palm cannon because he didn't have an arc reactor. If he understood science, he would know that this was formed by high-intensity magnetic field compression to form plasma, which would also emit light and heat. Even lasers can do it. He seemed to be able to imitate Iron Man directly. To be honest, this electromagnetic field seemed to be only on par with Tony, but it was actually very strong. You have to know that Tony's strongest thing is his brain, which can be ranked in the entire universe. Even the time-space shuttle device can be easily made. It is simply a monster. If he can live longer, he thinks he will not necessarily lose to some big guys in the universe. Definitely, although the situation looks somewhat similar, this thing still depends on the power. If he loses to Tony, it's called piracy. If he wins the other party, Yang's experiment is probably done. As a level 4 entry, its power is not beyond his qigong. It just looks more fancy. It's no problem to beat ordinary guys. But it's a bit useless to beat big guys. It's not as convenient and effective as qigong. It's definitely not completely useless. After all, this entry can help him use electrical appliances better and make him a modern man in the true sense. I had already thought about leaving, but since Iron Man was rushing here, why not let him see who is the real Iron Man? After all, he is wearing an Iron Man mask, so how can he not be Iron Man? If a guy wearing an Iron Man mask beats the real Iron Man, the key moves are exactly the same. It's interesting to think about it, but I don't know if Tony's mentality will collapse. I don't know how long it took. A golden red steel figure suddenly appeared in the sky, but he didn't have any martial virtue. Before he said anything, he saw several small missiles shooting at him. It seems that he was scared by the previous beating and didn't dare to get close. However, the small missile flew only halfway, but suddenly turned around and flew back. What's going on? Tony's face changed and he asked. Sir, the system has been hacked. J.R. Vice's voice came immediately. In the end, Tony could only barely dodge these missiles and use red lasers to break them. In fact, within this range, Yang-Shi could have directly taken away Tony's control of the steel armor, but that would be too boring. Tony's face was gloomy, but he still stopped in the air and didn't dare to get close. He believed that Yang-Shi's ability must have a certain range and could not be without boundaries, so as long as he kept a safe distance from him, he could reduce the possibility of being controlled. From the current reaction, he was in such a safe distance. As long as he was on guard against Yang-Shi approaching him, he could fight him. This inference was indeed correct to some extent. Even if it was a level 4 entry, his ability had a certain range, but it was not so short. Tony looked serious, knowing that Yang-Shi was not easy to deal with, and gave up other weapons and means, transferring the arc reactor's energy to fully output in the energy cannon on his chest. The next moment, the energy cannon on his chest began to charge, and its brightness could be seen getting higher and higher. In order to prevent Yang-Shi from rushing towards him at this time, he had already prepared and could retreat at any time. What he didn't expect was that Yang-Shi just stood there and looked at him quietly, without moving a step. Such arrogant behavior made Tony very uncomfortable. The other party was blatantly despising him. His eyes became more determined, and he vowed in his heart that he must make Yang-Shi pay the price for his contempt. However, this contempt was not without any benefits. It gave him more time to charge. The energy in his chest became brighter and brighter, which was particularly dazzling in the dark night. Seeing that the charging value on the virtual screen was full, he chose to fire without hesitation. The next moment, the terrifying light column was instantly stimulated and was about to fall on Yang-Shi. Only 200 Yang-Shi still did not move and looked at the light column calmly. At this critical moment, a shield quietly appeared in front of Yang-Shi. This was a shield he created by compressing the electromagnetic field. Although he seemed to be casual, he actually took it seriously. It was just right to test the limit of his electromagnetic field. The shield here was the limit of his ability to compress the electromagnetic field. I just don't know how it compares with the defense array of the Ancient One. The dazzling beam of light fell on the shield, and it was so terrifying that it made the air vibrate a little. But it couldn't shake the shield. All the light and heat couldn't get through the shield. Tony's face couldn't help but change, but he gritted his teeth and insisted on output. He didn't believe that the other party's shield could really block the energy of his arc reactor. But the result was very obvious. This shield didn't even tremble. It was very solid, which made Yang-Shi very satisfied. Finally, the dazzling beam of light slowly dissipated, and Tony in the armor looked a little frustrated. But suddenly, he widened his eyes and saw that Yang-Shi's chest, who was standing on the ground, was also glowing, getting brighter and brighter. It looked very familiar. Damn it. Tony couldn't help but curse. In fact, he had roughly guessed Yang-Shi's ability, which could control the electromagnetic field. It was not something difficult to see. His energy cannon could not break the shield created by the opponent's compressed electromagnetic field, which meant that the opponent's compressed electromagnetic field was extremely high. In other words, if the opponent used compressed electromagnetic field as a means of attack, it would not lose to his energy cannon. He did not want to be hit by a beam of light stronger than his energy cannon, so he turned his head to look at Rhodes, only to see that Rhodes was lying on the ground. From the appearance of the armor, it could be seen that Rhodes was not seriously injured, but he could not control the mecha. He had to find a way to take Rhodes away. He quickly had an idea in his mind. As long as he led Yang-Shi away and let Rhodes out of the opponent's ability range, Rhodes could regain control of the armor and retreat. However, just as he was about to fly away to attract Yang-Shi's firepower and attention, his face changed drastically, as if he found that his mecha had lost control. How could it be? Tony hurriedly looked at Young Shi, but found that the other party was still standing there, without moving a step. He instantly realized that the opponent's ability range exceeded his calculation. However, when he realized it, it was obviously too late. At this moment, Young Shi's energy beam was already very dazzling. As his mind moved, the energy beam suddenly shot out, illuminating the sky in an instant. The energy beam hit Tony accurately and shot him out directly. Looking at the smoking steel armor, Yang Shi did not continue to pursue the victory. In the end, he still held back, otherwise the compressed energy might have melted the golden-red armor directly. Seeing that the experiment was almost over, Yang Shi no longer paid attention to roads on the ground and Tony, who was shot far away. He pressed his hands down, and his whole body flew out in an instant, quickly disappearing into the sky. In a blink of an eye, Yang Shi returned home, and he was not in a hurry. His eyes fell on the golden thunder on the bed, and a trace of thought flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his hand and took it, and the golden thunder flew up and fell into his hand. The feeling of holding the golden thunder this time was completely different from before. He seemed to be able to control the power of the golden thunder. The electromagnetic field actually had something in common with the power of the golden thunder, and then he reached the threshold of using this weapon. As he squeezed it hard, the thunder turned from a solid body into golden lightning, swirling around him like a pet, and then rushed up to bite the enemy under his command. And as his palm was facing up, the thunder quickly gathered and turned into a metal-like weapon. Yang Shi's eyes lit up, and suddenly he felt that Zeus's golden thunder was more suitable for him than Odin's eternal spear. Thunder originally had no entity. The appearance of this weapon was just the shape created by Zeus. In other words, now in his hand, he can actually change his shape. The next moment, the thunder disintegrated into lightning again, condensing on his fingers. As the lightning dissipated, a golden ring appeared on his right hand finger. This ring is exactly Zeus's thunderbolt. Yang Shi was delighted. A weapon that can shapeshift is naturally more popular than the eternal spear. He couldn't carry the eternal spear with him. In the next 2 days, Yang Shi did not stop upgrading, but it was more troublesome than before. There were only a few commonly used electrical appliances, so he could only find some things that were not commonly used or not daily electrical appliances. He traveled all over the world in the past 2 days, basically covering all the electrical appliances that can be seen in the world, and soon upgraded the electromagnetic entry to level 5. He originally thought that Iwu might be able to upgrade his entry to level 6, but unfortunately many things were classified into the same category and could not increase the experience value. For example, various toys, although they look different, are essentially the same. Electromagnetic King, level 5 2623 of 5000. He already thought that it was the limit to increase the experience value to this extent. It is unlikely to increase the experience value in the future. Yang Shi felt a little regretful. Maybe he could go to an alien planet in the future. Maybe the types of electrical appliances on alien planets are different from those on the blue planet. But this is not a matter of the moment, because Joseph's family is coming back today. Yang Shi took a taxi early and came to the airport to wait boredly, while thinking about his level 5 entry. Although the name of this level 5 entry is a bit ordinary, it is actually a very realistic description. The king is the true ruler of a country, and those standing on his territory are his subjects. And where is his territory? Probably just one continent. It doesn't sound very wide, but he can move. The change from level 4 to level 5 is more about his ability to achieve a qualitative leap, not the range. He can easily roll up a storm to destroy a city and affect the celestial phenomena with electromagnetics. Definitely, he is not a pervert who wants to destroy the world. About 10 minutes later, Yang Shi's lazy figure straightened up a little and quickly scanned the airport exit. 4 figures were walking out of the door. They were Joseph's family. He hurriedly greeted them. "Oh, great, you're okay." Mrs. Rose's eyes scanned Yang Shi's body carefully like a set of scanners and confirmed that he was fine. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hugged Yang Shi tightly. "I've said it a long time ago, but you just don't believe it, Aunt Rose. Yang Shi smiled gently and said easily. After the New York incident broke out, Mrs. Rose wanted to rush back, regardless of Yang Shi's obstruction, but because of the post-war cleanup, most of the planes were suspended, so Mrs. Rose did not succeed. After another round of persuasion, Mrs. Rose believed that he was fine, but it was easy to get into trouble if he came back at this time. The aftermath of the war was still there, and although the streets had regained some popularity, the atmosphere seemed much more solemn. Perhaps most people believed that if there was one, there would be another, and who knew if there would be another alien invasion. It's good that you're fine. Joseph and Jesse also gave Yang Shi a warm hug, while Annie pouted and watched from the side, not intending to come forward. Yang Shi took the suitcase from Mrs. Rose's hand, and the group immediately walked towards the parking lot. In a blink of an eye, everyone got on the pickup truck that Joseph had parked here a few days ago and rushed home in a mighty procession. These politicians are too crazy. They're inhumane. Mrs. Rose sat in the passenger seat and looked at the news on her mobile phone with anger on her face. They should be thrown into Manhattan and let them fight those aliens, Joseph said excitedly. After the New York War, the news that Congress threw a bomb into Manhattan quickly fermented on the internet. No one imagined that they would be so crazy that they would ignore the civilians above. Therefore, the entire Congress was surrounded by excited crowds the next day, and even these people broke through the defense boundary, but the soldiers who maintained order on the scene did not dare to do anything and let them rush into Congress to smash and destroy. Originally, this matter was suppressed by SHILD and various forces. After all, not much was known and seen, but who let the super ability awakening of T? Under his experiment, his electromagnetic super ability is also a hegemon on the internet, like a ruler standing at the top, without having to care about trivial and realistic things like procedures, and directly sweeping with strong force. High-rise buildings can be built with just one thought, without having to imagine how the infrastructure should be built specifically. Therefore, whether it is SHILD or the military and other forces, it is impossible to cover up this matter unless they can directly shut down the internet. Yang Shi can also see that many people have been looking for the guy behind the scenes on the internet these days, but no traces have been found, so they can only honestly take this loss. They will pay the price for this. Yang Shi interrupted and said, although it has not been announced yet, he knows that the brain who made this decision this time is afraid of being imprisoned for this. In fact, the arrest documents have been signed by Congress, and this can no longer be hidden from his eyes. Jesse, don't you work in the Stark building? Can you give me a few autographs? Anne suddenly pretended to be cute and acted coquettishly towards Jesse. Don't think about it. The company has reiterated that employees and their accompanying persons are prohibited from asking the boss for autographs or the like. Jesse couldn't help but glance at Yang Shi, and Yang Shi blinked in tacit understanding, hearing the meaning of Jesse's words. The accompanying person mentioned in this rule might be him. Jesse's previous behavior of asking him to ask for an autograph did indeed cause this rule to fix the bug. Oh, that's a pity. It was not Anne who said this, but Joseph who was driving, which made the others in the car look at Joseph. They didn't expect Joseph to say such a thing. There's no way. His Mecca is every man's dream, Joseph said with a slight sigh. After this New York battle, the Avengers became famous directly. The video of them fighting aliens was widely forwarded and liked on the internet, gaining many fans. Iron Man may have just been popular before, but now after the battle in New York, he is considered a national hero, and the stock of Stark Industries has also risen sharply. If possible, I want Captain America's autograph, Mrs. Rose suddenly said with a smile, ignoring Joseph's eyes. After all, Captain America is really handsome and has a great figure. Yang Shi's eyes flickered slightly when he heard it. If he remembered correctly, Mrs. Rose's birthday was coming soon. Maybe he could find a way to get one, but he didn't know if Joseph would be jealous. Yang Shi, don't you have an Iron Man autograph mask? Suddenly Annie looked at him and said coquettishly in an unprecedented tone. It sounded very pretentious, which made T have goosebumps. No way. Yang Shi refused without thinking. Humph, stingy. Seeing this, Annie could only pout and get angry, but she didn't say anything else. She knew that Yang-shi was not someone she could convince with just a few words. Speaking of masks, one of the superheroes who appeared this time also wore an Iron Man mask. Maybe he is an Iron Man fan. Jessie suddenly mentioned that the video she was talking about was the video of Yang-shi destroying the falling building debris with qigong and killing the passing Chidori. Someone filmed it and uploaded it to the internet. Yang-shi naturally saw it, and he looked very handsome at first glance. Jessie looked at the figure of 3.1 in the video, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She took a screenshot of it and used it as the screensaver of her mobile phone. For some reason, she thought of Yang-shi when she saw this figure. It happened that Yang-shi had this Iron Man mask, which she gave to him personally, and Yang-shi also wore this Dracula costume on Halloween one year. The most coincidental thing is this figure, which perfectly matches Yang-shi's store. It's just that this momentum is a bit domineering and it doesn't look like Yang-shi. Just looking at this figure, Jessie can spontaneously imagine Yang-shi's face, and a smile can't help but appear at the corner of her mouth. The car drove through the slightly scarred neighborhood with laughter and joy. On the other side, on the top floor of the Stark building, the Avengers were gathering together, as if they were having a party. Tony stood behind the bar and personally adjusted the drinks for several people. This party should have been cheerful, but some people were still worried. I heard that your armor was destroyed by your #1 fan? Captain America looked at Tony, whose injuries had not yet subsided and was bruised and swollen, and couldn't help asking. The #1 fan was naturally Yang-shi. There are many titles for Yang-shi on the internet now, and this #1 fan is one of them. After all, it is amazing to chase stars to this extent. Wait, I will get back at you next time, Tony said unyieldingly. That time was a bit of a heavy blow to him. Under Yang-shi's energy cannon, Tony's armor was basically scrapped, and there were more wounds on his body. If the other party didn't want to kill him, he would not be able to stand here now. But this did not make him lose confidence. After returning, he devoted himself to the studio regardless of his injuries, preparing to make an anti-fan armor, thinking that he would not be so embarrassed next time he met him. After saying this, Tony could not help but glance at Phil Coulson, who was full of sorrow, and blinked his eyes. He remembered that Phil Coulson had been controlled before, and the one who controlled him was the #1 fan who beat him up. Maybe that person could hear what they said now.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.